show what these men thought they had been fighting for and the inevitable clash between their ideas and those of the well-to-do classes represented by their officers. The danger of serious mutiny was real. In November, 1647, Cromwell moved swiftly and sternly to restore discipline, and soon after he determined on his own account to negotiate no further with Charles. This decision went far to restore the confidence of the main body of the army. In the latter part of 1648 the Levellers reappeared as a civil party, but their importance ended when the officers committed themselves definitely to a policy of coercion in the first half of 1649. John Lilburne, the principal leader of the Levellers, was the perfect type of radical agitator. Endlessly pugnacious in defending his rights and in attacking abuses, he came into conflict at one stage or another of his career with every branch of government, Lords, Commons, Council of the State, and the officers of the army. He was honest and fearless, but also quarrelsome and suspicious. Twice in his life, in 1649 and 1653, he was the hero of a spectacular political trial in which he won his acquittal by appealing to popular sentiment over the head of the court. Lilburne's influence was mainly due to his ability to dramatize himself as a symbol of popular liberties. Where others argued about the respective right of king and parliament, he spoke always of the rights of the people. As a party, the Levellers must have been a relatively small group drawn from the more politically minded of the poorer classes. Their projects attracted neither the landed gentry nor the well-to-do citizens of London. Indeed, they failed on all sides. First, in holding the mass of the army after confidence in the officers was restored; second, in carrying the officers for their radical reforms; and third, in gaining enough weight anywhere to influence Parliament. The Levellers are interesting not because of anything they were able to do, but because their ideas anticipated in so many respects both the ideology and the program of later democratic radicalism. An Englishman's birthright. The name Leveller was obviously an epithet. It was meant to imply that the party sought to destroy differences of social position, of political rank, and even of property, leveling all men down. 481. To a condition of equality. An enemy paraphrased their argument as follows: seeing all men are by nature the sons of Adam, and from him have legitimately derived a natural propriety, right, and freedom, therefore England and all other nations, and all particular persons in every nation, notwithstanding the difference of laws and governments, ranks, and degrees, ought to be alike free and estate in their natural liberties, and to enjoy the just rights and prerogative of mankind, whereunto they are heirs apparent, and thus the commoners by right, are equal with the lords. For by natural birth all men are equally and alike born to like propriety, liberty, and freedom, and as we are delivered of God by the hand of nature into this world, every one with a natural innate freedom, and propriety, even so are we to live, every one equally and alike to enjoy his birthright and privilege. 4. The author of this description was notoriously biased. In the party pronouncements of the Levellers there is not the slightest evidence that the like propriety which they desired included equalization of property or the levelling of social distinctions. They objected to political privilege on the part of the nobility and to economic advantage through monopolies in trade or the professional monopoly enjoyed by lawyers. The objection seems to have been aimed exclusively at legally supported privilege and not at social or economic inequality as such. The discussions reported in the Clark papers are filled with protestations, evidently sincere, that no attack on property was intended. The equality sought was equality before the law and equality of political rights, especially for the class of small property owners. Indeed, the Levellers appear to have grasped with remarkable clearness the point of view of radical democratic liberalism, individualist rather than socialist in its philosophy and political rather than economic in its aims. The basis of this individualism seems to have been a rationalist belief that the fundamental rights of human beings are self-evident. In view of their time and the evident connection of the Levellers with independency, the argumentation in the Clark papers and in the pamphlets is surprisingly little dependent upon religious considerations or appeals to scriptural authority. In fact their underscore 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 underscore. Opponents sometimes objected that they had too little respect for revelation in religion or for custom in law and government, but wished to measure both by what was natural and reasonable. As they do in matters of religion and conscience, they fly from the scriptures, and from supernatural truths revealed there, that a man may not be questioned for going against them, but only for errors against the light of nature and right reason. So they do also in civil government and things of this life. They go from the laws and constitutions of kingdoms, and will be governed by rules according to nature and right reason. Point 5. The charge might have been supported by many sentences out of Lilburn's pamphlets, especially the later ones. As early as 1646 he asserted that men, merely because they are the children of Adam, are by nature all equal and alike in power, dignity, authority, and majesty, and that in consequence all civil authority is exercised merely by institution, or donation, that is to say, by mutual agreement and consent, given for the good benefit and comfort of each other. In short, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, meaning the individual consent of each and every citizen. One of the most picturesque assertions of this principle was made by one of the representatives of the regiments in the conference with the officers. Really I think that the poorest he that is in England hath a life to live as the greatest he, and therefore truly, sir, I think it's clear, that every man that is to live under a government ought first by his own consent to put himself under that government, and I do think that the poorest man in England is not at all bound in a strict sense to that government that he hath not had a voice to put himself under. Point 6. It should be granted that the argument of the levellers was likely to be a little confused in respect to the birthright which they claimed. It might consist of the traditional liberties of Englishmen supposed to be embalmed in the common law or Magna Carta, or it might be the universal rights of man. Like any expert agitator, Lilburne appealed to whatever made the strongest case in the circumstances, to the Commons against the Lords, to Magna Carta against the common law, and to reason against them all. So long as a precedent or a traditional right would serve, there was no need to run into abstractions. But on the whole it underscore 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 was quite impossible for a party of radical reform to stand on custom. William Walwyn in 1645 observed that Magna Carta, you must observe, is but a part of the people's rights and liberties, being no more but what with much striving and fighting, was by the blood of our ancestors, wrestled out of the paws of those kings, who by force had conquered the nation, changed the laws and by strong hand held them in bondage. Point 7. In 1646 Richard Overton called Magna Carta a beggarly thing and took the argument quite out of the region of custom. Yet Parliament were chosen to work our deliverance, and to estate us in natural and just liberty agreeable to reason and common equity, for whatever our forefathers were, or whatever they did or suffered, or were enforced to yield unto, we are the men of the present age, and ought to be absolutely free from all kinds of exorbitancies, molestations, or arbitrary power. Point 8. The distinction between customary and natural right was a bone of contention between Ireton and the representatives of the regiments. Ireton's legal mind was irritated by the indefiniteness of the claim. If you will resort only to the law of nature, by the law of nature you have no more right to this land or anything else than I have. Point 9. What makes a right mine, really and civilly, is the law. The leveller was arguing that an unjust law is no law at all. The interesting and distinctive feature of the leveller philosophy is the new form which it gave to the ancient conceptions of natural right and consent. They interpreted the law of nature as endowing human individuals with innate and inalienable rights which legal and political institutions exist only to protect, and they construed consent as an individual act which every man is entitled to perform for himself. Almost as much as Hobbes, though not with his systematic clarity, they argued that the only justification for society is the production of individual advantages. Had they developed the conception of a contract, which is implicit in their idea of consent, it would clearly have been, like that of underscore 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 underscore. Hobbes, a social contract, deriving the social group from individuals who combine for mutual benefits, and not the older form of contract between king and community. The individual and his rights form the basis of the whole social structure. As in the characteristic social philosophy of radical liberalism, the only justification for restraint lies in the fact that restraint itself contributes to individual freedom. Moderate and radical reform. The plan of political reform which the Levelers sponsored agreed remarkably well with the principles of their political philosophy. They formed, as has been said, the left wing of the revolutionists in Cromwell's army, and their position is best defined by their differences from the more conservative plans formed by the officers. In 1647 the revolution was an accomplished fact and some constitutional settlement was obviously necessary. On many points there was substantial agreement between moderates and radicals, or the difference was a matter of detail rather than of principle. Both sides of course desired the removal of the worst abuses that had caused the war between the king and parliament. The essential difference lay in the fact that the officers, as a group, came from the landed gentry and desired a settlement leaving political power mainly with that class, though it is only fair to say that their plan included many democratic reforms which were not brought about in England until the 19th century. The Levelers and the men from the regiments, on the other hand, were men of small property, the class most likely to have been ruined by the war, and therefore desired a settlement distinguishing political rights and property rights as completely as possible. In consequence the officers, headed by Cromwell and Ireton, stood for a settlement making as few changes in the historical constitution as possible, consistent with saving the fruits of the war as they understood them. The Levelers wished to seize the opportunity for making sweeping changes, directed toward what they took to be a just and reasonable arrangement, without much regard for tradition. No, the laws of this nation are unworthy of free people, and deserve from first to last, to be considered, and seriously debated, and re-485. Due to an agreement with common equity, and right reason, which ought to be the form and life of every government. 10. In the conferences between the officers and the representatives of the regiments, Cromwell was evidently staggered by the greatness and novelty of the changes proposed. Like many successful revolutionists, he was at heart a conservative. Moreover, he knew much better than the Levelers how impractical, in the circumstances, it was to try to give effect to a system of abstract principles. Before the agitation in the ranks began, the Council of Officers had already drawn up a document called the Heads of Proposals, 11, which was the outline of a series of acts by which it was proposed that Parliament should give effect to the constitutional changes wrought by the Revolution. The agreement of the people, which was formulated in the ranks and brought by the representatives of the regiments to the Army Council, was a counter-proposal sketching the form of government which the Levelers desired. It was agreed by both groups that the freedom of Parliament must be secured, that frequent meetings must be made certain, and that there must be a redistribution of seats to give more equal representation. Both agreed, moreover, that Parliament must control executive officers, including commanders of the Army and Navy, though the officers were content to make this a temporary arrangement for 10 years, while the Levelers made it a permanent part of their constitution. Both sides agreed to a policy of religious toleration, except for Roman Catholics, and desired the removal of specified abuses in the administration of the law. With the acceptance of these changes, the officers were willing to restore the personal rights and liberty of the king, though this was not with them a main point, and a little later they abandoned it. Some of the Levelers at least were definitely Republicans and believed that monarchy was the original of all oppressions. 12 But its abolition seems not to have been a main point in the program of the party. Republicanism was a means rather than an end in their plan of government. Behind this rather large measure of agreement about means, however, there was a radical difference of political philosophy. The Levelers desired the independence of Parliament not because of its traditional liberties but because it was the representative of the people. There was no doubt in their minds that the people and not Parliament was sovereign and that Parliament had a purely delegated authority. In line with the marked individualism of their theory of natural rights, also, they conceived Parliament as standing for the actual human beings that composed the nation, and not as representing corporations, vested interests, and rights of property or status. These two features of their political philosophy, the delegated power of Parliament and the right of every man to consent to law through his representatives, were the grounds upon which they urged the main parts of their radical program. Accordingly, while both the levelers and the officers desired equality of representation in Parliament, they had fundamentally different notions of what equality meant. The officers proposed a redistribution of seats on the basis of the proportion of taxes paid by constituencies, while the levelers desired equality according to population. The more conservative view, which certainly was closer to the historical conception of Parliament, looked upon that body as representing interests, the ownership of land or membership in a corporation in which trading was permitted. Ireton stated this view with great clearness. "No man has a right to vote," he said, "unless he has a permanent fixed interest in this kingdom, an interest which is by nature irremovable and which forms a permanent part of the economic and political structure." 13 Equality of representation meant that even the least of such interests had a voice in choosing representatives. It did not mean that every man must have a voice. To this the leveller replied that it is the man, not the interest, that is subject to law, and hence it is the man and not property that should be represented. He earnestly disclaimed any desire to interfere with the rights of property, which he regarded as included among man's natural rights, but he drew a sharp distinction between ownership and the possession of political rights. Political rights are not property, and even a poor man has his birthright, which the state is bound to protect no less than the property of the rich. Consequently the leveller stood in theory for universal manhood suffrage, possibly excepting paupers, or as a practical expedient for the lowest property qualification obtainable, while Ireton's theory meant in practice the restriction of suffrage to landowners. The officers undoubtedly believed that universal suffrage would endanger property and result in sheer anarchy. As Ireton said, if a man has a right to vote merely because he breathes, he may have a natural right even against the legal rights of property. Natural right is no right at all, since both political rights and the rights of property arise from law. But the exact ions of the law, the leveller answered, are just what need to be explained and justified. Unless the law is made with the people's consent, and unless a man has been represented in the body which made it, how can he be justly obliged to obey it? And how can a man be represented unless he has a voice in choosing his representatives? The 2 points of view are opposed with remarkable vividness. On the one hand, the theory that the community is an organization of permanent interests, particularly the landed interest, held together by customary privileges and exact ions; on the other, the new conception of the nation as a mass of free individuals, cooperating from motives of self-interest, and making its law in the interest of individual freedom. The curb on the legislature. From the leveller's point of view, there was no more merit in Parliament's claim to sovereign power than in the king's. Like the king, Parliament has merely a delegated power, and it is as important to protect individual rights against a legislature as against an executive. The record then being made by the Presbyterian leaders of the Long Parliament was well calculated to convince a group of independents that the bridling of a sovereign legislative body was not an academic question. Consequently the levelers desired a constitutional device that would protect the individual in his fundamental rights even against his own representatives. The plan struck out was substantially that of a written constitution with its Bill of Fundamental Rights. In recognizing the supremacy of Parliament over other branches of government, the agreement of the people expressly laid down the rule that there are certain rights of citizens which even Parliament must not touch, and it attempts to enumerate some of them. Parliament must not 488. Repudiate debts, make arbitrary exceptions to the operation of law, or destroy the rights of property and of personal liberty. Particularly it must not take away or modify any of the rights set down in the instrument itself. In short, the agreement is to stand as unchangeable constitutional law, a device actually adopted in the instrument of government which set up the protectorate in 1653. In 1648 the levelers tried to secure what in the United States would be called a constitutional convention, a special representative body not to exercise any legislative power but only to draw up the foundation for just government. The agreement thus made was to stand as a kind of social contract, above the law, fixing the limits of Parliament's legislative power. It was to be signed and agreed to by electors and candidates at every election. Like so many later constitutions planned to protect infeasible human rights, the agreement of the people undertook to legalize resistance, in case Parliament should overstep the bounds set by the agreement itself. The Levellers more than any other group in revolutionary England approximated the political philosophy which later became typical of radical democracy. In them the ancient theory of natural law appeared in a new form, the innate right of every man to a minimum of political privilege, the doctrine of consent by participation in the choice of representatives, the justification of law and government as a protection of individual rights, and the limitation of every branch of government under the sovereign power of the people secured by a written list of inalienable rights. The presence of such a body of ideas in mid-17th century England is doubly interesting because of the complete failure of their constitutional projects in that country, compared with their persistence and realization in America. The instrument of government in 1653 was the first and the last attempt in England to limit the legislative power of Parliament by a written constitution, and the outcome of the revolution was to settle the legal supremacy of Parliament. In America the written constitution with its limitations upon legislatures became the general practice. The difference is not hard to explain. After the Restoration in 1660 the exchange of political ideas between England and America was much restricted, in comparison with what it had been earlier. In consequence the newer idea of parliamentary sovereignty never 489 spread among the English in America, while the older belief in a fundamental law persisted and under favorable circumstances was developed upon lines similar to those suggested by the Levellers. This is not to say that the program of the Levellers was imitated. Constitutional ideas both in England and America had a common root, and the state of affairs in America permitted an immediately more radical effort to give them effect. The Diggers. The pamphlets of the Levellers are eloquent of the economic distress which the civil wars brought to the small farmers, tradesmen, and artisans in the less prosperous part of the English middle class. For the most part these men either followed the lead of the more prosperous gentry or looked for help to a more radical political equality and the removal of such legal discriminations as monopoly. By a very few persons, however, the political revolution was conceived as an opportunity to bring about economic equality and to lift the burden of poverty from the masses. 14 The name True Levellers, by which these communists sometimes described themselves, suggests at once that they originated as a left fringe of the radical party and that they were at least vaguely conscious of differing from them. On the other side, Lilburne denied emphatically that he had any connection with the communists. Contemporary confusions aside, the social philosophy of the communists was different in principle from that of the Levellers. The latter were radical Democrats with mainly political purposes, the communists were utopian socialists with mainly economic purposes. The communists sprang into notoriety in 1649 when a small group of them tried to take and cultivate unenclosed common land, with the purpose of distributing the produce to the poor. This gave them the name, Diggers, by which they were known in the 17th century. This action caused a flurry among the landlords concerned, but it had no lasting effects. The Diggers, who probably numbered only a few score, kept their experiment going for a year, but they were finally dispersed by legal harassment and mob violence. The only result was a few pamphlets by Gerard Winstanley, notably a plan for a communist government of England published after the attempt to till the common land had failed. Winstanley's communism unquestionably had its origin in religious mysticism. His religious beliefs were substantially like those of the Quakers a few years later and were quite different from the Calvinism of most of the radical groups. The common ground between the Leveller and the communist lay in the fact that both claimed the law of nature as their justification, as any radical in the 17th century was certain to do. the leveller turned the law of nature into a doctrine of individual rights, of which the right of property was inevitably one of the most important. The digger interpreted the law of nature as a communal right to the means of subsistence, of which land was the most important, and gave to the individual only the right to share in the produce of the common land and the common labor. The land is given by God or nature to be the common treasury from which all are entitled to draw their sustenance. None ought to be lords or landlords over another, but the earth is free for every son and daughter of mankind to live free upon. 15. The natural state of man is therefore one of common ownership, and the communist pictured the English Revolution as nothing less than the occasion for a return to this idyllic condition. The origins of this conception can only be guessed at. It is natural to suspect that there was some continuity with the ideas of obscure proletarian uprisings which economic distress had produced from time to time both in England and on the continent, or more specifically with the peasant revolt in Germany and the Anabaptist movement. At all events, the principle from which the communists started was the Christian belief, widespread through the Middle Ages, that common possession was a more perfect way of life than private ownership, which was commonly held not to be natural but the result of human wickedness. The significant part of the diggers' philosophy was the way in which they reversed the conclusions drawn from this belief. The usual deduction had been that private property, though less perfect than common ownership, is nevertheless the best practicable concession to the fallen nature of man. The digger inferred that private property itself is the main cause of evil and of all forms of social abuse and corruption. The root of all evil is covetousness and greed, which first produced private property, while the latter causes all supremacy of one man over another, all manner of bloodshed, and the enslaving of the masses of men, who have been reduced to poverty by the wage system and are forced to support by their labor the very power that enslaves them. Consequently, most social ills and most of human vice can be removed by destroying private property, especially in land. The similarity of the digger argument to Rousseau's essay on the origin of inequality among men is striking. As a matter of course, the pamphlets of the diggers breathe enmity against the landlords. "O you atoms of the earth, you have rich clothing, full bellies. But know that the day of judgment is begun. The poor people whom thou oppressest shall be the saviors of the land. If thou wilt find mercy, disown this oppressing. Thievery of buying and selling of land, owning of landlords, and paying of rents, and give your free consent to make the earth a common treasury." 16. But the denunciation was no less bitter of lawyers and the clergy, not so much because the former corrupt the law or the latter teach bad theology, as because both are the main supports of private property. All English history since the conquest is read in this sense. The conqueror took the land from the people and gave it to his colonels, from whom it has descended to the present landlords. England is a prison, the subtleties of the law are its bolts and bars, and the lawyers are its jailers. All the old law books ought to be burned. At the same time the conqueror hired the clergy with tithes to preach him up and to stop the people's mouths by teaching them to be submissive. The deduction is evident, since now, by the revolution, the kingly power has been cast out, the whole system of private landowning must go with it, for unless the people get back the land, they are deprived of the fruits of victory. Fiery as all this sounds, the diggers disclaimed any intention of inciting to violence or of expropriating the landlords by force. What they might have done if they had been more numerous cannot be known, since they were at most a handful. The preaching of violence would have been suicidal. What they expressly claimed was the right to cultivate common land, leaving the enclosed land to its owners. There is no reason to doubt their sincerity. Like most utopians, they were professed pacifists, and they probably believed that the excellence of the new way of life would commend it even to landlords. Perhaps also they counted upon some mysterious softening of hearts, for though they were violently anti-clerical, they were also profoundly religious. Jesus Christ, they said, is the head leveller. Apparently they were simple-minded folk who thought that the Christian doctrine of brotherly love was to be taken as it was written. Winstanley's Law of Freedom. Gerard Winstanley, the only important writer among the diggers, produced one book, his Law of Freedom published in 1652 and addressed to Cromwell, which was more than a pamphlet. It drew the outlines of a utopian society with some precision, as a platform of Commonwealth's government according to the rule of righteousness. The fundamental thought behind Winstanley's Commonwealth is that the root of all bondage is poverty. A man had better to have had no body than to have no food for it. True freedom means that all equally have access to the use of the earth and its fruits. In human nature there are two opposed tendencies, the desire for common preservation, which is the root of the family and of all peace and righteousness, and the desire for self-preservation, which is the root of covetousness and tyranny. To the first corresponds commonwealth, in which the weak are protected equally with the strong. To the second corresponds kingly government and the law of the conqueror. The essential difference is that kingly government rules by the cheating art of buying and selling. It is the government of the highwayman who has stolen the earth from his younger brother. Hence the essence of reform is the prohibition of buying and selling, especially the land. There can be no equality short of equality of goods, for wealth gives power and power means oppression. Moreover, wealth cannot be 493 honestly earned. No man gains wealth by his own effort but only by withholding a share of what is produced by his helpers. Real liberty requires, therefore, that land shall be owned in common. The produce of the land should be put into a common store whence all may draw according to his needs. All able-bodied persons must be compelled to work at productive labor, at least until they reach the age of 40. The family, with personal effects and private houses, Winstanley would leave untouched. To perpetuate the Commonwealth he provided an elaborate scheme of magistrates and a rigid code of laws, to be kept simple and not interpreted. As political devices he relied mainly upon universal suffrage and the limitation of terms of office to a single year. Not the least interesting part of the plan was his project for reducing the national church to an institution for popular education. Apparently the supernatural had little part in his conception of religion. The clergy, who at present make sermons to please the sickly minds of ignorant peoples, to preserve their own riches and esteem among a charmed, befooled, and besotted people, are to become schoolmasters, giving instruction on each seventh day in public affairs, history, and the arts and sciences. To know the secrets of nature is to know the works of God. What is usually called divinity is the doctrine of a weak and sickly spirit. This divining spiritual doctrine is achieved. Not the least important part of education is training in the useful trades and crafts. While men are gazing up to heaven, imagining after a happiness, or fearing a hell after they are dead, their eyes are put out, that they see not what is their birthrights. 17. Winstanley's communism stood quite by itself in the political philosophy of the 17th century. It spoke with the authentic voice of proletarian utopianism, giving expression to the first stirring of political aspiration in the inarticulate masses and setting tip the well-being of the common man as the goal of a just society. Utopian though it was in its purposes, it rested upon a clear insight into the inevitable dependence of political liberty and equality upon the control of economic causes. Only in Harrington can there be found in the 17th century a more definite idea of the dependence of politics upon the distribution of wealth. No. Where is there a clearer perception of the incompatibility of economic exploitation with democratic ideals? Winstanley's communism grew directly from his religious experience, but his religion was so free from dogmatism and clericalism that his political and social thought was often quite secular. His ethics, unlike that which attached to Calvinism, made brotherly love rather than individual self-sufficiency the central principle of democracy. Chapter XXV. The Republicans, Harrington, Milton, and Sidney. The issue of republican as against monarchical government does not appear to have played an important part at any stage of the Puritan Revolution. The officers of Cromwell's army were prepared in 1648 to release the king and restore his power, with proper safeguards, after an interval in which the results of the revolution could be secured. Yet these same officers a few months later were driven to the execution of Charles not by republican principles but by the conviction that no settlement with him could be made permanent. The Levellers, though some of them were convinced republicans, seem not to have regarded the abolition of the monarchy as a chief end. Anti-monarchical principles were therefore of slight practical importance. It is true, however, that there was a small volume of definitely republican theory, though this was somewhat heterogeneous in its nature, perhaps because it never had to organize itself to produce results. John Miltion and Algernon Sidney defended republicanism on the abstract ground that it was implied by natural law and the sovereign power of the people. James Harrington, though the creator of a utopia, laid aside more completely than any other writer the familiar legalist argumentation and defended republicanism as a consequence of social and economic evolution. While Harrington was wrong in believing that monarchy had become impossible, he was right about the shifting of economic power which any English government had to take into account. Harrington was a political thinker of quite unusual power and independence, the only observer of the Puritan Revolution who had any philosophical grasp of the social causes behind it. Though a convinced and outspoken Republican, he was by birth and association an aristocrat, an intimate friend who attended King Charles even to the scaffold. He was an admirer of Hobbes, whom he 496 called the best writer at this day in the world, but his political thought was in method the very antithesis of Hobbes's. What he admired in Hobbes was his belief in universal causation and his attempt to understand scientifically the springs of human conduct. But he must have felt that Hobbes failed to live up to the light that was in him. For his theory of the social contract abandoned causes for a legal analogy, and his theory of sovereign power failed to analyze the social causes which alone give any government real power. It was this analysis which Harrington undertook to supply, and in so doing he proved himself to be a political philosopher of first-rate originality, not the equal of Hobbes in the bold sweep of his reasoning but much his superior in the grasp of political realities. In form Harrington's Oceana, published in London in 1656,1 belongs to the class of political utopias. It described the formation of a new government for the fictitious Commonwealth of Oceania. This government was pictured with a good deal of fanciful detail, yet there was comparatively little in Harrington's thought that was intrinsically utopian. Oceania was obviously England, and there is never any doubt about the real persons or historical events to which he referred. The book was addressed to Oliver Cromwell and was intended as a tract for the times, the elaborate and rather tiresome fiction being perhaps a means of forestalling the censorship. There was nothing imaginative about Harrington's method of political theorizing. He was an ardent admirer of Machiavelli, whom he regarded as the only modern political writer approaching the heights of ancient statesmanship. Like Machiavelli and Bodin, he used a method that was mainly historical and comparative. Every feature of the fictitious government of Oceania was copied from, and defended by reference to, ancient or existing governments, particularly the Jews, Rome, Sparta, and Venice. The study of history and the observation and comparison of existing governments are asserted to be the only means by which one can learn the craft of the statesman. The economic basis of republicanism. Harrington stood alone among the political writers of his time in seeing that government is determined both in its structure and in its working by underlying social and economic forces. In an age when the rancor of parties and sects was intense and when each party explained civil disorder by the stupidity or wickedness of its opponents, Harrington almost achieved scientific detachment, though he was intensely in earnest in offering his imaginary government as a plan for political construction. The underlying thought in Harrington's theory is that the form of government which is permanently possible in a country depends upon the distribution of property, especially property in land. Whatever class owns a preponderating balance of the land, say 3 parts in 4, must by sheer economic necessity command the power to control government. In place of enlarging upon the vices of royalists or parliamentarians, therefore, Harrington offered an economic historical theory of the civil wars which, so far as it went, was perfectly sound. The explanation, he believed, must be sought far back in the social history of Tudor England. The causes of the demand for popular government began with the destruction of the English nobility in the Wars of the Roses and the consistent policy followed by Henry VII of dividing large estates among relatively small owners and thus of increasing the yeomanry at the expense of the nobility. The second great step in the same direction was the breaking up of the monasteries by Henry VIII, a policy which dispossessed the greatest of English landlords, the Church, and put in its place a multitude of small owners. The result in both cases was to distribute wealth among a numerous class of landowners from whom the demand for popular rights was certain sooner or later to arise. With admirable irony, Harrington described the political tactics of Elizabeth as converting her reign through the perpetual love tricks that passed between her and her people into a kind of romance. But political play-acting could only put off the day when the realities of popular ownership would have to be recognized. When a prince, as stiff in disputes as the nerve of monarchy was grown slack, received that unhappy encouragement from his clergy, which b. 498. Came his utter ruin, while trusting more unto their logic, than the rough philosophy of Liss Parliament, it came unto an irreparable breach. Point 2. This theory Harrington derived partly from Aristotle's view that revolutions are caused chiefly by inequalities of property, and partly from Machiavelli's belief that a powerful nobility is inconsistent with popular government. The latter, he remarked, had failed to note the economic reason for his observation, but when Machiavelli is supplemented by Aristotle, the clue to a correct theory is found. The number of landowners is fundamental. If a large balance of land is held by the nobility, the commoners must be dependent upon them economically and therefore politically. If the land passes into the hands of many commoners, the power of the nobility must be correspondingly curtailed. By this theory Harrington meant also to correct and supplement Hobbes. He went straight to the heart of the latter's superficial explanation of government as mere power resting upon a covenant. As Hobbes said of the law, that without this sword it is but paper, so he might have thought of this sword, that without an hand it is but cold iron. The hand which holdeth this sword is the militia of a nation. But an army is a beast that hath a great belly and must be fed, wherefore this will come unto what pastures you have, and what pastures you have will come unto the balance of propriety, without which the public sword is but a name or a mere spitfrog. Point 3. Power in the legal sense is no self-explanatory term, it presumes social force, and this in turn presumes a control of the means of subsistence. The issue between Hobbes and Harrington was that between a legal logician and a social economist. For Harrington, then, the outcome of the civil wars was a foregone conclusion. It was a question not of abstract right and wrong but of social causes. Control of the land had passed into the hands of the middle class, and with it the sources of political power. Temporarily the Tudor monarchy might exercise great power, pending the time when the new class became, so to speak, politically self-conscious, but sooner or later government must conform to the distribution of property. It was upon this ground that Harrington was a Republican. He had no theoretical objection to monarchy, though he believed a commonwealth to be superior. The course of England, into a commonwealth, is both certain and natural. The ways of nature require peace, the ways of peace require obedience to the laws. Laws in England cannot be made but by parliaments. Parliaments in England are come to be mere popular assemblies. The laws made by popular assemblies, though for a time they may be odd, or deceived, in the end, must be popular laws, and the sum of popular laws must amount to a commonwealth. Point 4. This sentence was published within a year of the restoration of the monarchy and therefore offered a handle to gibing critics, but few sentences written in the 17th century went deeper into the fundamental facts of the change that had taken place in England. For better or worse the landed gentry were in the saddle, and no permanent settlement could fail to take account of that fact. In Harrington's judgment, the property which really counts in a political settlement is land. Undoubtedly he exaggerated the political weight of land ownership and correspondingly underestimated the influence of manufacture, trade, and finance. He admitted that, in a very small state composed of merchants, such as Florence, money may outweigh land, but he believed this to be impossible in a country the size of England. In this he was right so far as his own time was concerned. But he had the point of view of a landowning class, and so failed to see the importance that trade was assuming even in the England that he could observe. Thus his judgment that England would outstrip Holland commercially, which was right as to the fact, was based upon the belief that she would do so because of her ability to produce her own raw materials, which was certainly wrong in the event. Upon his theory of the balance of land ownership, Harrington proceeded to make his own classification of the forms of government. He used here the traditional threefold classification into monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, with the three corresponding perversions derived from Aristotle, but his revision was so original that it completely made over the tradition. His threefold classification consists of absolute monarchy, mixed or feudal monarchy, and the Commonwealth, each depending on typical forms of land tenure. If the king can keep the control of the land in his own hands, letting it out to a large number of small tenants underscore 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 who can be forced to give military services to the king, the result is absolute monarchy, a government of the military type exemplified by Rome in the days of the imperial despots and by the Turkish Empire. When the land passes into the hands of a relatively small number of nobles, who control large bodies of their own retainers, a mixed monarchy results. This is inevitably a weak form of monarchy, because the king is dependent upon his great vassals, who tend to be rebellious, though their mutual rivalry prevents them from destroying the kingship outright. Finally, if the great feudal estates are broken up and the nobility are unable to support great troops of retainers, the foundation is laid for a commonwealth or popular form of government. By means of this theory, Harrington was able to sweep away entirely the vague notion of the corruption of a people which had bulked large in Machiavelli's thought and which was inherent in the old theory of a cycle of constitutions. The so-called corruption which turns a commonwealth into a monarchy is merely a change in the control of land. The corruption of one government is the generation of another. If there is moral change at the same time, this too results from a change in the ownership of property. Harrington's classification leaves room for what may be called perverted forms of government, but these are merely cases in which, for some temporary reason, a government exists which does not accord with the balance of property. In this sense, the monarchy of Elizabeth was a perversion. There are also cases in which the balance of power is not decisive. If the land were about equally divided between nobility and commoners, stable government would be impossible unless one class could eat out the other. The plan offered a flexible, and comparatively a realistic, means of classifying governments. The empire of law. Harrington, however, was not an economic materialist. Property is itself a legal institution, and hence it is possible by law, not indeed to change radically the distribution of property, but to perpetuate a distribution favorable to a desired form of government. He attributed politics to two principles. The one is force, depending upon the distribution of property and limiting the possibilities of stable government but still leaving 501 some room for choice. The second principle is authority, which depends, as he says, upon the goods of the mind, such as wisdom, courage, and prudence. Wisdom or reason in an individual looks to the interest of the individual, and similarly wisdom in a commonwealth looks to the good of the whole body. Harrington would perhaps have been more consistent if he had treated authority or prudence as strictly relative to the form of government in which it must work, but he was influenced at this point by his very sincere republicanism. Broadly speaking, he made the distinction between force and authority parallel to that between ancient prudence, or the art of governing by law for the common good, and modern prudence, or the art of exploiting the community in the interest of an individual or a class. Among modern writers, he believed ancient prudence to be represented by Machiavelli and modern prudence by Hobbes. Since modern prudence begins with the decay of the Roman Republic, the contrast corresponds substantially to that between monarchy, whether absolute or mixed, and the Commonwealth. Harrington shared the enthusiasm of the Renaissance for antiquity. His Commonwealth was intended to approach as closely as possible to such ancient models as Athens, Sparta, Rome, and the Jewish state, all of which he considered to be popular governments within his meaning of the term. The distinguishing mark of a commonwealth is that it is an empire of laws and not of men. Hobbes, Harrington says, was guilty of mere confusion when he argued that, since all governments subject men to some control, the liberty of the subject is equal under every system of law. Harrington's distinction here is practically the same as that drawn by Aristotle between tyranny, which is personal and arbitrary, and constitutional government, which is according to law, in the public interest, and with the participation and consent of its subjects. All forms of government, including the Commonwealth, require the coincidence of power with authority. No amount of wisdom can keep a government going smoothly unless political power and economic power fall together, but it is equally true that government does not flow spontaneously from a given economic arrangement. Like Aristotle and Machiavelli, Harrington assumed that politics is an art. But the Commonwealth, properly organized, is more truly a gov.502. Ernment of laws than monarchy and is also more stable. For absolute monarchy is essentially a government of men and feudal monarchy is a theater for the rivalry of king and the nobility. The Commonwealth alone permits liberty under law and gives adequate scope for true statesmanship and public spirit. Harrington believed that men are intrinsically sociable and not selfish, but he was willing to put as little strain as possible upon unselfishness. True statecraft aims to make self-interest and public interest agree, and popular government most readily does this. Such a state Harrington called an equal commonwealth. In this form of government those who have any interest in being seditious lack the power, and those who have the power lack the interest. Such a government ought to be permanent, so far as internal causes of decay are concerned. The remainder of Harrington's political philosophy was devoted to an analysis of the means by which this end could be achieved. Logically, the cornerstone of the system must be the prevention of serious changes in the distribution of land, or in the case of a commonwealth, the prevention of its being concentrated in a few hands. Hence the importance attached by Harrington to his agrarian law, which amounted merely to a rule requiring the division of large estates among several heirs in parts having not more than £2,000 annual income. The law by which an estate was entailed upon the eldest male heir appeared to him both to endanger political equality and to violate every principle of justice. I marvel much how it comes to pass, that we should use our children, as we do our puppies, take one, lay it in the lap, feed it with every good bit, and drown five. However, he aimed not at the abstract injustice but at the social danger. Under the agrarian law which he proposed, if only one heir exists he may take the whole estate whatever its size, and if the estate is below the maximum it may be devised to a single heir. It is only the large estate to which there are several male heirs that must be divided. Harrington was not concerned to extend the popular ownership of land in England but to keep the status quo. Underscore 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 we do not now argue for that which we would have, but for that which we are already possessed of. 6. He estimated that 5,000 owners were enough to make England safely a commonwealth. It is difficult to say how broadly based Harrington's popular government was intended to be. Citizenship he restricted to such as live of their own, which excluded servants and wage earners, and yet the figures which he used in his outline of government apparently assumed something like 500,000 citizens above the age of 30. Accordingly, if he had any accurate conception of the population of England in his time, the excluded classes would have been negligibly small. At all events, it was no part of his plan to limit political rights to landowners. His property qualification for the Senate was low and he defended the payment of members in order to open it to poor men. On the other hand, he took for granted an aristocratic leadership for the Commonwealth. If any man have founded a Commonwealth, he was first a gentleman. 7. So long as the gentry are too numerous to form a nobility, they are not a threat to a Commonwealth but its very lifeblood. The choice of magistrates by election commended itself to Harrington because he supposed that it would draw upon the natural aristocracy of ability which belongs mainly to the gentry. He scouted the idea that popular government would be used as a means of leveling economic differences. The structure of the Commonwealth. When the foundation of a Commonwealth has been laid in an agrarian law, there are three devices of statecraft for keeping government responsive to the popular will. The first is rotation in office, which Harrington compares to the circulation of the blood. Magistrates ought to be elected to office for short terms, usually a year, and ought to be ineligible to immediate re-election. Second, to secure a free choice by electors, election ought to be by ballot. Harrington devoted much space to elaborating a plan for secret voting, following devices which he says he had seen used in Venice. Third, in constructing a free government he thought it essential to secure a separation of powers. Harrington's division of political underscore 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 powers, however, did not correspond precisely to that later made familiar by Montesquieu but followed a line suggested by his study of the city-state. The deliberative or policy-forming function he regarded as necessarily aristocratic, in the sense that it must be performed by a few persons who have experience and expert knowledge. The acceptance or rejection of a proposed policy he regarded as a popular function which ought to be performed by a large body elected for that purpose and having no power to deliberate. Rather curiously, in view of English experience just prior to the Civil Wars, he had nothing to say about the independence of the judiciary. An agrarian law, rotation in office, the ballot, and the separation of powers are the structural principles of what Harrington called an equal commonwealth, in which he believed that the interest and the power for sedition could never be united. He defined it as follows. An equal commonwealth is a government established upon an equal agrarian, arising into the superstructure or three orders, the Senate debating and proposing, the people resolving, and the magistracy executing by an equal rotation through the suffrage of the people given by the ballot. 8. Not content with principles, however, he proceeded to work out a constitution for Great Britain, giving his principles detailed application. This elaboration was chiefly responsible for his reputation as a utopian. He took a childish pleasure in drawing the details of the picture, even down to the dates and hours when his assemblies should meet and the clothes which his officials should wear. In fact, these fanciful details had little to do with the principles of his philosophy. The doctrinaire part of his thought was his faith in the efficacy of political machinery, and in this respect he did not differ much from his contemporaries. It is strange that a man who saw as far as he did into the economic causes of political power should still have placed so much reliance upon apparatus. Harrington's constitution begins by dividing the whole people into freemen, who are citizens, and servants. The citizens are then divided on the basis of age into the active military class, who are under 30, and the elders, who form a military reserve and also the civil orb of the Commonwealth. They are further divided according to wealth into cavalry and infantry, corresponding roughly to gentry and common people. The plan of government is an elaborate scheme of indirect representation. The smallest local unit is the parish, in which all the elders elect 1/5 of their number to be deputies to the next larger unit, a group of parishes totaling about 100 deputies. 20 hundreds combine to form a tribe. The parishes, the hundreds, and the tribes all elect their local magistrates, and in addition each tribe elects 2 knights each year to the Senate and 7 representatives, 3 knights and 4 commoners, to the prerogative tribe, which functions as the people in enacting legislation. The terms are 3 years, and since there are 50 tribes, the Senate consists of 300 members, 100 retiring each year, and the people of 350 retiring each year. The Senate elects the chief magistrates and also 4 councils on state, war, religion, and trade in which business mainly originates. In accordance with the division of powers, the function of the Senate is debate. After it has formulated legislation or policy, its proposals are printed and transmitted to the people or prerogative tribe, which decides, either by enacting or rejecting or returning the measure to the council for further consideration, but cannot itself debate or amend. Implicit in Harrington's scheme of government but not clearly stated were the constitutional ideas, already familiar in the 17th century, of a written instrument of government, an extraordinary legislative body for constitution making, and the distinction between statutory and constitutional law. Writing in 1656, he necessarily addressed his plan to Cromwell, whom he clothed in the glamour of a mythical lawgiver. What he wished Cromwell to do was to set up a council of statesmen and scholars to formulate a new government, everyone being free to carry their proposals to the council. Once formulated, the constitution was to be promulgated by articles each dealing with some important element of the structure. Harrington nowhere discussed the amendment of this constitution, but it seems clear that he meant to distinguish between its provisions and ordinary acts of the legislature. 506. In dealing with the thorny problem of religious freedom, Harrington tried to effect a compromise between Congregationalism and a national church. Some form of national religious establishment he believed to be necessary, both to provide decent stipends for the clergy and to maintain forms of worship in accord with the national conscience. He was opposed, however, to any form of coercion, which he regarded as the cause of that execrable custom, never known in the world before, of fighting for religion and denying the magistrate to have any jurisdiction of it. 9. Hence he believed that each congregation might be left free to choose its own clergyman, and that other forms of worship besides those established by law might be permitted, except in the case of Jews and Catholics. He desired also a national system of schools, supported at public expense and free to indigent students, at which attendance should be compulsory between the ages of 9 and 15. Despite the fanciful form of Harrington's republic, he combined in it a surprising number of the devices that later came to be thought typical of liberal government. The written constitution, the election of magistrates, the use of the ballot, short terms and rotation, the separation of powers, guarantees of religious freedom, and popular education at public expense are illustrations of the point. Yet Harrington was emphatically not a Democrat either in purpose or theory. The leadership of the Commonwealth he believed to be safely in the hands of the landed gentry, and the superiority of this class, both in power and capacity, he treated as axiomatic. His theory of economic causation excluded a democratic ideal such as that of the levelers, which presumed a separation of political rights from the rights of property. Harrington's political ideal was the ancient republic under aristocratic auspices, and in this respect he agreed with all republicans of his time. He stood alone, however, in emphasizing the dependence of forms of government on the distribution of wealth, and his explanation of the origin of the civil wars was probably the most realistic piece of social theorizing that was produced. Harrington was right in believing that the rise to power of the landed gentry was the fundamental social fact of the age, but a better understanding of English trade might have suggested to him that the equalizing of land holdings was no adequate means of perpetuating their power. The extension of trade was quite incompatible with anything like economic equality. Had he seen this, he would have been logically obliged either to look for more drastic kinds of political control over wealth or to alter his whole conception of popular government. John Milton. The republicanism of John Milton and Algernon Sidney was less original and less important than that of Harrington. The connecting link between the three men was their admiration for antiquity and their idealization of the aristocratic republic. Milton and Sidney had no such knowledge of political history and comparative institutions as Harrington, and no such grasp of the social causes of political change. With them, republicanism was a moral ideal based on the abstract ground of natural right and justice. Neither made any significant addition to political ideas generally familiar in the 17th century. Milton's tracts are chiefly memorable for the magnificence of the literary form in which he clothed ideas already known to everyone, and for the eloquence in which he embodied a noble political ideal. Sidney's rather rambling and ill-constructed book would perhaps hardly have been noticed, had it not been written in a peculiarly lean period of English political thought, and had it not become the occasion of one of Geoffrey's most celebrated judicial atrocities. Of all Milton's tracts the most memorable is the Areopagitica, 1644, his defense of freedom of publication. Though it apparently received little notice when it was written, it has become, together with John Stuart Mill's essay on liberty, the classic argument for free speech in the English language. Milton stated once for all the faith of intellectual liberalism, that truth will prevail over error when both may be freely tested by investigation and discussion. And though all the winds of doctrine were let loose to play upon the earth, so truth be in the field, we do injuriously by licensing and prohibiting to misdoubt her strength. Let her and falsehood grapple, whoever knew truth put to the worse, in a free and open encounter. For who knows not that truth is strong next to the Almighty, she needs no policies, nor stratagems, nor licensings to make her victorious, those are the shifts and defenses that error uses against her power. 11. Hence Milton could do what few men of his age could do, he could look with equanimity on the multiplication of sects and parties as experiments in the search for new truth and new freedom. His defense of religious toleration was limited by the prejudices of his age and his party. It did not extend to Roman Catholics, partly because he thought them idolaters and partly because he thought them incapable of loyalty to any ruler save the Pope. But even with this limitation, the Areopagitica is the finest argument ever written against the stupidities and futilities of censorship. Milton's fame as a publicist came mainly after his appointment in 1649 to the secretaryship of the Council of State for the Commonwealth. Already in his tenure of kings and magistrates he had defended the execution of Charles, especially against the Presbyterians, who had begun to repent the lengths to which the Revolution had gone. This was followed in 1649 by the Iconoclasts and in 1651 by the Defensio pro Populo Anglicano, written in reply to Salmasius of Leyden, who had been employed by the Royalists to write a defense of the king. These works contain an outspoken defense of the death penalty for a tyrannous king, proved from natural law, from scripture, and from the law of England. He presented his case so powerfully that the Defensio was compared with Cromwell's army as a bulwark of the Commonwealth. No writer was better qualified to express the enthusiastic idealism of the Revolution. And here I cannot but congratulate myself upon our ancestors, who founded the state with no less prudence and liberty than did the most excellent of the ancient Romans or Grecians, and they likewise, if they have any knowledge of our affairs, cannot but congratulate themselves upon their posterity, who, when almost reduced to slavery, yet with such wisdom and courage reclaimed that state, so wisely founded upon so much liberty, from a king's outrageous despotism. 12. Milton's argument in substance does nothing more than assert the ancient principle that resistance to a tyrant is a natural right. Underscore 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 underscore. In the tenure he argued that men are born free and set up governments for the sake of mutual defense. Public authority takes the place of each man's right to protect himself, and the law is set up to limit and control public authority. The magistrate's power is derived from the people for the public good, and hence the right to protect the common good against a tyrant must always reside in the people. The power of kings and magistrates is nothing else, but what is only derivative, transferred and committed to them in trust from the people, to the common good of them all, in whom the power yet remains fundamentally, and cannot be taken from them, without a violation of their natural birthright. 13. The king has no infeasible right but may be deposed as often as the people see fit. It is perfectly lawful to kill a tyrant, whether a usurper or a legitimate ruler. The argument is supported by the usual citations to the Protestant reformers, especially Knox and Buchanan. In respect to the religious question, Milton's views were those of the most advanced independence. 14. Constrained in matters of belief and the support of the clergy from public revenues he regarded as the chief causes of religious corruption. He not only accepted the Protestant principle that Scripture is the rule of faith, but he gave it the broadest interpretation: every man must interpret Scripture for himself. No man can know that he is perfectly right, and hence neither a magistrate nor a church should enforce belief in a particular interpretation. Individual conscience is the court of last resort, and no sincere believer is a heretic. The church is concerned only with the spiritual man, who cannot be enlightened by force, while the state is concerned only with outward acts. The two institutions are distinct in nature and purpose, and therefore ought to be severed. Nothing but corruption follows if the clergy look to government for their support and not to the voluntary contributions of those who profit by their teaching. Church and state are therefore two distinct societies, with no community of membership or purpose. Such a underscore 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 separation, operating equally in both directions, was quite different both in theory and practice from that for which Hooker had criticized Presbyterians and Catholics. Miltion's conclusion was practically the same as that to which independency had brought Roger Williams some 20 years before in his controversy with the theocracy in Massachusetts. On the eve of the Restoration it was far from realizable in England. Behind Miltion's republicanism lay a vague Platonic principle that the real justification of authority is moral and intellectual superiority. Nature appoints that wise men should govern fools. Hereditary power is therefore unnatural. In his last political pamphlet, The Ready and Easy Way to Establish a Free Commonwealth, published in 1660 immediately before the Restoration, he even expressed a doubt whether Jesus himself had not put the brand of Gentilism upon kingship. This tract was a last despairing cry against monarchy, written when Milton must have known that the Restoration was inevitable. In it he faces the wreck of all the noble aspirations for which he had believed the Revolution stood. That a nation should be so valorous and courageous to win their liberty in the field, and when they have won it, should be so heartless and unwise in their counsels, as not to know how to use it, value it, what to do with it, or with themselves, but after 10 or 12 years' prosperous war and contestation with tyranny, basely and besottedly to run their necks again into the yoke which they have broken, will be an ignominy if it befall us, that never yet befell any nation possessed of their liberty. 15. Yet nothing illustrates so well as this pamphlet Milton's chief effort in constructive politics the failure of his ideals to articulate with reality. His ready and easy way was in fact a fantastic impossibility. All he had to propose was that the people should lay aside their prejudices and selfish interests and elect the best men of the nation to a perpetual council in which the members shall hold office for life. The pamphlet is a curious mixture of doctrinaire faith in the best men and of distrust for the electorate which must choose any council, permanent or periodic. Milton merely assumed that the one election which he desired would work well but that all others, which he did not desire, would work badly. With a real passion for individual liberty he united contempt for the intelligence and goodwill of men in the mass. A native fastidiousness of mind made him instinctively an aristocrat, and he despised parliaments as much as he despised kings. He wholly failed to see that individual liberty is an impracticable ideal if men are unfit to be trusted with a voice in government. Like all who idealize the early stages of a revolution as a new birth of civilization, he was ill prepared to face the realities of its last stage. Filmer and Sidney. Algernon Sidney's republicanism was in all important respects like that of Milton. With the Restoration in 1660 the active discussion of politics in England died down, after producing in the preceding 2 decades 2 great classics, the Leviathan of Hobbes and the Oceana of Harrington, besides a host of controversial tracts covering every phase of political philosophy and constitutional theory. It was not until the approaching death of Charles II made imminent a Catholic succession that the old issue of hereditary right against the right of Parliament reappeared. James's hereditary claim was sound and quite in accord with royalist principles, but his succession without proper safeguards for Protestantism filled most Englishmen with apprehension. When the issue began to be apparent, the royalists put forward the strangely antiquated figure of Sir Robert Filmer, who had died in 1653 after writing a number of royalist pamphlets almost unnoticed at the time. A volume of these was reprinted in 1679, and the next year his best-known work, Patriarchat or the Natural Power of Kings, was printed for the first time. This work has enjoyed a posthumous fame because it was refuted in detail by Sidney and Locke. Sidney's Discourses Concerning Government was written between 1680 and 1683 but was not published until 1698, a belated act of piety like Parliament's repeal of his Ada Inder in 1689. Sidney was executed in 1683 for complicity in the Rye House plot, his papers, including the discourses, being used against him. The indictment cited sentences saying that the king is subject to law, is responsible to the people, and may be deposed, as a false, seditious, and traitorous libel. Certainly nothing in Filmer's Patriarcha was so significant as the fact that it was first published in 1680. That the case for 512 infeasible hereditary right had to be presented in a book that had lain forgotten in manuscript for nearly 30 years, and a book so easily made to appear absurd, shows how little vitality the issue had. In truth, Filmer's book was an anachronism even when it was written. It was a polemic against the two enemies of royal power, the Jesuits and the Calvinists, by whom monarchy hath been crucified between two thieves, the Pope and the people, and it attempted to restate the two royalist principles, divine right and the duty of passive obedience. But Filmer adopted the dangerous tactics of carrying the war into the enemy's country. Instead of relying on scriptural authority, he tried to prove that the king's power is natural, and to do this he derived it from the natural authority of parents. In short, Adam was the first king and present kings are, or are to be reputed, next heir to him. The feebleness of this are to be reputed was lost on none of Filmer's critics. Since there can be by primogeniture only one present heir to Adam, and since no one knows who he is, the conclusion ought to be that every king's power is unlawful. The tiresome persistence with which Sidney and Locke follow this obvious argument merely shows that an absurd conclusion is a godsend which no controversialist has the heart to overlook. It is mere justice to Filmer, however, to say that, had he not been whipping a dead horse, his critics would not have had all the advantage on their side. They were committed to the theory that political power resides in the people and that governments arise only by their consent. Filmer easily showed that these statements, if supposed to be literally true, are as absurd as any ever uttered. For who are the people? If they are the whole population, when did they enter into a contract, and how can they consent to anything? And if consent be taken literally, how can there be any limits to faction? In these arguments, curiously enough, Filmer borrowed a good deal from Hobbes, whom he esteemed highly. The people, he insisted, are a headless multitude, so many units of population, while conceptions like representation, election, and majority rule are meaningless except in a legal community. To form a community there must be a sovereign. Had Filmer not discredited himself with his absurd argument about the royal power of Adam, he might have been a rather formidable critic. He had quite as good a grasp. 513. Of English constitutional history as Sidney or Locke. 16. And like most men who are known only by what their critics say of them, he was by no means so foolish as he has been made to appear. Apparently Sidney never intended to publish the discourses, and despite the esteem in which it was later held, for example by Thomas Jefferson, it is not in fact an effective book. It follows Filmer, expanding every objection into a short discourse until all sense of direction is lost. It might have made an effective pamphlet of a tenth its size. There is not an original idea in it. The argument against Filmer merely recited the familiar propositions: all peoples have a natural right to govern themselves, they can choose their rulers as they see fit, government derives its power from the people, it exists for their safety and well-being and may be held accountable for these ends. In England, Sidney held, Parliament and people have the power of making kings, but he also believed that the power of Parliament is delegated and may be revoked in some unspecified way. According to Bishop Burnet, Sidney was stiff to all republican principles, and presumably he was so in the days of the Commonwealth, but there is nothing in the discourses really incompatible with constitutional monarchy. Certainly he believed that elected representatives were less likely to be corrupt than the favorites of a prince. Like Milton, whom he greatly resembled, he admired the aristocratic republic and imagined that election is a way of selecting the best men to govern. Like Milton also he idealized the Commonwealth and looked back to it as an age of noble achievement in which for a moment English liberty reached a height equal to the great days of Greece and Rome. Perhaps in 1680, after 20 years of the Stuart Restoration, Sidney had an excuse which Milton lacked in 1660 for seeing Cromwell's thinly veiled dictatorship through a rosy mist. He was most effective when he loosed his righteous indignation on the systematized bribery and disreputable intrigues which, as a Republican, he believed the monarchy had brought from France since His Majesty's happy restoration. Let men examine, he says, underscore 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 16. See his freeholders' grand inquest touching our sovereign lord the king and his parliament. 514. Whether bawds, whores, thieves, buffoons, parasites, and such vile wretches as are naturally mercenary, have not more power at Whitehall, Versailles, the Vatican, and the Escurial, than in Venice, Amsterdam, and Switzerland, whether Hyde, Arlington, Danby, their graces of Cleveland and Portsmouth, Sunderland, Jenkins, or Chaffinch, could probably have attained such power as they have had amongst us, if it had been disposed of by the suffrages of the Parliament and people. 17. The importance of English republicanism in the 17th century is not easy to sum up. On one side it was hopelessly doctrinaire, since the abolition of the monarchy was never a real issue, was temporarily forced only by circumstances, and by its association with Cromwell's dictatorship was soon discredited. In Milton and Sidney it reflected mainly a mood of enthusiastic idealism but without the rugged force possessed by the abstractly similar philosophy of the Levellers. Republicanism in the 17th century was essentially an aristocratic doctrine and not at all a general proclamation of the rights of man such as the political program of the Levellers suggested. For Milton and Sidney the people was still a community led by a natural elite, not at all a mass of equal individuals endowed with innate rights. It is true that the actual settlement of the revolution, by placing the country gentry in a position of power, was far more aristocratic than democratic, but this settlement was in no way related to republicanism. The gentry made their peace easily enough with the monarchy after the latter became dependent on Parliament. For this reason republicanism as such was never a live issue. Harrington's economic analysis was not doctrinaire but it had no close logical relation to his republicanism. Had he not happened to write during the Commonwealth, he could easily have adapted it to a constitutional monarchy. Chapter XXVI. Halifax and Locke. The final act in the drama of English politics in the 17th century came with climactic suddenness in the bloodless revolution of 1688. The ill-judged efforts of James II to foster Catholicism touched Protestant opinion in England as the stupidities and degradation of Restoration government had not, for this question was settled. The bulk of Englishmen were unchangeably Protestant and after a brief experience with James were ready to decide that Protestant supremacy was essential. The speed and ease with which the glorious revolution was accomplished, though helped along by the incomparable fatuity of James, showed that more than Protestantism was settled. It laid the ghost of republicanism, if indeed that ghost was still able to walk, for no one worth mentioning wished to try again the sad experiment of the Commonwealth. England was to be a monarchy, but a monarchy controlled by Parliament upon lines fixed by the results of the civil wars. After the settlement of the succession in William and Mary there could never again be a doubt that the crown was in the keeping of Parliament, if it chose to exert itself. English government thus settled into the form which it kept for upwards of 100 years, and without the reforms of representation which seemed inevitable in 1650. It was, indeed, a crass form of class government, which in the course of the 18th century developed some of the worst abuses of class government, but still it was after its fashion representative, and in comparison with any other European government it might be called liberal. The principles of this settlement were summed up by the two most enlightened Englishmen of their generation, the statesman George Savile, 1st Marquis of Halifax, and the philosopher John Locke. Though the threat of a Catholic dynasty probably occasioned the revolution, the settlement closed a chapter in the relations of religion and politics. Never again would the two be united as 517. They had been since the Protestant Reformation. The Toleration Act was the only practicable basis for permanent peace between the churches, and though the Test Act survived to become a curiosity of English legislation, the injustice to Catholics and dissenters was far different from persecution. Nothing is clearer in the political thought of Halifax and Locke than the recession of doctrinal and ecclesiastical questions from the position of dominant interest which they had held. Locke as a young man had hoped for a policy of comprehension in the English Church itself, and when this hope was defeated he turned to a theory of almost universal toleration and of practical separation between Church and State. Something not too remote from this was achieved in England by the Revolution, and more it became the accepted solution everywhere of this ancient problem. The whole intellectual temper of both Locke and Halifax was secular to a degree that would have been practically impossible 50 years before. The contrast even with Hobbes was striking. Though he had been perhaps as nearly non-religious as any man that ever lived, he had devoted half of Leviathan to the problem of imperium and sacerdotium. Locke, whose personal life was a distillation of the best qualities of Puritanism, was able to pass the whole question over except as it affected his argument for toleration. Both Halifax and Locke belonged in this respect to the 18th rather than the 17th century. They could meet theological dispute with the deadliest weapon, indifference. Personally religious and ethically Christian, Locke was profoundly reasonable and anti-dogmatic. The same qualities of mind are discernible in the political theories of both Halifax and Locke. In both, common sense counts for more than logic. Both were cautious and willing to remain conservative where circumstances permitted. Both were in a marked degree pragmatic and compromising, not inclined to argue over much with what they took to be accomplished fact but inclined rather to accept and make the best of it. Halifax perhaps came nearer than any man in the 17th century to making this frame of mind a working political hypothesis. No man had a greater distrust of large generalizations or a prettier wit for pricking bubbles. With characteristic irony and perhaps with nine shade of gentlemanly indifference to careful thinking, he led him. 518. Self off the hard task of making a positive theory, he was enlightened and penetrating in the highest degree, but he was essentially an empiric and a skeptic. To a philosopher like Locke this easygoing distrust of generalization was not possible. He too was an empiricist but with a large residue of philosophic rationalism and a firm belief in self-evident principles of right and wrong. Unfortunately, common sense is a poor organ for synthesizing really opposed philosophical positions. The result in Locke was a series of compromises which always left the first principles unclear. It is true that his compromises satisfied nearly everyone for upwards of a half-century and that by common sense he grasped firmly the fundamental ethical ideal of the English settlement, that of individual rights. Yet his compromises went far to conceal the insufficiencies both of the ideal itself and of its realization in 18th century England. As a consequence, later political thought was related to Locke in a highly complex fashion. Halifax. What chiefly impressed Halifax's one inquiring and skeptical mind is the fact that there are few if any general principles that hold good of government. It is, as he says, a coarse thing, made up mostly of expedients and compromises, with hardly a proposition in it that is not deceitful. A loud profession of principles is usually a pretense to cloak the pursuit of private or partisan advantage. What men choose to call fundamentals, he says, is a nail everybody would use to fix that which is good for them, for all men would have that principle to be immovable that serves their use at the time. Point 2. Fundamental is a word used by the laity, as the word sacred is by the clergy, to fix everything to themselves they have a mind to keep, that nobody else may touch it. Point 3. Nothing is more certain than that every human institution will change and the so-called fundamentals of government with them. The divine right of kings, the infeasible rights of property or persons, and laws which may not be repealed or modified are all attempts to bind the future, they neither can nor ought to be effective. Laws and constitutions, he says, are made not once but 100 times. In themselves they can do little and in the end they mean just what those who interpret and administer and enforce them intend them to mean. The common law, he says, with evident reference to Coke, hovers in the clouds, except as it is set in motion by a court or an executive, and then it becomes whatever the execution of the court's judgment makes of it. In the last resort, law and government depend upon the intelligence and goodwill of the persons who conduct them. Abstractions count for something, but concrete interests and forces for much. Government as Halifax envisaged it was mainly the business of a ruling class, but of an intelligent and public-spirited class. Its chief virtue is to be a practicable compromise between power and liberty, capable of expanding to meet an emergency, adaptable to changing circumstances, strong enough to keep the peace but liberal enough to avoid repression. Despite this emphasis on the personnel of government, Halifax had too much experience of affairs to imagine that a government could do as it liked. Behind the government is the nation, and nations make governments, not contrariwise. A people who loses its king is still a people, but a king who loses his people is no longer a king. There is in every nation a supreme power that alters the constitution as often as the good of the people requires. Some such principle of national life and self-preservation which Halifax frankly admits he cannot define or forecast is the nearest thing to a fundamental known to politics. There is a natural reason of state, an undefinable thing, grounded upon the common good of mankind, which is immortal, and in all changes and revolutions, still preserveth its original right of saving a nation, when the letter of the law perhaps would destroy it. 4. This inherent power of self-development in a people will not and ought not to be curbed. The real power of a government depends upon its responsiveness to this internal drive. Without it neither constitutions nor force can long prevail. In this very general sense all government depends upon consent. A representative body is the best practicable device for giving voice to a nation's aspirations, but Halifax clearly regarded it as only a device. For practical purposes there must be room also for an indefinable power of leadership, a kind of omnipotence for great occasions, by which a nation may at some critical times be secured from ruin. It is upon this basis of expediency and national history that Halifax constructed his estimate of the crisis in England. Abstractly, he says in his new model at sea, there are three possibilities. One would be absolute monarchy. He was thinking of France, which, he admits, has some advantages in unity and speed of execution. But it destroys the competent state of freedom in which men ought to live, and in any event it is impossible in England, both because of the national tradition and because England's greatness must lie in trade, which is the creature of liberty. A second possibility, which might be theoretically preferable to monarchy, would be a commonwealth, but the invincible objection is that Englishmen do not like it. Monarchy is perhaps a thing of bells and tinsel, but the fact remains that England's one experiment with a commonwealth ended in military dictatorship. The one remaining and the only real possibility, therefore, is a mixed monarchy, a constitutional government divided between king and parliament. Halifax was well content with the choice, for such government, he thought, gives the best compromise between power and liberty. It is a mean between absolute monarchy and commonwealth. We take from one the too great power of doing hurt, and yet leave enough to govern and protect us. We take from the other, the confusion, the parity, the animosities, and the license, and yet reserve a due care of such a liberty, as may consist with men's allegiance. 5. Parliaments may be troublesome, but they give great strength to a wise administration. In two respects, however, Halifax failed to understand the machinery of the new government. He did not see that ministers must become dependent on Parliament and responsible to it, instead of being the personal choice of the monarch. Probably no one could have seen this until the course of parliamentary history made it plain, and Halifax died before the evidence was fairly in. Very naturally, therefore, he failed to see also that political parties had become an inherent part of parliamentary government. His judgment of parties was markedly hostile, an attitude due in part to his experience with the disreputable cabals of the Restoration and the intransigent factions of the Revolutionary period, but also to a fastidiousness of temper that made it hard for him to cooperate when he could not control a party he judged to be at the best a kind of conspiracy against the rest of the nation, and party discipline he felt to be incompatible with liberty of private opinion. This low estimate of political parties was typical until the publication of Burke's Present Discontents in 1770. Halifax's political acumen surpassed that of every other English statesman of his age. Probably most historians would now agree with Macaulay's assertion that through frequent and violent revolutions of public feeling, he almost invariably took that view of the great questions of his time which history has finally adopted. He had, to be sure, almost no political theory, almost he said that no political theory was possible. Certainly none was possible for him in terms of the absolute rights and obligations, the strong blacks and whites with no greys that the 17th century characteristically loved. In this qualifying temper, this willingness to compromise, this readiness to judge in terms of expedience, lay the note of the 18th century. His onslaught on fundamentals, side by side with Locke's attack on innate ideas, was the antecedent to Hume's empirical criticism of the theory of natural rights. His emphasis upon expedience as an ever-present factor in political adjustment was introductory to ethical and political utilitarianism, which was the only live social philosophy in England throughout most of the 18th century and which attained its mature influence only in the philosophical radicalism of Bentham and the Mills. Thus Halifax, though he would not have been flattered by being called a philosopher, displayed an intellectual temper which became an integral part of philosophy. 522. Locke, the individual and the community. The political philosophy of John Locke wore the guise of an occasional performance. It was contained in 2 essays published in 1690 with the avowed purpose of defending the Revolution. 6 and of these essays the first, which was devoted to the refutation of Filmer, had no permanent importance. In fact, however, the second treatise was far from being merely a tract for the times. It reached back into the past, right across the whole period of the Civil Wars, and joined hands with Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, which had summed up the political thought of England at the close of the Reformation and before the break between Parliament and the King. Through Hooker, Locke was joined with the long tradition of medieval political thought, back to St. Thomas, in which the reality of moral restraints on power, the responsibility of rulers to the communities which they ruled, and the subordination of government to law were axiomatic. It was not that Locke was in any sense an antiquarian. The chief mark of his genius was neither learning nor logic but an incomparable common sense by which he gathered together the chief convictions, in philosophy, politics, morals, and education, that the experience of the past had generated in the more enlightened minds of his generation. By giving to these a simple and sober yet persuasive statement, he passed them on to the 18th century, where they became the matrix from which grew the later political philosophy both of England and the continent. The medieval tradition, which Locke tapped through Hooker, was an indispensable part of the constitutional ideals of the Revolution of 1688. The years of the Civil Wars had changed but had not destroyed it. Locke's problem, therefore, was not to reproduce historically the thought of Hooker but to gather together anew the abiding elements of that thought and to restate them in the light of what had happened in the intervening century. Of all the figures in this intervening century, incomparably the most important for the development of a consistent political theory had been Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes, with his clear-cut proof that political absolutism can be deduced from rigidly individualist principles, was the opponent whom Locke should have undertaken to refute if he were to give an equally penetrating defense of constitutional government. Unfortunately, he did not assume this obligation in his second treatise but continued his refutation of Filmer. In view of Locke's controversial purpose this is understandable, for his royalist opponents were far from identifying themselves with Hobbes, who was unpopular with both sides. Moreover, they had revived Filmer and had thus made him an obvious target. Filmer had the merit, also, for controversial purposes, of being in some respects absurd and of seeming more absurd than he was. Locke failed to discriminate Filmer's absurdities from his solid arguments, which were largely derived from Hobbes. Since Locke intended his treatises for popular tracts, he made the obvious choice, but it detracted seriously from their philosophical incisiveness. They never came to terms with the hardest problems. This is indeed characteristic of his philosophy generally. Like most philosophies that lean heavily on common sense, it is often lacking in analytic thoroughness and therefore fails to get back to first principles. So far as concerns his political philosophy, the gist of the issue may be stated as follows. The medieval tradition that reached Locke through Hooker, and the constitutional ideals followed in the settlement of 1688, held that government, the king specifically but not less Parliament itself and every political agency, is responsible to the people or the community which it governs. Its power is limited both by moral law and by the constitutional traditions and conventions inherent in the history of the realm. Government is indispensable and its right is therefore in a sense infeasible, but it is also derivative in the sense that it exists for the well-being of the nation. This argument clearly presumes the corporate or social reality of the community, not a difficult assumption in an age when society was regulated by custom and in any event a settled principle of the medieval Aristotelianism which inspired Hooker. The main result of Hobbes's analysis, however, had been to show that a community as such is a pure fiction, that it has no existence except in the cooperation of its members, that this cooperation is always due to advantages enjoyed by its members individually, and that it becomes a community only because some individual is able to exercise sovereign power. Upon this analysis Hobbes had based his conclusion that subjection is unavoidable in any form of government, and that ideas such as contract, representation, and responsibility are meaningless unless backed by a sovereign's power. Hence they are valid within the state but not for the state. The logical opposition between these two points of view is extreme. The first is stated in terms of functions. It conceives both individuals and institutions as doing a socially valuable work, regulated by government for the good of all, and within the framework of the law which makes the group a community. The second is stated in terms of individual self-satisfaction. It conceives society as composed of persons actuated by selfish motives, looking to law and government for security against their equally selfish fellows, and seeking the largest amount of private good consistent with keeping the peace. If Locke could have adopted either point of view and rejected the other, he would have been more consistent than he was. The circumstances under which he wrote required him to adopt both, and this ought to have entailed an examination of principles and a synthesis of the highest order. It was in fact a task that exceeded Locke's powers. His defense of the revolution was practically upon the lines marked out by Hooker and already adopted in substance by Halifax. It assumes that the English people forms a social group persisting continuously through the changes of government required by its political evolution and setting moral standards which its rulers must respect. On the other hand, there were urgent reasons why Locke had to adopt into his social philosophy a large part of Hobbes's premises. With or without Hobbes's systematically egoistic psychology, a theory of society in terms of individual interests was in Locke's day a foregone conclusion. The whole drift of the theory of natural law was in this direction, and to this tendency Locke made no small contribution. For he interpreted natural law as a claim to innate, infeasible rights inherent in each individual. Of such rights that of private property is the typical case. Consequently his theory was by implication as egoistic as that of Hobbes. Both government and society exist to preserve the individual's rights, and the infeasibility of such rights is a limitation on the authority of both. In one part of Locke's theory, therefore, the individual and his rights figure as ultimate principles, in another society itself plays this part. There is nothing which adequately explains how both can be absolute. The natural right to property. Though Locke was not directly criticizing Hobbes, he attacked some ideas more typical of him than of Filmer, notably the theory that the state of nature is a war of all against all. Locke held that the state of nature is one of peace, goodwill, mutual assistance, and preservation. This is defended on the ground that the law of nature provides a complete equipment of human rights and duties. The defect of the state of nature lies merely in the fact that it has no organization, such as magistrates, written law, and fixed penalties, to give effect to the rules of right. Everything that is ever right or wrong is so eternally. Positive law adds nothing to the ethical quality of different kinds of conduct but merely provides an apparatus for effective enforcement. In the state of nature every man must protect his own as best he can, but his right to his own and his duty to respect what is another's are as complete as ever they can become under government. It will be noted that this is exactly the ground that Thomas had taken centuries before Locke. Locke was merely repeating Hooker and through him the medieval tradition about the relation between law and morals. If the fiction about a state of nature be laid aside, this can mean only one thing, namely, that moral rules are broader in their application than the rules of positive law and are valid whether governments observe them or not. Just what gives morality its force remains a question. It might depend upon divine will, or it might be rationally self-evident, or it might depend on the fact that society is more deeply ingrained in human nature than government and so sets standards that governments cannot defy. In any case, Locke emphatically held that moral rights and duties are intrinsic and prior to law. Governments are obligated to give effect by their law to what is naturally and morally right. It is evident, then, that Locke's whole theory depended upon explaining exactly what was meant by the law of nature upon which his pre-political condition of mutual assistance rested and in accordance with which political society arose. At least it was incumbent on him to show why it was binding even without administration or enforcement. In fact, he never gave any careful analysis of it at all, his most explicit treatment of it being merely incidental to his discrimination following Aristotle and directed against Filmer of paternal from political power. Because it was traditional to discuss property in connection with the family, this had the effect of uniting his treatment of natural law with his theory of the origin of private property. Before discussing the general question of the validity which Locke attributed to natural law, therefore, it will be better to present his theory of the right to private property, for he constantly assumes that this is the type to which all natural rights are analogous. In the state of nature, Locke believed, property was common in the sense that everyone had a right to draw subsistence from whatever nature offers. Here again he was bringing ideas from a far distant past. In the Middle Ages it had been not uncommon to suppose that common ownership is a more perfect and hence a more natural state than private ownership, the latter being attributed to the effects of sin upon human nature after the fall of man. In the Roman law also there existed the very different theory that private property begins with the appropriation of things which before had a common use though no communal ownership. Locke departed from both theories by asserting that a man has a natural right to that with which he has mixed the labor of his body, as for example by enclosing and tilling land. Apparently he was generalizing from the example of colonists in a new land like America, but it is probable that he was influenced also by a strong sense of the superior productivity of private agricultural economy as compared with the communal tillage of a more primitive system. Locke believed that greater production would raise the standard of living throughout the community. In the 18th century the enclosure of land did in fact increase the yield, but the capitalist landlord took advantage of his strategic position to sequestrate the benefits. Whatever the origin of Locke's theory may have been, his argument was that the right to private property arises because by labor a man extends, so to speak, his own personality into the objects produced. By expending his internal energy upon them he makes them a part of himself. In general their utility depends upon the labor expended upon them, and thus Locke's theory led to the later labor theories of value in classical and socialist economics. From Locke's theory of the origin of private property it follows that the right is prior even to the primitive society which he described as the state of nature. As he himself said, property is without any express compact of all the commoners 7. It is a right which each individual brings to society in his own person, just as he brings the physical energy of his body. Hence society does not create the right and except within limits cannot justly regulate it, for both society and government exist, in part at least, to protect the prior private right of property. This account of property, though introduced almost casually, had a profound effect on Locke's whole social philosophy. He never said, and almost certainly did not believe, that there was no natural right except property. The expression which he most commonly used to enumerate natural rights was life, liberty, and estate. Frequently, however, he used property where he seems to have meant any right, and since property was the only natural right which he examined at length, it was inevitable that it should stand out as the typical and important right. In any case, he conceived all natural rights on the same lines as property, that is to say, as attributes of the individual person born with him, and hence as infeasible claims upon both society and government. Such claims can never justly be set aside, since society itself exists to protect them. They can be regulated only to the extent that is necessary to give them effective protection. In other words, the life, liberty, and estate of one person can be limited only to make effective the equally valid claims of another person to the same rights. Philosophical ambiguities. This theory, in all its social and political implications, was as egoistic as that of Hobbes. It is true that Locke drew a different picture of the state of nature. The war of all against all no doubt seemed to his common sense to be overdrawn, but like Hobbes he was saying in substance that society exists to protect property underscore 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 and other private rights which society does not create. As a result, the psychology which in the 18th century grew out of Locke's theory of mind was fundamentally egoistic in its explanation of human behavior. It ran in terms of pleasure and pain, and not like Hobbes's in terms of self-preservation, a doubtful improvement, but the calculation of pleasure was exactly as self-centered as the calculation of security. Hobbes's better logic had its way in spite of Locke's better feeling. By a strange and undesigned cooperation the two men fastened on social theory the presumption that individual self-interest is clear and compelling, while a public or a social interest is thin and unsubstantial. Perhaps the influence of Locke, precisely because it was less aware of its principles, was the more insidious. He left standing the old theory of natural law with all its emotional connotations and almost religious compulsions, but he completely changed, without knowing it, the meaning which the term had in writers like Hooker. Instead of a law enjoining the common good of a society, Locke set up a body of innate, infeasible, individual rights which limit the competence of the community and stand as bars to prevent interference with the liberty and property of private persons. Like later liberals, he assumed that the two things, preservation of the common good and protection of private rights, come to the same thing. In the existing state of politics and industry perhaps this was measurably true, but there was no logical ground for it except the vague assumption that in the harmony of nature somehow good will be the final goal of ill. This sentimental trust in nature, quite unwarranted by anything that modern science or modern philosophy knew about it, ran right across the history of political and economic theory in the 18th century. It is exceedingly difficult to understand exactly what Locke believed to be the philosophical justification for his theory of natural rights, or in other words to see how he meant to unite his political theory with his general philosophical position. That all individuals are endowed by their Creator with the right to life, liberty, and estate, aside from all reference to their social and political associations, is certainly not a proposition for which any empirical proof can be given. There seems to be no way whatever to prove it. It must stand, as Thomas Jefferson said, simply. 529. As self-evident, an axiom from which social and moral theorems can be deduced but which in itself is more obvious than any other ethical principle. Probably this is what Locke believed. The tendency to regard natural law in moral and legal science as analogous to axioms in geometry was well settled in 17th century thought after Grotius. But even if some moral values are admitted to be self-evident, it is far from obvious that they must take the form of innate individual rights. Probably Locke never really faced this question, since he seems not to have been aware how greatly his own theory of natural rights differed from the older versions of the theory. If this latter question be put aside, however, it is still hard to see how Locke's philosophical position warranted him in believing that an apparently self-evident proposition, in ethics or any other subject, is for that reason true. The first book of the essay concerning human understanding was devoted to showing that no idea is innate, that is, so fundamentally a part of the mind that belief in it is warranted apart from evidence. For practical purposes this is the same as saying that self-evidence is not reliable, since even a false proposition, because of custom or habit, may appear to be obvious. Undoubtedly Locke meant his attack on innate ideas to be a solvent for all kinds of prejudice, in morals and religion as well as in science. His own belief, that ideas come from the senses, he regarded as affording a basis for knowledge quite different from the spurious test of innateness. In accord with this empirical theory of the origin of ideas, Locke gave up the belief that any empirical science, one which depended on the report of the senses about physical existences, could be demonstrably true. Yet he retained the current belief that any fully reliable science must be demonstrable. He supposed that reason was able to perceive necessary agreements and disagreements between some ideas, and that these sufficed to support a few demonstrable sciences such as mathematics, and he supposed also that ethics was included among these. Hence he believed that his political theory was supported by the self-evident truths of a demonstrable science of ethics. Thus his philosophy as a whole presented the anomaly of a theory of the mind which was in general empirical, joined with a theory of the sciences and a procedure in political science which was rationalist. The 530 curious result in his social philosophy was a theory markedly tolerant and critical in defending religious freedom and capable of being highly dogmatic in defending rights of property. In philosophy the weight of Locke's influence was on the side of empiricism, that is, on the side of a psychology in which human knowledge and behavior are explained from the senses and in which the rules of conduct claim the validity of generalizations from experience. It was manifest that natural rights, infeasible claims to liberty of action inherent in human beings whatever their social relationships or without social relationships, could not be verified in this way, nor could they pass unchallenged as axioms after his refutation of innate ideas. Thus it happened that his English successors in the first half of the 18th century, following suggestions in the essay, rapidly developed a theory of behavior in terms of pleasure and pain, the first operating as a force of attraction and the second as one of repulsion, and a theory of value in which the greatest net sum of pleasures, after deducting the pains as negative quantities, was set up as the socially valuable end of conduct. At first a mainly academic psychology allied to a theological ethics, this theory passed through a French medium into the hands of Bentham and the philosophical radicals. Logically, as Hume showed, it eliminated altogether Locke's natural rights and fictions about the state of nature and a contract. It remained egoistic, however, both in its psychological explanation of behavior and in its theory of value, ethical, political, and economic, and merely assumed the coincidence of individual freedom with the greatest public good. The individualism of all social theory between Locke and John Stuart Mill depended less on logic than on its agreement with the interests of the class that mainly produced it. The contract. Having described the state of nature as a condition of peace and mutual aid, and having defined natural rights, on the analogy of property, as prior even to society, Locke next proceeded to derive civil society from the consent of its members. This part of his theory suffered inevitably from the inherent contrariety of what he took from Hooker and what agreed with Hobbes. Civil power he had defined as the right of making laws with penal 531 ties for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community, in the execution of such laws. All this only for the public good aid. Such a power can arise only by consent, and though this may be tacitly given, it must be the consent of each individual for himself. For civil power can have no right except as this is derived from the individual right of each man to protect himself and his property. The legislative and executive power used by government to protect property is nothing except the natural power of each man resigned into the hands of the community, or resigned to the public, and it is justified merely because it is a better way of protecting natural rights than the self-help to which each man is naturally entitled. This is the original compact by which men incorporate into one society. It is a bare agreement to unite into one political society, which is all the compact that is, or needs be, between the individuals, that enter into, or make up a commonwealth. 9. The difficulty with this theory is that Locke is nowhere clear as to what precisely does arise by the original compact. Is it society itself or only government? That the two are different he emphatically asserted at a later point in the second treatise, where he argued that a political revolution which dissolves a government does not as a rule dissolve the community which that government rules. Moreover, the individual resigns his natural right to the community or the public, which presumably must be some kind of entity if it can receive a grant of power. On the other hand, right is lodged, necessarily according to Locke's theory, only in the hands of individuals until they resign it. Yet he regarded the surrender of individual right as conditional against both society and government, for individual power is resigned only with an intention in everyone the better to preserve himself his liberty and property, and society itself is obliged to secure everyone's property. 10. To clarify this problem, those continental writers, like Althusius and Pufendorf, who had elaborated the theory of compact most carefully, had postulated two contracts, the one between individuals giving rise to a community and the other between the community and its government. Some such position Locke tacitly assumes, though he nowhere states it. The twofold contract, of course, explains nothing, since the propriety of using the same concept to cover the two cases is really the doubtful point, but it does give formal clarity to the theory. Formal clarity was not a quality which Locke greatly valued, and hence he contented himself with a conflation of 2 points of view. The older theory which he got from Hooker assumed a community capable of holding its magistrates morally responsible. This he mainly followed in his defense of the Revolution as a justifiable effort to make English government serve the needs of English society. The newer theory, most clearly stated by Hobbes, assumed only individuals and their private interests, and this also Locke followed in so far as he made both society and government agencies for protecting life, liberty, and estate. The two phases of Locke's theory are united very precariously, it must be admitted, by the hypothesis that an act of the community is constituted by the agreement of a majority of its members. The consent by which each person agrees with others to form a body politic obligates him to submit to the majority. As Pufendorf had argued, the fiction of a social contract must be helped out with the further fiction of unanimous consent. And the agreement of a majority is identical with an act of the whole society. That which acts any community, being only the consent of the individuals of it, and it being necessary to that which is one body to move one way, it is necessary the body should move that way whither the greater force carries it, which is the consent of the majority. 11. This way of solving the difficulty, however, is open to objection from both sides. If an individual's rights are really infeasible, it is no better for him to be deprived of them by a majority than by a single tyrant. Apparently it did not occur to Locke that a majority could be tyrannous. Nor is there any good reason why an individualist should resign his private judgment merely because those who disagree with him are numerous. On the other hand, if the public or the community really has a unitary quality of its own, there is no a priori reason why its decision must always be made by a numerical majority. Older theories of popular sovereignty, such as Marsilius, had commonly held that the prevailing part of a community may be weighted for quality as well as for quantity. In general, it cannot be said that the principle of majority rule has any such obvious validity as Locke imputed to it. Society and government. On the whole, Locke regarded the setting up of a government as a much less important event than the original compact that makes a civil society. Once a majority has agreed to form a government, the whole power of the community is naturally in them. The form of the government depends upon what disposition the majority, or otherwise the community, makes of its power. It may be retained or it may be delegated to a legislative body of one form or another. Following the experience of the English Revolution, Locke assumed that the legislative power is supreme in government, though he admitted the possibility that the executive may share in lawmaking. Both powers, however, are limited. Legislative power can never be arbitrary, for even the people who set it up had no such power. It cannot rule by extemporary decrees, since men unite to have known law and judges. It cannot take property without consent, which Locke interprets to mean by majority vote, and it cannot delegate its legislative power, since this is unalterably in the hands where the community has placed it. In general, its power is fiduciary, since the people have supreme power to alter the legislature when it acts contrary to the trust reposed in it. The executive is further limited by a general dependence on the legislature and also because the prerogative is limited by law. For the sake of freedom, it is important that legislative and executive power should not be in the same hands. Every detail of Locke's account of the relation between legislatures and executives reflects some phase of the controversy between the king and parliament. The power of the people over government, however, is still not quite as complete in Locke as it came to be in later and more democratic theories. Though he called the power of the legislature fiduciary and a delegation from the majority that acts for the community, he retained the older view that the grant of the community divests the people of power so long as the government is faithful to its duties. In this respect his theory was logically 534. Somewhat arbitrary, as Rousseau later pointed out. For if government is merely the trustee of the people, it is hard to see why the principal should have bound his hands by executing the trust. The people's legislative power is in effect limited to a single act, though Locke admits that a democracy is conceivable, namely, that of setting up a supreme legislature. Even if the community resumes its power for good cause, it cannot do so till the government be dissolved. A Democrat like Rousseau naturally considered this to be an unwarranted limitation on the perpetual power of the people to govern itself as it saw fit. Probably several causes united to fix Locke in his opinion. He was a cautious and sober-minded man, in no wise willing to encourage license even though he had to defend a revolution. Besides, he rightly regarded democratic government, at least in England, as an academic question. More important than these reasons, probably, was the persistence in his mind of the tradition which he derived from Hooker and which had governed the thought of Coke and Sir Thomas Smith. The right of a community to govern itself had not been thought inconsistent with a kind of infeasibility in the right of its king and other governing organs, which after all had a status or a vested interest in their places. This phase of Locke's theory persisted in the Whig liberalism of the 18th century, which regarded government, while responsible for the common well-being, as a balance between the great interests of the realm, such as crown, nobility, church, and commonalty. With Edmund Burke this conception became a starting point for the theory of modern conservatism. The English Revolution did not break violently the tradition of English government, and similarly Locke, its philosophical exponent, was the most conservative of revolutionists. Locke's ideas in France in the 18th century had quite a different history. At whatever date his treatises were written, Locke's purpose was to defend the moral right of revolution, hence at the end of his second treatise he discussed the right to resist tyranny. His most effective arguments depended on principles taken from Hooker. In substance it amounts to this: English society and English government are two different things. The second exists for the well-being of the first, and a government which seriously jeopardizes social interests is rightly changed. This argument, 535, is supported by a rather lengthy examination of the right which can be gained by conquest. Locke here distinguished between just and unjust warfare. A mere aggressor gains no right, and even a conqueror in a just war can never establish a right which contravenes the right of the conquered to their liberty and property. The argument is directed against any theory that a government can derive a just power merely from conquest or from success in the use of force. The principle of Locke's argument is essentially the same as that later developed by Rousseau, that moral validity and force are two distinct things, the latter being incapable of giving rise to the former. Consequently, a government which begins in force can be justified, as all governments are justified, only by its recognition and support of the moral rights inherent in persons and communities. In other words, the moral order is permanent and self-perpetuating, and governments are only factors in the moral order. In this sense, natural law meant for Locke substantially what it had meant for Cicero and Seneca and the whole of the Middle Ages. A government, as distinct from a society, is dissolved either by a change in the location of legislative power or by a violation of the trust which the people have reposed in it. Locke contemplated two cases, both drawn from English experience in the preceding 50 years. He wished to show that the king had been the real author of the revolution by attempting to stretch the prerogative and to rule without parliament. This was a dislocation of the supreme legislative power vested by the people in their representatives. He had also a retentive memory for the misbehavior of the Long Parliament, and accordingly he had no thought of leaving the legislature unfettered. Any invasion of the life, liberty, or property of subjects is ipso facto void, and a legislature which attempts these wrongs forfeits its power. In this case power reverts to the people, who must provide by a new act of constitutional legislation for a new legislature. As in all such arguments, Locke created a considerable, and perhaps needless, confusion by his use of the word lawful. He continually speaks of unlawful acts of the executive or legislature when he well knows that there is no legal remedy, and of lawful resistance to tyranny when he means resort to an extra-legal but morally defensible remedy. Broadly speaking, he used lawful as synonymous with just or right. 536. And made no distinction between what is morally just and what is legally actionable. This usage grew from and perpetuated the traditional belief that law natural, positive, and moral is all of a piece, and that there are therefore fundamental laws not made even by the supreme legislature. The reality of such rules in English law disappeared with the very revolution which Locke was defending, though the belief in moral limitations on Parliament persisted. Perhaps the American practice of discriminating between constitutional and statutory law, and between ordinary legislation and extraordinary legislation by referendum, was closer to Locke's ideas. The complexity of Locke's theory. Locke's political philosophy can hardly be represented in a simple and straightforward exposition because of the logical difficulties which it reveals when it is subjected to analysis. In spite of the simplicity which it seems on the surface to possess and which made it the most popular of political philosophies, it is in reality involved. This was due to the fact that Locke saw with great clarity a multitude of issues involved in the politics of the 17th century and tried conscientiously to combine them all. But his theory had no logical structure elaborate enough to contain so complicated a subject matter. Though circumstances made him the defender of a revolution, he was by no means a radical, and in intellectual temperament he was the least doctrinaire of philosophers. Perhaps something is explained by the fact that his mature life fell in a generation when the results of civil war were accomplished but not acknowledged. His principles he mainly inherited and he never examined them very thoroughly. But he was extraordinarily sensitive to realities and absolutely candid in trying to face them. The mid-period of the 17th century had changed enormously both English politics and English thought, and yet it had not broken continuity with the days before the civil wars. Locke's political philosophy was an effort to combine past and present and also to find a nucleus of agreement for reasonable men of all parties, but he did not synthesize all that he combined. As he combined diverse elements from the past, so from his political philosophy emerged diverse theories in the century following him. 537. The defects of logical structure in Locke's political theory arose from the fact that he never made up his mind what exactly was fundamental and what was derivative. There are in fact no less than 4 levels in his account of civil society, and the last 3 are represented as successively derivative from the first. Yet Locke never hesitated, if it was convenient, to impute a kind of absoluteness to each of the 4. The foundation of the whole system was represented as being the individual and his rights, especially that of property. On the whole, this must be regarded as the most significant phase of his political theory, which made it primarily a defense of individual liberty against political oppression. Second, men are also members of a community, and though Locke described society as depending on tacit consent and as meaning effectively a majority, he constantly spoke of the community as a definite unit and the trustee of the individual's rights. Third, beyond society there is government, which is trustee for the community, somewhat as the latter is for the individual. Finally, within government the executive is less important, and less authoritative than the legislature. Yet Locke certainly did not regard the king and his ministers as merely a committee of parliament. In the defense of liberty and property the legislature controls the executive, and the community controls government. Only in the remote event that society itself is dissolved, a contingency which Locke never seriously contemplated, does the defense of liberty revert to self-help. Society, the legislature, and even the king were all treated as having a kind of vested right, or permanent authority, only to be forfeited for cause, though the individual rights of property and liberty were the only rights which Locke declared to be absolutely infeasible. The plausibility of Locke's theory was greatly increased by not trying to show too precisely how the actual power of institutions is derived from the equal and inalienable rights of individuals. The actual complexity of Locke's political thought, concealed beneath its apparent simplicity of statement, makes difficult an estimate of its relations to later theories. What was immediately grasped included its most obvious but also its least important consequences. The enormous vogue which he enjoyed during the earlier part of the 18th century was probably due precisely to the deceptive simplicity of his thought, which has always 538 mended his philosophy to common sense. Such liberal thought as survived the success of the Revolution carried on the spirit of Locke's philosophy most truly in respect to religious toleration, which had real vitality in 18th century England despite the political disqualification of Catholics and dissenters by the continuation of the Test Act. The supremacy of Parliament was no longer a controversial issue and party differences about the power of the Crown had little importance. With some lip service to Locke, Whiggism in the 18th century represented quite subsidiary elements of his treatise, that the powers of government remain infeasibly in the organs where they have once been placed, unless one tries to invade the province of another, and that government is at bottom a balance of the vested interests of the realm, crown, landed aristocracy, and corporations. 12 In this almost nothing of Locke's theory of individual rights remained but much of what Iriton, in his dispute with the Levellers, had called the permanent fixed interests of the kingdom. This made it possible for the myth of a separation of powers to persist to the end of the century. As Blackstone said, "Every branch of our civil polity supports and is supported, regulates and is regulated, by the rest, for the two houses naturally drawing in two directions of opposite interest, and the prerogative in another still different from them both, they mutually keep each other from exceeding their proper limits, while the whole is prevented from separation, and artificially connected together by the mixed nature of the Crown, which is a part of the legislative, and the sole executive magistrate." 13. The monopoly of power by the landowning class was contrary not only to Locke's theory of individual rights but also to his theory of the importance of property in general. The greatest importance of Locke's philosophy, therefore, lay beyond the contemporary English settlement in the political thought of America and France which culminated in the great revolutions at the end of the 18th century. Here Locke's defense of resistance in the name of inalienable rights of personal liberty, consent, and freedom to acquire and enjoy property had their full effect. Because all these conceptions were in germ underscore 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 much older than Locke and had been the birthright of all European peoples since the 16th century, it is impossible to attribute their existence in America and in France to him alone, but he was known to everyone who gave any attention to political philosophy. His sincerity, his profound moral conviction, his genuine belief in liberty, in human rights, and in the dignity of human nature, united with his moderation and good sense, made him the ideal spokesman of a middle-class revolution. As a force in propagating the ideals of liberal but not violent reform, Locke probably stands before all other writers whatsoever. Even his more doubtful ideas, such as the separation of powers and the inevitable wisdom of majority decisions, remained a part of the democratic creed. In the course of the 18th century, the system of natural law, which provided the logical basis for Locke's political philosophy, receded gradually from the dominating position which it held in the scientific thought of the 17th century. This was due in part to a general progress of empirical method both in the natural sciences and in social studies, but in no small degree to the development of those parts of Locke's philosophy which stressed the importance of a natural history of human understanding. This development followed lines already suggested by Locke himself. It greatly expanded the psychological explanation of behavior, making it depend upon the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain as its sole motives. In place of the rational standard of inherent good sought by the theory of natural law, it put a utilitarian theory of moral, political, and economic value. About the middle of the century, Hume showed that this development, if logically carried through, made it possible to dispense with the theory of natural law altogether. The internal structure of Locke's political philosophy was thus completely destroyed. Yet most of its practical purposes and much of its inward spirit passed over to utilitarianism. Though less explicitly a defense of revolution, it continued Locke's spirit of cautious but radical reform. Its program continued the same idealization of individual rights, the same belief in liberalism as a panacea for political ills, the same tenderness for the rights of property, and the same conviction that public interests must be conceived in terms of private well-being. Chapter XXVII. France, the decadence of natural law. The Revolution of 1688 and the publication of Locke's tracts brought to a close the astonishing half-century of creative political philosophy which accompanied the civil wars in England. There followed, as often happens, a period of quiescence or even of stagnation. The need of the moment was that the new government should consolidate its gains. Until the middle of the 18th century, a Stuart restoration, bringing a Roman Catholic succession under the influence of France, seemed a real threat. The temper of English thought became conservative, even complacent, and not without reason, for though English government was oligarchical and corrupt, in comparison with the rest of Europe it was liberal. At least it offered a large measure of civil liberty to all and political liberty to the classes which alone were politically self-conscious. The growth of a party system and of ministerial responsibility was a matter of experiment and adjustment rather than of conscious theorizing. Not until David Hume in the middle of the century and Edmund Burke toward its close did British thinkers add materially to social philosophy, and the later years of Burke's thought were controlled by political events in France. The revival of political philosophy in France. In the 18th century, therefore, political theory had its center in France. This fact was in itself a revolution, for though French philosophy in the age of Descartes had led the scientific emancipation of Europe, as French literature had led the arts, it had nothing to say on politics or social questions. Its domain had been rather in mathematics, metaphysics, and theology. There was little that social philosophy could say to an era of personal or bureaucratic autocracy such as began in France under Henry IV, developed in the age of Richelieu and Mazarin, and culminated. 542. Nate in the monarchy of Louis XIV. The English civil wars, it is true, did not pass unnoticed at the time of the Fronde one, but such attention as they received served only to show that political ideas are powerless except as they respond to political occasions. The only response consonant with Louis's autocracy was that of Bossuet: the royal throne is not the throne of a man but of God himself too. In form it was the old theory of monarchical divine right; in substance, so far as it had any philosophical substance, it depended on Hobbes's argument that there can be no third position between absolutism and anarchy. The last 30 years of Louis's long reign, however, from about 1685 until his death in 1715, were years of increasing decadence. Louis, after a period of military glory that hypnotized France, committed the cardinal sin of failing. His ambition arrayed all Europe against him, his grandiose schemes of conquest ended in humiliation, the cost of his campaigns brought the country to the edge of bankruptcy, oppressive and unequal taxation spread poverty broadcast. His hand was as heavy on the church as on the state, and yet by a Jesuit ultramontane policy he alienated the sympathy of Gallican Catholics. The persecution of Protestants, culminating in the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, not only horrified all men of humane mind but added substantially to the impoverishment of the country. The decadence of absolute government turned French philosophy once more in the direction of political and social theory. Beginning somewhat doubtfully in the last years of the 17th century, the interest in politics grew steadily. In the first half of the 18th century there was an amazing output of books on all phases of the subject: historical works on the ancient institutions of France, descriptive works on European government and especially that of England, books of travel describing the morals and institutions of American or Asiatic peoples usually with an oblique reference to France, plans for the reform of taxation and the improvement of agriculture or trade, and philosophical theories of the end justification of government. Underscore 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 dash 543. Between 1750 and the Revolution the discussion of such subjects became an obsession. Every branch of literature, poetry, the drama, and the novel became a vehicle of social discussion. All philosophy, indeed all scholarship, was bent in this direction, and even books on science might include the rudiments of a social philosophy. A poet like Voltaire or a novelist like Rousseau, a scientist like Diderot or D'Alembert, a civil servant like Turgot, and a metaphysician like Holbach produced political theory as naturally as a sociologist like Montesquieu wrote satire. In this welter of ideas, repeated endlessly with varying applications, it is difficult to produce order without reducing philosophies to formulas that obscure their meaning, and doubly difficult to evaluate the new meaning that was continually put into old formulas. Considered merely as abstract theory, this French philosophy contained little that was new. For the most part discussion popularized rather than created, and on the score of originality the 18th century in philosophy compared badly with the 17th. Yet an old idea in a new setting is not quite the same idea. In the course of the century, theories that had been reasonably clear-cut tended to become blurred and to take on the eclectic quality characteristic of popular thinking. The self-evidence of natural rights was asserted and reasserted, yet the rationalism essential to a system of self-evident principles became continually more remote from the growing empiricism of social studies. An ethical and political utilitarianism, essentially empirical in its implications, was repeatedly crossed with the theory of natural rights in spite of the logical incompatibility of the two positions. A more serious incompatibility was involved in the growth of a philosophical romanticism that was hostile to empiricism and rationalism alike, though it was still expressed in the old terminology. This new tendency was the most original factor that appeared in the philosophy of the 18th century, but its disruptive force was not fully manifest until after the Revolution. A really satisfactory arrangement of this complex material is probably impossible, but on the whole it seems clear that one figure in the French 18th century stands apart: Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He himself felt it and suffered from it, his acquaintances felt it and detested him for it, all discerning critics have tried to take account of it. Lytton Strachey has said, he pos. 544. Cest one quality which cut him off from his contemporaries, which set an immense gulf betwixt him and them: he was modern. The word modern means nothing, but it suggests an important fact. However much he might use the current catchwords, Rousseau's political philosophy was different, both in its quality and its effects, from anything else written in the 18th century. It was differently related both to the Revolution and to the period that followed the Revolution. It seems best, therefore, to reserve Rousseau for a separate chapter and to give a fuller exposition of his vague but significant political philosophy. The present chapter will present summarily the more typical French thought of the age before the Revolution. In the main this philosophy grew from that of Locke, but it developed important differences which need to be especially noted. The reception of Locke. The criticism of Louis XIV's government, which began at the end of the 17th century, was not at first the product of any political philosophy but merely the reaction of conscientious men to the shocking effects of bad government. It came from the observations of an engineer like Vauban on the effects of unequal taxation on agriculture, or of a magistrate like Bois-Guilbert on the wasteful effect of oppressive restrictions on trade. 3. And it asked only a more enlightened form of autocracy. Criticism of autocracy itself came in the first instance in the name of the ancient institutions of France which the crown had crushed. This idea was developed speculatively by Fenelon in the Romance Télémaque and more positively in his occasional writings. 4. Independent local governments and provincial assemblies, the restoration of the States General, the revival of the power and influence of the nobility, and the independence of the parliaments were sought as correctives of absolutism and defended as a return to the ancient constitution of the country. 5 Such a dream persisted, especially among the nobility, even down to the Revolution. Traces of it may be seen in the spirit of the laws. But it was only a dream. From ______. Time to time the Parliament of Paris might resist the registering of an edict and gain popular favor by so doing, a kind of obstruction which suggests the controversies between Coke and James I. The latter, however, were effective only as preliminary to the struggle between Charles and Parliament, and in France there was no Parliament to take up the controversy. The Parliaments in fact represented nothing, and the suppression of their privileges in 1770 was really a reform. Absolutism had left France no traditional constitution which a reforming party could pretend to restore. Criticism of the absolute monarchy urgently needed a philosophy, needed it doubly since the roots of a constitutional tradition had been so thoroughly grubbed out and the philosophy of the English Revolution was ready to hand. In the 17th century French philosophy and science had been relatively self-contained. In the 18th, as Cartesianism hardened into a kind of scholasticism, it was deliberately supplanted by the philosophy of Locke and the science of Newton. In political thought such a result was a foregone conclusion after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes made religious toleration a major part of any reforming philosophy. With the residence of Voltaire in England between 1726 and 1729, and of Montesquieu 10 years later, the philosophy of Locke became the foundation of French Enlightenment, and the admiration of English government became the keynote of French liberalism. Henceforth the new way of ideas was the rule of philosophical and psychological speculation, and the principles of the treatises of government, supplemented of course by other English works, became axioms of political and social criticism. These principles were very simple and very general. The law of nature, or of reason, was supposed to provide an adequate rule of life without the addition of any revealed or supernatural truth, and was believed to be imprinted in essentially the same form upon the minds of all men. As a result of Hobbes and Locke, the content of the law of nature had become substantially enlightened self-interest, but because of the harmony inherent in nature a truly enlightened self-interest was thought to be conducive to the good of all. In accord with these general ethical principles, governments were held to exist only to further liberty, security, the enjoyment of property, and other in 546 individual goods. Hence political reform must aim to secure responsible government, to make it representative, to limit abuses and tyranny, to abolish monopoly and privilege, in short, to create a society in which individual energy and capacity are the keys to power and wealth. Upon the validity of these general principles there was no substantial difference among French writers nor between them and Locke, but in France a changed environment gave to the abstractions a coloring quite different from that which they had in England. The changed environment. Reference has already been made to the fact that the autocracy had done its work so thoroughly that no effective reform in France could attach itself to the idea of reviving the traditional constitution. The ancient ideal of a fundamental law, which 16th-century France had shared with all Europe and which had still vitality enough to hold an almost equal footing with sovereignty in Bodin's philosophy, had lost all concrete meaning in the monarchy of Louis XIV. In England it was little more than a difference of terminology if a Leveller called his birthright the right of a man or the right of an Englishman. In either case it meant something concrete in the tradition of the common law. The rights of Frenchmen, unless one meant the privileges of the nobility, would have been a practically meaningless phrase. In consequence, the rights of man, and there was nothing else that a French liberal could appeal to, were necessarily more abstract, more detached from usage and concrete applicability, more open to speculative interpretation. In importing Locke into France, the French must omit precisely the most characteristic, at all events the most English quality of Locke's political rationalism. They could not import Richard Hooker or the gradual transition of ideas and institutions which made it possible for Locke to attach his philosophy to a tradition continuous with St. Thomas and the Middle Ages, nor could they tie back the new philosophy to any French thinker of the 16th century. the historical and with it the relatively conservative quality of the English Revolution in fact as well as in idea was bound to be lost. The effect of this upon French political philosophy was profound. Reason was placed in stark opposition to custom and 547. Fact as it had never been in Locke. Probably no English politician would ever have said, as a speaker said before the National Convention, "In dealing with matters so weighty I have sought the truth in the natural order of things and nowhere else. I have desired, so to speak, to preserve the virginity of my thought." 6. The a priori, dogmatic, and hence radical quality of French political thought, in contrast with its English model, was heightened also by the circumstances under which it was produced. Though a doctrine of liberty, it was written under a despotism, mostly by men with no experience of government and no possibility of such experience. Outside the ranks of the civil service no one in France had experience, and bureaucrats, allowing for the exception of Turgot, produced little political philosophy. The autocracy had made government a mystery conducted in secret, never divulging, even if it knew, the information, financial or other, on which an intelligent judgment of policy might be formed. Criticism and discussion, in public assemblies or in the press, were out of the question. Local government, always the school of English politics, had been completely subjected to central control, with the normal accompaniments of delay, friction, and red tape. Neither was there in France any such body of common ideas, tested in continual application, as the English common law. Before the Napoleonic Code, France had some 360 systems of local private law, left standing by the merely administrative unification of the monarchy. Of necessity, French political philosophy in the 18th century, far more than English, was a literary philosophy, in a sense a bookish though not a scholarly philosophy, written for the salons and the educated bourgeoisie, the only public to which an author could address himself. It abounds in formulas and sweeping generalizations, it strives after brilliant effects, and it moves largely in an atmosphere of vague but familiar ideas. It is often effective propaganda, more frequently negative than positive, but relatively seldom responsible. It is only fair to add that one knows today as little as in the 18th century what criticism of existing French government might have been really constructive. There were social causes as well as political that gave to French political philosophy a tone of bitterness that had no counterpart in Locke. French society was a tissue of privilege which made the cleavage between classes more conscious and more irritating, if not more real, than in England. The clergy were still in possession of perhaps a fifth of the soil of France, with an enormous revenue and substantial exemptions and privileges, but with no moral or intellectual preeminence to justify their position. Similarly, the nobility had privilege without political power or leadership. French agriculture offered them no such chance for capitalist development as the English landlord enjoyed, and French politics no such chance for leadership. The feudal rents of the nobility were an economic drain for which no return was made, either economic or political. To the middle class both clergy and nobility seemed parasites decked out with social privilege and with substantial exemptions from the burdens of taxation. Moreover, the French middle class was itself different from the English. There was nothing in France corresponding to the English yeomanry, and French agriculture was notable even before the Revolution for a large number of peasant proprietors. The middle class was typically an urban bourgeoisie, owning nearly all the capital and forming the main creditor of the insolvent state. In French political writing there was a class consciousness and a sense of exploitation such as had appeared only sporadically in English political writing. And in fact the French Revolution was a social revolution as the English Revolution was not. It compressed into 3 or 4 years an expropriation of church lands, crown lands, and lands of émigré nobles comparable to that spread through the reigns of Henry VII and Henry VIII. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that Locke's philosophy in France before the Revolution was an attack on vested interests and in England after the Reformation a defense of them. The foregoing divergences refer to the category of space but equally important ones refer to that of time. The fact that Locke in England belonged to the 17th century while Locke in France belonged to the 18th was itself a significant difference. In the days of Grotius and Descartes, and even in the days of Locke, the appeal to reason had been a high intellectual adventure, a new exploration on the frontiers of philosophy and science. 549. Ince, and a deliverance from authority. In the 18th century it ran the risk of becoming a cliché. The farther it got from its source, the more assured it became, the more dogmatic, and the more commonplace. For despite the reverence expended on enlightenment, a good deal of what passed for rational ethics or rational politics was an obvious kind of prudential moralizing that was not intellectually penetrating and does not now seem morally stirring. Holbeck's materialism proved that the literature of edification can be as flat when written by an atheist as it is when written by the clergy. Yet thousands of Frenchmen, and of Englishmen and Germans too, read such books with passionate interest. They made known to a new and larger public what a series of great philosophers and scientists, from Descartes and Galileo to Locke and Newton, had created. It is inevitable that by comparison the 18th century now suffers heavily. A genius of any age is always worth reading, but nothing is so dead as popular philosophy that has ceased to be popular. There is, however, another and a more important side to this. The assurance of the 18th century and its confidence in reason was not bred of familiarity alone but was partly the effect of solid achievement. Until the publication of Newton's Principia in 1687, modern science was on trial. A few philosophers had believed passionately in it but no one knew that it would work. After Newton everyone knew, even though he had only the vaguest conception of the new engine. The idea of the new science affected men's imaginations far more than the actuality affected technology. For the reason of Newton seemed to have pierced to the very heart of nature, to have disclosed that wisdom which we see equally displayed in the exquisite structure and just motions of the greatest and subtlest parts. 7. Nothing was beyond the power of reason. Bacon's saying that knowledge is power had come true, and for the first time in history men could cooperate with the benevolent intentions which even atheists like Holbeck still attributed to the harmony of nature. Nothing characterizes social thought in the 18th century so completely as belief in the possibility of happiness and progress under the guidance of reason. Much of this the belief in the harmony of nature, for underscore 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 underscore. Example was sheer confusion in no way warranted by the new science. But on the whole the belief that man's fate was in the keeping of his intelligence was an honorable faith, more humane than the religion of authority that preceded it or the religion of sentimentality that followed it. In the large it did not overestimate the power of scientific reason to control nature, but whether that power extends to human relationships, no one knows today any more than the philosophers knew then. Their superficiality lay in a shocking exaggeration of the simplicity of the problem. Montesquieu, Sociology and Liberty. Of all French political philosophers in the 18th century, other than Rousseau, the most important was Montesquieu. Of them all he had perhaps the clearest conception of the complexities of a social philosophy, and yet he too was guilty of extreme oversimplification. He alone undertook what purported to be an empirical study of society and government on a large scale, and yet his supposed inductions were controlled throughout by preconceptions for which he neither had nor sought empirical proof. He attempted a political philosophy avowedly applicable to the widest range of circumstances, and yet nearly all that he wrote was written with an eye upon the state of affairs in France. Consequently Montesquieu presents at once the best scientific aspirations of his age and its unavoidable confusions. Without laying aside the rationalist apparatus, such as the immutable natural law of justice and the contract, in effect he neglected the contract and suggested a sociological relativism quite incompatible with self-evident moral laws. He provided a plan for the study of government in relation to both the physical and the social milieu which required the comparison of institutions on a wide scale, but he lacked both the accuracy of knowledge and the detachment needed to make the plan effective. His love of political liberty, the sole enthusiasm of an otherwise chilly temperament, was in the best tradition of the 18th century, but he united his theory to a hasty and superficial analysis of the constitutional principles of liberty. It cannot be said that Montesquieu's spirit of the laws has any arrangement, it has been saved from the fate suffered by Baudin's Republic mainly by superior style. He addressed him. 551. Self to two main points which had no intrinsic relationship. In the first place, he undertook to develop a sociological theory of government and law by showing that these depend for their structure and functioning upon the circumstances in which a people lives. The circumstances include physical conditions, such as climate and soil, which he supposed to have a direct influence upon national mentality, the state of the arts, trade, and the modes of producing goods, mental and moral temperaments and dispositions, the form of the political constitution, and the customs and habits that have become ingrained in national character. In a word, a form of government, using the expression in its broadest possible sense, is a whole requiring the mutual adjustment of all a people's institutions, if the government is to remain stable and orderly. In the second place, Montesquieu was haunted by the fear that the absolute monarchy had so undermined the traditional constitution of France that liberty had become forever impossible. His detestation of despotism is clearly to be seen even in what purport to be objective statements about governments such as those of Russia and Turkey. His practical object and much the most influential part of his work was to analyze the constitutional conditions upon which freedom depends and so to discover the means of restoring the ancient liberties of Frenchmen. In respect to the last point, it does not appear that he reached a definite conclusion. His writings gave aid and comfort both to reactionaries who hoped for the restoration of the parliaments, the estates, and the provincial assemblies, and to liberals who looked to an imitation of English government. These two aspects of Montesquieu's thought were not definitely separated in his writings, either by place or date. The Lettres Persanes, 1721, was in the main a social satire on the condition of France, in which the author paid his respects to the Church, to Louis XIV, the decline of the parliaments, and the decay of the nobility. 8 The thought behind the criticism was the same conception of despotism developed in the spirit of the laws, a government in which all intermediate powers between the king and the people have been crushed and law has been made identical with the sovereign's will. It was this interpretation of despotism that gave importance to the separation of powers, which he believed he had found in the English constitution. Yet in the Persian letters he already thought that the best government is that which leads men in the way best suited to their disposition, and his discussion of the causes of depopulation showed a flair for sociological speculation. 9. The composition of the Esprit de Lois, 1748, extended at least over 17 years, and everyone has recognized that its parts are disparate. The occasional remarks on England in books I to X by no means suggest the account of the English Constitution in book 11,10 and the treatment of the Roman Constitution at the end of that book, after he had discovered the separation of powers, is unlike his earlier remarks on the ancient Republic. 11 There seems to be no doubt that Montesquieu's travels in Europe between 1728 and 1731, and especially his residence in England, formed the crucial experience in his intellectual history. His love of liberty was in its early phase mainly ethical, bred of his study of the classics and reflecting an admiration for the ancient republic similar to that of Machiavelli, Milton, and Harrington. This phase of his thought remains in the spirit of the laws, in the theory that virtue or public spirit is a precondition of this form of government. But Montesquieu's observation of existing republics, in Italy and in Holland, by no means bore out this preconception, and his residence in England suggested a new idea that liberty might be the result not of superior civic morality but of a correct organization of the state. His famous 11th book, On the Construction of Constitutions in Accordance with the Separation of Powers, was the record of this discovery. Law and Environment. Overtly, the general principles of Montesquieu's social philosophy started with the law of nature. A law, he says in the opening sentence of The Spirit of the Laws, means the necessary relations arising from the nature of things. This vague formula covers as always an ambiguity which he does nothing to clear up. In physics, a necessary relation is merely a uniformity in the underscore 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 behavior of bodies. In society, a law is a rule or norm of human behavior which presumably ought to be observed but is often violated. Of this fact Montesquieu has two explanations, neither of which explains anything: the freedom of the will and the defective intelligence of men, which prevents them from living up to the perfection displayed by the rest of nature. But he was emphatic in urging, against Hobbes, that nature does provide a standard of absolute justice prior to positive law. To deny it is as absurd as to say that before describing a circle all the radii were not equal. Evidently he had never considered natural law with any care. His enumeration included factors as disparate as a knowledge of God, the bodily appetites, and the fundamental conditions of society. This was merely a conventional way of getting started. What interested him was the idea that this fundamental natural law in society, which he identified in the usual way with reason, must operate in different environments and so must produce different institutions in different places. Climate, soil, occupation, form of government, commerce, religion, customs are all relevant conditions in determining what in a particular case reason, or law, will set up. This fitness or relation of conditions, physical, mental, and institutional, forms the spirit of the laws. Obviously what Montesquieu was suggesting was a sociological study, by a comparative method, of institutions and the incidence upon them of other institutions and non-institutional physical conditions. The assumption that all are variants of one nature was hardly more than a fiction. It is not easy to estimate with certainty either the originality or the importance of Montesquieu's project. What was most definitely his was the grandiose scale on which he proposed to carry it out. The idea itself he probably got in the first instance from Aristotle, especially from those books of the Poetics 12 in which were analyzed the innumerable nuances of democracy and oligarchy in the city-states. That laws must be adapted to a variety of circumstances, physical and institutional, and that good government must be good in this relative sense, had been fully stated by Aristotle, as had the speculation about the relation of national character to climate. Among modern writers Bodin had urged the same conceptions, but neither Aristotle nor Bodin had planned the investigation on what might be called cosmic lines. Montesquieu was intrigued by the great body of travel literature which had grown up in the 17th century, dealing with the aborigines of the Americas and Africa and with the exotic civilizations of Asia. Chardin's Journal, 1711, had stressed the effects of climate, and from this Montesquieu got most of the information used in the Persian letters. What he proposed to do was to show the variability of the main types of government in all the multitude of circumstances to which these types are forced to adapt themselves. For Montesquieu as for Aristotle the types or species of government were fixed, they are merely modified by the influence of their environment. Since Aristotle limited himself to the Greek cities, this assumption was substantially true. It was much more dangerous in an investigation planned on Montesquieu's scale. Considering the importance of the matter for his project, he devoted surprisingly little effort to determining the forms of government capable of being used in a comparison so wide. He explained his reasons neither for adopting in part the traditional threefold classification nor for departing from it. He merely asserted that governments are of three kinds: republican, a conflation of democracy and aristocracy; monarchical, and despotic. Despotism differs from monarchy in being arbitrary and capricious, while the latter is a constitutional government according to forms of law and requires the continuance of intermediate powers, such as the nobility or communes, between the monarch and the people. To each of these forms of government he attached a principle, or motive force in the character of subjects, from which its power is derived and which is necessary to its continuance and functioning. Thus popular government depends on the civil virtue or public spirit of the people, monarchy depends upon the sense of honor of a military class, and despotism depends upon the fear or slavishness of its subjects. It is impossible to see that Montesquieu's classification followed any principle at all. In respect to the number of rulers, monarchy and despotism fall together, and in respect to constitutionality, a republic can be as lawless as a despotism. Moreover, the idea that despotic governments have no law was a fiction, as was also the idea that his three kinds of government correspond respectively to 555. Small, middle-sized, and large states. It cannot be supposed that this classification of forms of government was in any sense produced by observation or comparison. As a venture in political realism, it was not comparable with Harrington's theory that governments may be classified according to certain forms of land tenure. Montesquieu seems to have followed merely a subjective interest motivated by his ethical reaction to the political problems of France. His republic, actuated by the sturdy civic virtue of its citizens, was the Roman Republic, or his idealization of it, having no relation to modern republics. His despotism was what he feared France had become under the policy of Richelieu and Louis XIV, after local government, the parliaments, and the nobility had been deprived of their privileges. His monarchy was what he desired that France should remain, or what he later came to believe that England was. The main outline of Montesquieu's theory, therefore, was determined not by empirical considerations but by his preconceptions about what was desirable in France. In so far as the spirit of the laws has any arrangement, it consists in following out the modifications in law and institutions appropriate to each form of government and the variations in each required by circumstances, physical or institutional. But there is not in truth much concatenation of subject matter, and the amount of irrelevance is extraordinary. Books 4-X deal with educational institutions, criminal law, sumptuary laws, and the position of women, the characteristic corruptions of each form, and the type of military organization appropriate to each. Books 11 and 12 contain the celebrated discussion of political and civil liberty, and Book 13 deals with policies of taxation. Books 14-17 have to do with the effects of climate on government and industry, its relation to slavery and to political liberty. Book 18 covers more briefly the effects of soil. With Book 19, which reverts incongruously to the influence of custom, even this tenuous outline begins to break down. Books XX-XXII are practically observations at large on commerce and money, Book XXIII on population, and Books XXIV and XXV on religions. The work trails off in Books XXVI to XXXI into remarks on the history of Roman and feudal law. To summarize Montesquieu's conclusions is quite impossible, they are mainly episodic and as a rule they have little dependence. 556. On what he alleges to be evidence. With respect to his main purpose, it may be said that he oscillates between two tendencies inherent in the confused principles from which he started. On the one hand, he was inclined to assume that human law is rational and that accordingly there is a good reason, under the circumstances, for any usage that is widely and permanently established. Such an attitude agreed with his generally conservative inclination and with the theory that physical causes, such as climate, act directly on mental and moral capacities. Carried to its logical conclusion, however, it would have meant a complete moral relativism, and this was certainly never Montesquieu's position. On the other hand, he perhaps usually thought of climate and certain institutions, like slavery and polygamy, as adverse conditions which have to be compensated by legislation to produce a good moral result. This way of interpreting political evolution implies that the moral ideas at least of legislators are independent of social causation and that the causal influence of climate and the like is effective mainly as it enters into their calculations. Such a view cuts under a sociological theory of politics and repeats the exaggerated ideas about the influence of rulers which Machiavelli had made current. In fact, however, Montesquieu was less guilty on this score than his contemporaries. It is impossible, therefore, to attach any very precise meaning to Montesquieu's celebrated dictum that laws must be adapted to the circumstances in which a nation lives. Undoubtedly it suggested a corrective for a purely abstract or a priori treatment of political justice. Undoubtedly also it suggested a comparative study of law on a wide scale, but it left the plan for such study quite vague. Montesquieu's most positive suggestion that natural forces like climate act directly on the body and so upon the mind has shared the fate of the same hypothesis in biology, which seemed so promising to Lamarck. The statement that Montesquieu really envisaged and used an inductive and comparative method of studying social institutions must be taken with extreme qualification. Probably few important political theorists were more addicted to hasty generalizations or less inclined to distinguish between exact inference and the impulsion of prior convictions. He was indeed a man of wide reading, but his knowledge was inexact, judged not by the scholarly standards of a later 557 time but in terms of the sources at his disposal. His curious erudition was largely used to illustrate beliefs that would have been exactly the same if he had never heard of Persia. Even of political affairs in Europe, which lay under his eyes, Montesquieu was not so profound an observer as Machiavelli, Bodin, or even Harrington, who made no such pretensions to universal knowledge. What saves him from the charge of being an elegant amateur was not his scientific achievement but his whole-souled enthusiasm for liberty. He was a moralist for whom the eternal verities had begun to wear thin but who lacked the constructive power to get on without them. The separation of powers. On the whole, the estimate of Montesquieu's contemporaries that his importance lay in spreading and strengthening the belief in British institutions as the means of political liberty was not wrong. His residence in England freed him from the preconception that political liberty depends upon a superior virtue known only to the Romans and realized only in a city-state. It gave substance to his rooted dislike for despotism and suggested a way in which the evil effect of absolutism in France might perhaps be remedied. That Montesquieu himself believed it possible to imitate English government in France is probably not true, but certainly the famous 11th book of the Spirit of the Laws, in which he ascribed liberty in England to the separation of the legislative, executive, and judicial powers, and to the balancing of these powers against each other, set up these doctrines as dogmas of liberal constitution-making. The extent of Montesquieu's influence in this respect is unquestionable and may be read at large in the Bills of Rights of American and French constitutions. Point 13. This idea was, of course, one of the most ancient in political theory. The idea of the mixed state was as old as Plato's laws and had been utilized by Polybius to explain the supposed stability of Roman government. The tempered or mixed monarchy was a familiar conception throughout the Middle Ages, and medieval constitutionalism had in fact depended on a division of powers, as distinct from the sovereign power claimed by the new monarchy. In England, the controversies between the Crown and the courts of common law and between the Crown and Parliament had given concrete importance to the separation of powers. Harrington had considered it to be essential to free government and Locke had given it a subsidiary place in his theory of parliamentary priority. But in truth the idea of mixed government had never had a very definite meaning. It had connoted in part a participation and a balancing of social and economic interests and classes, in part a sharing of power by corporations such as communes or municipalities, and only in a small degree a constitutional organization of legal powers. Perhaps its greatest use had been as a make-weight against extreme centralization and as a reminder that no political organization will work unless it can assume comity and fair dealing between its various parts. So far as Montesquieu modified the ancient doctrine, it was by making the separation of powers into a system of legal checks and balances between the parts of a constitution. He was not in fact very precise. Much of what his 11th book contained, such for example as the general advantages of representative institutions or the specific advantages of the jury system or a hereditary nobility, had nothing to do with the separation of powers. The specific form of his theory depended upon the proposition that all political functions must of necessity be classifiable as legislative, executive, or judicial, yet to this crucial point he devoted no discussion whatever. The feasibility of making a radical separation between legislation and the judicial process, or between the making of a policy and control over its execution, would hardly have commended itself in any age to a political realist. Montesquieu, like everyone who used his theory, did not really contemplate an absolute separation of the three powers. The legislative ought to meet at the call of the executive retains a veto on legislation, and the legislature ought to exercise extraordinary judicial powers. The separation of powers, as Montesquieu described it and as it always remained, was crossed by a contradictory principle, the greater power of the legisla. 559. Tour, which in effect made it a dogma supplemented by an undefined privilege of making exceptions. It is a remarkable fact about Montesquieu's version of the separation of powers that he professed to discover it by a study of the English Constitution. In truth, the civil wars had destroyed the vestiges of medievalism that made it appropriate to call England a mixed government, and the Revolution of 1688 had settled the supremacy of Parliament. To be sure, when Montesquieu visited England, the status of the ministry was not very clearly fixed, but no man who relied on independent observation would have pitched upon the separation of powers as the distinctive feature of the Constitution. But Montesquieu did not rely on observation. Locke and Harrington had taught him what to expect, and for the rest he adopted the myth which was current among the English themselves. Thus he may have learned from his friend Bolingbroke. It is by this mixture of monarchical, aristocratical, and democratical power, blended together in one system, and by these three estates balancing one another, that our free constitution of government hath been preserved so long inviolate. 14. This theory of the Constitution was preserved, partly under Montesquieu's influence, by Blackstone. Even Burke, though he was the last man to take seriously a rigid separation of legal powers, believed that the Revolution had resulted in the balancing of interests and orders. It was not until Bentham's criticism of Blackstone in the Fragment on Government, 1776, that the separation of powers was effectively attacked. Voltaire and Civil Liberty. Apart from its analysis of the English Constitution, the spirit of the laws was not in its implications characteristic of political thought in the 18th century. The book at least suggested a dependence of political institutions upon physical and social causes, and a consequent relativism of political values, which was contrary to the view that commonly prevailed. In general, French writers in the 18th century believed as firmly as those of the 17th that reason provides an absolute standard by which human conduct and social institutions can be once for all justified or discredited. The tactical value of this assumption for the criticism of corrupt or oppressive governments is evident. Moreover, the two great triumphs of modern thought, Newton's physics and Locke's psychology, appeared for the time being to lend themselves to such an interpretation. Newton's success in stating the mechanical laws of nature, true without limitation of space or time, gave color to the presumption that political and economic events could be treated in the same highly generalized fashion, while Locke's proposal of a universal natural history of the mind, conceived on lines substantially similar to those of Newton's physics, implied the psychological explanation of social processes without reference to limitations set by history or the evolution of institutions. Newton and Locke were the two writers whose authority stood highest throughout the 18th century. To popularize Newton's physics and Locke's philosophy were the two projects that Voltaire brought with him from England when he returned to France in 1729.15. Voltaire's admiration for England was directed less toward its representative government than toward the freedom of discussion and publication which it permitted. Hence the first incidence of Locke's philosophy in France was only indirectly political. It came as much from the letters on toleration as from the treatises of government, and it coincided both with the tradition of French constitutionalism, which Louis XIV had violated by revoking the Edict of Nantes, and with the effects of Pierre Belle's genial skepticism, which had urged, even before Locke had published his similar argument, that no religious doctrine is either indubitable or indispensable to morals. The oppressive censorship both of religious and political opinion made the freedom of publication a vital issue in France, and in this cause no publicist labored so tirelessly as Voltaire. His onslaught on persecuting Christianity was probably the greatest contribution to freedom of speech ever made. But he largely divorced this crusade from the cause of popular government, a not very far-sighted policy, since civil liberty was unattainable unless political liberty came with it. he underscore 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 had little interest in politics on its own account and no interest at all in the masses of men, whom he regarded as cruel and stupid. But he had an intense interest in the freedom of scholars, and he was humane enough to be revolted by the stupidities and brutalities of French criminal law. Best of all, he was endlessly pugnacious and he was gifted with a wit that could always make his enemies ridiculous. Since it was impossible to argue with institutions that had no brains, ridicule was his most effective weapon. Because of the censorship, this sort of attack on the church and also on the state had to be carried on chiefly by innuendo and indirection. Diderot in the Encyclopedia stated the plan upon which that great organ of liberalism was edited. In all cases where a national prejudice would seem to deserve respect, the particular article ought to set it respectfully forth, with its whole procession of attractions and probabilities. But the edifice of mud ought to be overthrown and an unprofitable heap of dust scattered to the wind, by references to articles in which solid principles serve as a base for the opposite truths. This way of undeceiving men operates promptly on minds of the right stamp, and it operates infallibly and without any troublesome consequences, secretly and without disturbance, on minds of every description. 16. The novelty of Voltaire's ideas of religion and toleration consisted not in any quality intrinsic to them. They differed from Locke's only slightly, in a more complete denial of revelation, and not at all from those of many Englishmen. But in France they took on a radical tone which they entirely lacked in England, and the same was true of Locke's political philosophy. This was due less to the ideas themselves than to the environment in which they found themselves. The French government and the French church being what they were, even moderately liberal ideas were subversive. The very same philosophy, abstractly considered, that had a conservative tone in England had a radical tone in France. As John Morley has pointed out, the Englishmen who set the fashions of English thought in the 18th century were all on the side of the status quo, while any similar group of French writers would include many who were the objects of active and effective persecution. Underscore 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 Helvetius, French utilitarian. The theoretical enlargement of Locke's social philosophy took place on similar lines both in France and England. The treatises of government, depending substantially on the self-evidence of individual rights, and also the theory of knowledge in the fourth book of the essay, stood in no relation to what was immediately recognized as the most suggestive part of his work, a natural history of the understanding in terms of ideas derived ultimately from the senses, which he had attempted in the second book. The speculative development of Locke's philosophy therefore concerned itself with enlarging what he had called the new way ideas and with eliminating the Cartesianism which still mainly characterized his theory of scientific knowledge. Probably the work which turned the scale was Berkeley's brilliantly successful little essay on a new theory of vision, published in 1709 and based partly on Malebranche, which showed how effectively the psychological law of association could be used in analyzing and explaining a mental operation, the visual perception of depth, which seemed to be unitary and innate. Moreover, this way of developing Locke's thought seemed to be in line with his own expressed admiration for Newton's physics. Hume in his treatise, 1739, compared the association of ideas as an explanatory principle in psychology with the attraction of gravity in the physical world. Henceforth explanations of mental processes meant reducing them to elements of sensation and showing their evolution through the law of association. By the middle of the century Condillac had made this kind of psychology familiar in France. Locke's ethical and political ideas now needed revision, because these depended upon the intuitive power of reason to grasp manifest truths. He might reject innate ideas, but the self-evident rights of individuals were in reality nothing else. There was no great difficulty, however, in constructing a theory of human behavior that would make it, too, explainable by the association of ideas. The simplest hypothesis was to assume two native forces of motivation, the desire for pleasure and the dislike of pain, and to explain all more complicated motives as derivative by the association of pleasure or pain with more or less remote causes. 563. Of them, substantially conditioned reflexes. The end of human conduct is simply to enjoy as much pleasure and suffer as little pain as possible. Such a theory was developed in England 17 in the 1730s and 1740s and was elaborately presented in France in Helvétius's de l'Esprit in 1758. Again, there was a surprising difference between the tone which this utilitarian ethics had in England and that which it acquired in France. In England it was in origin a theological, even an ecclesiastical, theory preferred by the orthodox because of the importance which they attached to the pleasures or pains of a future life. In France, Helvétius made it a program for the reforming legislator, who can utilize the mechanism of human motives to bring private happiness and public welfare into the most complete accord. In short, he made the greatest happiness principle an instrument of reform and passed it on to his two followers, Beccaria and Bentham. Thus it was that the latter learned in France, and in the first instance from Helvétius, an English philosophy which he could bring back to England and use as an agent of radical reform, though its philosophical principles had been bulwarks of English orthodoxy for half a century. Helvétius says in the preface of de l'Esprit that he has tried to treat ethics like any other science and to make it as empirical as physics. Moralists have tended to be hortatory or denunciatory, both equally futile, for morals must start from an understanding of the forces that cause human action. The first principle of conduct is the fact that men must of necessity pursue their own interests. Self-interest in the moral sciences has the same place as motion in physics. What any man judges to be good is what he supposes to conduce to his interests, and similarly what any group of men or any nation sets up as moral is what it believes to conduce to the general interest. Moralists declaim continually against the badness of men, but this shows how little they understand of the matter. Men are not bad, they are merely subject to their own interests. The lamentations of moralists will certainly not change this motive power of human nature. The thing to complain of is not the badness of men but the ignorance of legislators. Who have always put the interest of individuals into opposition with the general interest. 18. The only rational standard of conduct on the whole, then, must be the greatest good of the greatest number. What stands opposed to it is the special good of a particular class or group. A group may have an erroneous notion of the causes of its happiness and so may set up a faulty standard, or a small group may exploit a larger group for its own interests. The remedy in either case is a more enlightened understanding of true interest or a more widespread enlightenment. Morality thus becomes the problem of the legislator, who must make special interests consonant with general and must above all spread the knowledge by which men can see how the public welfare includes their own. Because moral teaching has largely been entrusted to religious fanatics, because tyrannous rulers have not really desired the public good, and because men have been lazy and superstitious and ignorant, ethics has remained backward relative to other sciences. It is idle to tell men to honor virtue and leave them under institutions that put a premium on vice. A proper understanding of human motives places unlimited power in the hands of intelligent rulers and opens an unlimited possibility of progress in human happiness. An ethics thus conceived becomes the key to public policy. Good laws are the only means of making men virtuous. The whole art of legislation consists in forcing men, by the sentiment of self-love, to be always just to others. To make such laws it is necessary to know the human heart, and first of all to know that men, though concerned about themselves and indifferent to others, are born neither good nor bad but are capable of being the one or the other according as a common interest unites or divides them, that the preference which each man feels for himself, a sentiment on which the continuance of the race depends, is ineffaceably engraved upon him by nature, that physical sensation produces in us the love of pleasure and the dislike of pain, that pleasure and pain have placed the germ of self-love in the hearts of every man, which grows in turn into the passions from which arise all our virtues and vices. 19. Helvétius supported his conclusion by developing the psychological argument suggested in this quotation. Only the desire for pleasure and the aversion to pain are native impulses. In lan underscore 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 underscore. Gage later borrowed by Bentham. He describes these as the two safeguards that nature has supplied to men. All other motives are factices and come about by the association of pleasure and pain with acts that are more or less remote causes of them. On this foundation he erected what may be called a psychological theory of culture, opposed to Montesquieu's theory that it is directly influenced by climate and the like, and implying a denial of the influence of race. Since all mental operations reduce to associations, he concluded that there are no innate differences of intellectual faculty. The forming of associations depends on attention, and attention depends upon the motive force supplied by pleasure or pain. In particular, there are no innate moral faculties. The ideas of good and evil that men form depend wholly on what circumstance, or in a broad sense education, makes pleasurable or the reverse. The inferiority or superiority of a nation's morals results chiefly from legislation. Despotism brutalizes while good laws make a natural harmony of individual and public interests. On the whole, great and good men appear wherever the skill of legislators has created the proper rewards of talent and virtue. Though difficult, this task is not impossible, and the moral development of any people to any height is at least simple in principle. It consists in creating the necessary incentives to the desired virtues by supplying increments of pleasure or pain at the strategic points. The associational psychology and the utilitarian ethics appeared to be a great simplification of Locke's political theory because, for an unspecified number of self-evident rights, it substituted a single standard of value, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. In fact, it was much more than a simplification because, thoroughly applied, it destroyed natural right, the contract theory of government, and the whole system of natural law that was supposed to guarantee the harmony of individual interests in society. No writer in the 18th century was entirely clear on this point except Hume, and even Bentham, who followed him in setting utility in opposition to natural rights, was far from seeing all the implications of doing so. For if morality and social institutions are justified merely by their utility, rights must be so too, and in consequence any claim to a natural right is either nonsense or merely a confused way of saying that the right really does conduce to the greatest happiness. Helvetius seems to have been quite unaware of this discrepancy. As the utilitarian ethics was actually worked out, it contained assumptions that were in no way justified by the principle of utility but were accepted as in effect self-evident. Thus the presumption that everyone's happiness could be maximized at once was nothing except the old belief in the harmony of nature, which was supposed to prove that realizing all individual rights would produce the most harmonious society. Again, the presumption that one man's happiness ought to be counted as having the same value as another's was identical with the belief in natural equality. It was quite possible that the two principles, utility and natural right, should have led to opposite practical conclusions, and in some degree they really did so. The conclusion that Helvetius drew from the principle of utility was that a wise legislator would use pains and penalties to make men's interests harmonize, which need not imply any great degree of liberty. Natural law, on the contrary, implied that men's interests were naturally harmonious if they were left free, and this argument was used by the economists to prove that the legislator ought to keep his hands off trade. What held the two arguments together was not logic but the fact that those who used them were pretty well agreed about the conclusions they meant to reach. The same political reforms were defended indifferently in the name of utility or of natural law. The physiocrats. The utilitarianism which Helvetius developed as a theory of morals and legislation was extended simultaneously to economics, Quesnay's Tableau économique being published in the same year with de l'Esprit. Like Helvetius, the physiocrats regarded pleasure and pain as the two springs of human action and enlightened self-interest as the rule for a well-regulated society. But they allowed no such role to the legislator. His task is easy, namely, to avoid interfering with the natural operation of economic laws. Since each man is the best judge of his own interests, the surest way to make men happy is to reduce restrictions on individual effort and initiative. Governments ought, therefore, to reduce legislation to the indispensable minimum that will prevent invasions of individual liberty. This argument assumes that there 567 are natural economic laws, what Adam Smith later called the obvious and simple system of natural liberty, which produce the greatest prosperity and harmony when they are not interfered with. It was a curious confusion of two quite different meanings of natural law, the older meaning of it as setting up a standard of justice and right reason, and the newer meaning of it as giving merely an empirical generalization. From the point of view merely of utility, there was no reason to presume that a policy of keeping government out of business would necessarily lead to the greatest good of the greatest number. Economic liberty was not taken to imply political rights. The physiocrats were content with absolute monarchy if it would follow an enlightened economic policy. In general, all the French philosophers, except Rousseau, were more concerned with civil liberties, such as equality before the law and freedom of action, than they were with popular government. Holbach. The full polemic force of the utilitarian version of natural rights was not felt in France until the 1770s, when Holbach published the Bible of Atheists, his famous system of nature, and also his works on politics. 20 In place of Voltaire's vague deism, Holbach put a thoroughgoing atheism or materialism, supposed to depend on physical science, and made it the ground for a drastic attack on religion. The System of Nature was the first of a series of books, punctuating philosophy at intervals of about a generation, which have achieved enormous popularity with those who believe that religion is the opium of the people. Like the others, Holbach's book included a kind of pantheist religion of its own which had no logical dependence on science. Certainly the famous apostrophe to nature with which he ended was never derived by any intellectual operation from contemplating a mechanical system. Holbach left Voltaire behind in still another respect. Side by side with his attack on religion, he placed an equally outspoken attack on government. Governments in general, and the government of France in particular, have been ignorant, incompetent, unjust, rapacious, devoted to the exploitation rather than the well-being of their subjects, indifferent to trade and agriculture. As well as to education and the arts, mainly interested in war and conquest, and rather the breeders of depopulation and famine than the agents of the general good. Through this indictment ran an intense note of class consciousness, that of the excluded middle class, acutely aware of its own virtues, bitterly hostile to a government that exploited it in the interest of a class of social parasites, and serenely confident that its own interests were identical with the general good. For Holbach and the English utilitarians, the belief that the middle class is in a special sense the representative of social welfare made it appear that class conflict was merely an evil to be removed by extending political rights. This awareness of class conflict and of government as an instrument of exploitation was carried to England with utilitarianism, where it lay ready to the hand of Karl Marx. In its general principles there was little difference between Holbach's political philosophy and that of Helvetius, but Holbach was less interested in psychology and more interested in government. Men are not born bad but are made so by bad government. The essence of bad government is that it has not made the general happiness its main object. The cause of bad government is that it has been in the hands of tyrants and priests whose interest is not to govern but to exploit, and the remedy is to give free scope to the general will. 21 Which implies a harmony of self-interest and natural good. The sovereign is an agent who exercises the authority of society to repress injurious conduct. But society is good only because it gives men freedom to seek their own good, and liberty is an inalienable right because prosperity is impossible without it. All nations taken together make up an international society in which war is the counterpart of murder and robbery within a single nation. Despotism is a perversion of sovereignty in which the interests of a governing class usurp the place belonging to the general interest. The division of interests between classes is a chief source of weakness. The remedy, in a word, is education, which by itself Holbach expected to work the miracle of a reformation, for men are rational and need only see their true interest underscore 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 to follow it. Enlighten them, remove the obstacles set up by superstition and tyranny, leave them free to follow the light of reason, convince rulers that their interests are really identical with those of their subjects, and a happy state of society will follow almost automatically. If men see their real interests they will follow them, if they follow their true self-interest, the good of all follows. Nothing is more astonishing than the way in which Holbach can draw an indictment against the stupidity of all history and in the same breath propose to change it by merely pointing out that stupidity does not pay. In contrast with the violence of Holbach's charges against government is the rather extreme moderation of the liberal remedies that he had to propose. He was in no sense a revolutionist, at least in intention. Again and again he says that reason sheds no blood, that enlightened men are peaceable, that intelligence is slow but sure. Still less was he a democrat. The representatives of the people must be men of property, bound to the state by their possessions and interested to conserve them as much as to maintain liberty. By the word people I do not mean the stupid populace which, being deprived of enlightenment and good sense, may at any moment become the instrument and accomplice of turbulent demagogues who wish to disturb society. Every man who can live respectably from the income of his property and every head of a family who owns land ought to be regarded as a citizen. The artisan, the merchant, and the wage earner ought to be protected by a state which they serve usefully after their fashion, but they are not true members until by their labor and industry they have acquired land. 22. Hence for Holbach the true reformer was the sovereign. All that is needed is to convince him that the absurd right to do wrong is bad policy. The belief in the omnipotence of enlightenment was not a democratic doctrine because universal education appeared to be impossible. The great democrat of the 18th century was Rousseau, and his ideas about education attached least importance to intellectual enlightenment. Underscore 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 progress, Turgot and Condorcet. Throughout this literature from Helvetius to Holbach runs the idea of human progress. It was implicit in the idea of a natural social order and in the vision of a general science of human nature, in the belief that social well-being is a product of knowledge, and most emphatically in Locke's conception that knowledge results from the accumulation of experience. The idea of progress had never been wholly absent from philosophical empiricism, from the time when Bacon, comparing ancient with modern learning, had asserted that the modern age is a more advanced age of the world, and stored and stocked with infinite experiments and observations, or when Pascal had suggested that the history of the race, like that of an individual, may be conceived as a continuous process of learning. Voltaire in his Histories, by emphasizing the idea that the evolution of the arts and sciences is the key to social development, contributed to the same point of view. Turgot and Condorcet turned the idea of progress into a philosophy of history by enumerating the stages of development through which society has passed. 23 of the two. Turgot's brief essay was philosophically the more important, though Condorcet shows more clearly the aspirations and hopes which inspired the belief in progress. Turgot with profound insight stated the essential difference between those sciences, such as physics, which seek for laws of recurrent phenomena, and history, which follows the ever-growing accumulation of experience that makes up a civilization. In seeking a pattern for this infinitely growing variety he suggested something not very different from Comte's law of the three stages, an animistic, a speculative, and a scientific stage. Condorcet contented himself, after mentioning three hypothetical prehistorical stages, with dividing European history into 6 stages, 2 for the ancient, 2 for the medieval, and 2 for the modern period. The French Revolution, he thought, marked the beginning of a new and more glorious era. The disasters in which the revolution involved him and which destroyed him before his book was finally revised could not destroy his confidence in human destiny. underscore 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 underscore. Condorcet's account of the coming era is more indicative of the meaning which the idea of progress had for him than his division of history. This utopia is to arise from the spread of knowledge and from the power which knowledge gives to men over the obstacles to happiness, physical and mental. Its basis is Locke's empiricism, interpreted after the manner of Helvetius. Progress, Condorcet believed, will probably follow three lines: growing equality between nations, the elimination of class differences, and a general mental and moral improvement resulting from the first two. It is possible for all nations and all races to become as enlightened as the revolutions have shown the Americans and the French to be. Democracy will do away with the exploitation of backward races and make Europeans the elder brothers rather than the masters of black men. Within each nation it is possible to remove the disadvantages of education, opportunity, and wealth which inequalities of social class have imposed on the less fortunate. Freedom of trade, insurance for the sick and aged, the abolition of war, the elimination of both poverty and luxury, equal rights for women, and above all universal education can give a practically equal chance to all. Finally, Condorcet expected that progress would be cumulative, since the perfecting of social arrangements will improve the mental, moral, and physical powers of the race itself. The time will come when the sun will shine only upon a world of free men who recognize no master except their reason, when tyrants and slaves, priests and their stupid or hypocritical tools, will no longer exist except in history or on the stage. 24. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. But to be young was very heaven. When the philosophy briefly described in this chapter is passed in review, the conclusion cannot be avoided that it was important rather for the extent of the public which it influenced than for the novelty or the profundity of the ideas which it disseminated. It belonged more to the métier of popularization than of discovery. The 18th century has rightly been called the age of encyclopedias, an age in which Europe consolidated the gains made by the more original genius of the preceding century. This was true underscore 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 even of a figure as striking as Montesquieu. Its political philosophy remained essentially that of natural rights, inhering in individual personalities and setting the standards of what law and government may rightfully do and the limits beyond which they may not rightfully go. In the nature of the case such rights must be set up as axioms, the products of rational intuition, incapable of proof and still less defensible by empirical generalization. At the worst this was a better dogmatism than that of authority from which it released the 17th century, but the appeal to self-evidence was none the less dogmatism. Neither in science nor social studies could it withstand a wide and steady application of empirical methods. There was a steady though not a completely conscious change in this respect throughout the 18th century. Social philosophy was empirical as neither Hobbes nor Locke had been. It prosecuted the study of social history as the 17th century had never done. It explored the customs and the manners of outlandish folk as no rationalist would have thought worthwhile. It followed the processes of manufacture and the mechanic arts, of trade and finance and taxation, in a manner shocking to the pundits of the higher learning. Yet this empiricism had, so to speak, all the bias of rationalism. It had the foible of omniscience and the itch for simplicity. It appealed to fact, but it insisted that facts should speak a predetermined language. Even the new ethics of utility and the new economics, which were the chief additions made to social theory, were logically incoherent for precisely this reason. They professed to rest on an empirical theory of human motives, but they assumed a harmony of nature for which no scientific proof could ever have been given. Thus the popular thought of the 18th century reiterated a philosophy which in effect it only half believed and professed a method which it only half practiced. The practical importance of this popular philosophy was very great. It spread through all Europe the belief in science. It fostered the hope that intelligence might make men measurably the masters of their social and political fate. It passionately defended ideals of liberty, opportunity, and humane living, even though it did so mainly in the interest of a single social class. Beyond measure it did not apatheicize its prejudices. But intellectually it was superficial, and partly for this reason it fell. Chapter XXVIII. The rediscovery of the community, Rousseau. Between the writers most characteristic of the French Enlightenment and Jean-Jacques Rousseau is fixed a great gulf. Its existence was patent to everyone concerned, its exact nature has never been finally settled. Diderot described it as the vast chasm between heaven and hell, and said that the very idea of Rousseau disturbed his work as if I had a damned soul at my side. Rousseau in turn said that any man who could doubt his honesty deserved the gibbet. All Europe resounded with the quarrel, and the bitterness on both sides passes belief. Even the elementary question of personal honesty is still debated, though probably few now believe that Diderot was anything but an upright man, or that Rousseau was really a hypocrite. Thomas Carlyle once said that he differed from Sterling only in his opinions. Rousseau differed from his contemporaries in everything but his opinions. Even when he used the same words he meant something different. His character, his outlook on life, his scale of values, his instinctive reactions, all differed essentially from what the Enlightenment regarded as admirable. The 12 years from 1744 to 1756 that he spent in Paris brought him into close association with the circle that wrote the encyclopedia, but they only produced on both sides the conviction that Rousseau did not belong there. This opposition, and indeed all that Rousseau wrote on philosophy and politics, grew in some devious way from his complex and unhappy personality. His Confessions gives a clear picture of a deeply divided personality, in which morbidities both of sex and religion played a large part. My tastes and thoughts, he says, always seemed to fluctuate between the noble and the base. His relations with women, both real and imaginary, display a violent sensuality failing alike of animal satisfaction or affective sublimation, but issuing in a riot of sentimental. 575. Fancy and introspective attitudinizing. For him the discipline, intellectual or moral, characteristic of Calvinism in its more vital forms had never existed. But he continued to be bedeviled by a Puritan conscience, a sense of sin, and the fear of damnation. It had little effect perhaps on what he did, but it produced, by way of compensation, a fine crop of moral sentiments. I easily forget my misfortunes, but I cannot forget my faults, and still less my virtuous sentiments. Rousseau's passionate belief that men are naturally good, which he once said was the fundamental principle of his ethical writings, was less an intellectual conviction than a reversal of his innate fear that he was bad. By throwing the fault on society he was able at once to satisfy his need for condemnation and to shelter himself in a comfortable myth. This conflict in Rousseau's personality between the noble and the base, the ideal and the real, robbed him of all satisfaction in his work or confidence in its value. The inception of an idea was like a light from heaven, resolving all the contradictions of our social system. The expression conveyed not 1/4 of the vague but glittering vision. In social relations he labored under a painful sense of inadequacy, stupidity, and self-distrust. He seems never to have been comfortable except with women and in relationships practically devoid of intellectual content. By inclination he was parasitic, and during considerable periods he lived in a state of semi-dependence, but he could never accept dependence gracefully. Instead, he built around himself a myth of pseudo-stoicism and fictitious self-sufficiency, which expressed itself most definitely in suspicion of those who tried to befriend him and in the discovery of elaborate plots, probably imaginary, to ruin and betray him. Before the end of his life these suspicions became well-defined delusions of persecution. Despite his years of not ungenial vagabondage, he represented in taste and morals the sentimentality of the lower middle class. Essentially he was interested in homely things, was terrified of science and art, distrusted polished manners, sentimentalized commonplace virtues, and enthroned sense above intelligence. 576. The revolt against reason. More than most men Rousseau projected the contradictions and maladjustments of his own nature upon the society about him and sought an anodyne for his own painful sensitivity. For this purpose he adopted the familiar contrast between the natural and the actual, current in all the appeals to reason. But Rousseau did not appeal to reason. On the contrary, he turned the contrast into an attack upon reason. Against intelligence, the growth of knowledge, and the progress of science, which the Enlightenment believed to be the only hope of civilization, he set amiable and benevolent sentiments, the goodwill, and reverence. What gives value to life is the common emotions, perhaps one might say instincts, in respect to which men differ hardly at all and which he imagined to exist in a purer and less perverted form in the simple, uneducated man than in the enlightened and sophisticated. A thinking man is a depraved animal. All his moral valuations turned upon the worth of these common feelings, the affections of family life, the joy and beauty of motherhood, the satisfactions of the homely arts like tilling the soil, the universal feeling of religious reverence, above all, the sense of a common lot and the sharing of a common life, all that men learned after him to call the realities of everyday living. By contrast, science is the fruit of idle curiosity, philosophy is mere intellectual frippery, the amenities of polite life are tinsel. The hero of Rousseau's primitivism was not the noble savage, it was the irritated and bewildered bourgeois, at odds with a society that despised and looked down on him, conscious of his own purity of heart and the greatness of his own deserts, and profoundly shocked at the badness of the philosophers to whom nothing was sacred. By some queer logic of the emotions, therefore, he joined in an equal condemnation both the social order that oppressed him and the philosophy which had attacked the foundations of that society. Against both he set up the pieties and the virtues of the simple heart. The truth is that Rousseau first made vocal a newly awakened fear, the fear that rational criticism, having demolished the more inconvenient pieties like the dogmas and disciplines of the Church, might not be made to stop before the pieties which it still seemed judicious to retain. 577. These vain and futile declaimers the philosophers go forth on all sides, armed with their fatal paradoxes, to sap the foundations of our faith, and nullify virtue. They smile contemptuously at such old names as patriotism and religion, and consecrate their talents and philosophy to the destruction and defamation of all that men hold sacred. 1. In short, intelligence is dangerous because it undermines reverence, science is destructive because it takes away faith, reason is bad because it sets prudence against moral intuition. Without reverence, faith, and moral intuition there is neither character nor society. This was a note which the Enlightenment could not easily understand unless it were a covert defense of revelation and the Church, as in fact it was not, for the Enlightenment was accustomed to center its faith and its hope in reason and science. The enormous importance of Rousseau lies in the fact that, broadly speaking, he carried philosophy with him against its own tradition. Kant acknowledged that Rousseau had first revealed to him the surpassing value of the moral will as compared with scientific inquiry, and Kant's philosophy, if not the beginning of a new age of faith, at least began a new division between science on the one side and religion and morals on the other. In this new alignment philosophy was less the ally of science than the protector of religion. Science must be carefully confined to the phenomenal world, where it can do no harm to the verities of the heart, to religion and the moral law. To say that science knows only appearances at least suggests that there is some other way of knowing realities. Philosophy, once released from science, did not always walk soberly with the moral law. Sometimes it sought the higher truth by ways non-rational and irrational, by faith, by the light of genius, by metaphysical intuition, or in the will. The distrust of intelligence was written large over the philosophy of the 19th century. A political philosophy which, like Rousseau's, began by magnifying the moral sentiments against reason, might be carried out in a variety of ways, but it was bound to be contrary to the traditional liberalism either of natural rights or of utility. Both Rousseau and Kant denied that rational self-interest is a reputable moral motive and excluded prudence from the list of moral virtues. The outcome might be a more radical doctrine of equality than could be underscore 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 defended on grounds of reason and individual rights, since Rousseau supposed that the moral virtues exist in the greatest purity among the common people. As he said in Emile, it is the common people who compose the human race, what is not the people is hardly worth taking into account. Man is the same in all ranks, that being so, the ranks which are most numerous deserve most respect. Point 2. A democracy of this sort, however, need imply very little personal liberty because it attaches only slight importance to individual preeminence. An ethics that identifies morality with rational self-interest at least presumes freedom of private judgment, but an ethics of sentiment, especially if it stresses sentiments that are equally native to all men, need not do so. In the end, what it is most certain to inculcate is reverence for the authority of tradition and custom. The morality of the plain man, however much of the goodwill it may embody, is inevitably the morality of his time and place. Its standards are rather those of the group than of the individual, and such a morality always teaches submission to the group and conformity to its customary duties. This being so, there is no assurance that they will turn out in the end to be democratic at all. It was more or less an accident that Rousseau put a high estimate on a simple society with no marked differences of rank. The virtues of loyalty and patriotism, which he chiefly admired, and the glory of finding happiness in the welfare of the group, need have no special reference to democracy. It is hard to say whether Rousseau belonged more truly to Jacobin republicanism or to a conservative reaction. Man as citizen. It is convenient to distinguish between two periods of Rousseau's political writing, a formative period dated about 1754 to 55, in which he gave shape to his own ideas in opposition to Diderot III, and the period in which the final version of the social contract was prepared for publication in 1762. Many critics have felt a fundamental logical discrepancy between the works of these two periods, described by Vaughan as the defiant individualism of the Discours sur l'inégalité and the equally defiant collectivism of the Contrat social. It is certain that Rousseau himself felt no such opposition. In the Confessions he says that every strong idea in the social contract had been before published in the Discourse on Inequality. In general, Rousseau's opinion was correct, though it is also true that incompatible ideas abound throughout his writings. Much that seems like defiant individualism persisted in the social contract, and none of his works can be reduced to a consistent system. The difference between the earlier works and the social contract is merely that in the former he was writing himself free from an ungenial social philosophy, and in the latter he was expressing, as clearly as he could, a counter-philosophy of his own. The social philosophy from which Rousseau had to disentangle himself was the systematic individualism which, by the time he wrote, was attributed to Locke. It held that the value of any social group consists in the happiness or self-satisfaction which it produces for its members, and especially in the protection of their inherent right to own and enjoy property. Human beings are led to cooperate by enlightened self-interest and a nice calculation of individual advantage. A community is essentially utilitarian. In itself it has no value though it protects values. The motive on which it rests is universal selfishness, and it contributes mainly to the comfort and security of its members. Quite rightly Rousseau attributed this philosophy as much to Hobbes as to Locke. Against Hobbes he brought the pertinent objection that the state of war attributed to individual men in a state of nature really belongs to public persons or moral beings called sovereigns, for men fight not as detached individuals but as citizens or subjects. The writer who did most to release Rousseau from this individualism was Plato. With Rousseau there begins, in fact, a new era of classical influence in political philosophy, which was extended through Hegelianism and which was more genuinely Greek than the pseudo-classicism of the 18th century. What underscore 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 Rousseau got from Plato was a general outlook. It included, first, the conviction that political subjection is essentially ethical and only secondarily a matter of law and power. Second, and more important, he took from Plato the presumption, implicit in all the philosophy of the city-state, that the community is itself the chief moralizing agency and therefore represents the highest moral value. The philosophy to which Rousseau stood opposed began with fully formed individuals. To them it imputed a full complement of interests and the power to calculate a desire for happiness, the idea of ownership, the power to communicate with other men, to bargain with them, to make an agreement, and finally to make a government that will give the agreement force. Plato stimulated Rousseau to ask, where do individuals get all these capacities except from society? Within a society there may be individuality, freedom, self-interest, respect for covenants, outside it there is nothing moral. From it individuals get their mental and moral faculties and by it they become human. The fundamental moral category is not man but citizen. To this conclusion Rousseau was led also by his own citizenship in the city-state of Geneva. It is difficult to see in his early life that this ever exerted any tangible influence on him while he was subject to it, but afterward he rationalized and idealized it. This may be seen in the dedication which he placed before the Discourse on Inequality, written at a time when he planned to make Geneva his home. This idealization of the city-state was one reason why his political philosophy never articulated closely with contemporary politics. In formulating a theory he never envisaged a state on a national scale, and in writing on concrete questions, his views had little to do with his theories. Rousseau himself was in no sense a nationalist, though his philosophy contributed to nationalism. By reviving the intimacy of feeling and the reverence connoted by citizenship in the city-state, he made it available, at least as an emotional coloring, to citizenship in the national state. The cosmopolitanism implied by natural law he chose to regard as merely a pretext for evading the duties of a citizen. During the 2 years in which his political ideas were forming, Rousseau was largely concerned with the meaning of conventional expressions such as the state of nature or the natural man, which were obviously incompatible with his own idea that men 581 have no moral qualities outside a community. A difference of opinion on this subject with Diderot began the lifelong quarrel between the two men. The volume of the Encyclopedia published in 1755 contained an article on natural law by Diderot and one on political economy by Rousseau. About the same time he wrote a criticism of Diderot's article for the social contract but later excluded it from the final draft. Diderot's article was a rhetorical flourish with conventional ideas. Man is rational, his rationality subjects him to the law of natural equity, the test of morals and government is the general will of the race, embodied in the law and practices of civilized peoples. Its very conventionality made it the proper object for Rousseau's attack. He dissented from every article of the accepted creed. In the first place, the society of the whole human race is a veritable chimera. A race is not a society because mere likeness of kind creates no real union, while a society is a moral person arising from a real bond, liaison, uniting its members. A society must have common possessions, such as a common language and a common interest and well-being, which is not a sum of private goods but the source of them. The human race as a whole has nothing of this sort in common. In the second place, it is absolutely false that reason by itself would ever bring men together, if they were concerned only with their individual happiness, as the conventional theory supposes. The whole argument is fictitious because all our ideas, even of self-interest, are drawn from the communities in which we live. Self-interest is not more natural or more innate than the social needs that draw men together in communities. Finally, if there is any idea of a general human family, it arises from the little communities in which men live instinctively. An international community is the end and not the beginning. We conceive a general society according to our particular societies. The establishment of little states makes us think of large ones, and we begin properly to become men only after we have become citizens. This shows what we should think of those pretended cosmopolitans who, in justifying their love for their country by their love for the human race, make a boast of loving all the world in order to enjoy the privilege of loving no 1.5. Nature and the simple life. The argument of the Discourse on Inequality, which was published at about the same time, was seriously clouded by the arresting attack on private property for which the work has been mainly known. Obviously, if there are no rights of man, property is not one. In his plan for a constitution of Corsica, Rousseau even said that the state ought to be the sole owner. But certainly he was not a communist. In the article on political economy he referred to property as the most sacred of all the rights of citizenship, and even in the discourse itself he treated it as a quite indispensable social right. It is true that the half-century before the revolution produced in France schemes of utopian communism which bear about the same relation to middle-class radicalism as Winstanley's communism to the political doctrine of the English levellers. Meslier before Rousseau and Mably and Morelli after him sketched natural schemes of society in which goods, especially land, were to be owned in common and the produce shared, and in the revolutionary era itself Marichal's Manifesto of Equals and Babeuf's Communist Uprising in 1796 carried on the idea that political freedom is a superficial remedy without economic equality. To this body of communist ideas Rousseau's attack on private property in the discourse may be said vaguely to belong. But he had no serious idea of abolishing property and no very definite idea about its place in the community. What Rousseau contributed to socialism, utopian or other, was the much more general idea that all rights, including those of property, are rights within the community and not against it. As a whole, the discourse was meant to deal with the same question as the chapter in criticism of Diderot's article on natural law. It was this which Rousseau put into the preface as the problem of the book: what really is natural and what is artificial in human nature? In general terms his answer is that, over and above self-interest, men have an innate revulsion against suffering in others. The common basis of sociability is not reason but feeling, except to the perverted man suffering anywhere is directly painful. In this sense men are naturally good. The calculating egoist of the theories exists not in nature but only in a perverted society. The philosophers know very well what a citizen 583 of London or Paris is, but not what a man is. 6. What then is the truly natural man? The answer cannot be drawn from history, because if natural men ever existed, they certainly do not now. If one tries to make a hypothetical picture, the answer is certain: natural man was an animal whose behavior was purely instinctive, any thought whatever is depraved. He wholly lacked language, unless in the form of instinctive cries, and without language any general idea is impossible. Consequently the natural man was neither moral nor vicious. He was not unhappy, but neither was he happy. Obviously he had no property, for property resulted from ideas, foreseen wants, knowledge, industry, which were not intrinsically natural but implied language, thought, and society. Selfishness, taste, regard for the opinion of others, the arts, war, slavery, vice, conjugal and paternal affection all exist in men only as they are sociable beings who live together in larger or smaller groups. This argument was quite general. It proved merely that the natural egoist is a fiction, that some kind of community is inevitable, and that no society is purely instinctive. Rousseau intertwined with it, however, another argument that was logically irrelevant. His early writings, far more than the social contract, are filled with a kind of pessimism, probably the result of irritation induced by his residence in Paris, which made him believe that existing French society was little more than an instrument of exploitation. Grinding poverty in one class contributes merely to parasitic luxury in another, the arts fling garlands of flowers over men's chains because they are beyond the reach of the masses on whose labor they are supported, and economic exploitation issues naturally in political despotism. Against this perverted society Rousseau chose to set an idealized simple society which is in a just mean between primitive indolence and civilized egoism. Evidently the conclusion that existing societies are perverted and should be simplified has nothing to do with the prior conclusion that some kind of society is the only moralizing force in human life. If society as such were a perversion, the conclusion would be that it ought to be abolished. Rousseau has been accused of timidity for not drawing it. In fact, this was not his conclusion. The simple society that he chose to admire is _______. Very far removed, as he was at pains to show, from natural instinct. For this reason it is not very clear just what practical consequences, if any, do flow from his criticism of the state of nature. It all depends on the nature of the society in which the individual is to be embedded. A national state, a militant working class, or ultramontane Catholicism might all claim, as easily as the city-state that Rousseau affected, to represent the ultimate value to which men ought to give their loyalty. The implications can be conservative quite as easily as radical. Of the early works that which stated Rousseau's political theory most clearly is the article on political economy in the 5th volume of the Encyclopedia. It was evidently in some sense a companion piece to Diderot's article on natural law in the same volume. Rousseau's most characteristic political idea, the general will, appeared in both, and it is uncertain whether he or Diderot invented the term. Certainly Rousseau made it his own. His article touched briefly on most of the ideas developed later in the social contract: the theory that a community has a corporate personality or moi commune, the organic analogy for a social group, the doctrine that the general will of the corporate self sets the moral standards valid for its members, and the implied reduction of government to a mere agent of the general will. The general principle behind the argument is that already mentioned, that mere likeness of kind does not make men into a society but only a psychological or spiritual bond, the reciprocal sensibility and internal correspondence of all the parts analogous to the vital principle of a living organism. The body politic, therefore, is also a moral being possessed of a will, and this general will, which tends always to the preservation and welfare of the whole and of every part, and is the source of the laws, constitutes for all the members of the state, in their relations to one another and to it, the rule of what is just or unjust. 7. The tendency to form societies is a universal trait. Wherever individuals have a common interest they form a society, permanent or transient, and every society has a general will which regulates the conduct of its members. Larger societies are composed not directly of individuals but of smaller societies, and each more in underscore. Closive society sets the duties of the smaller societies that compose it. Thus Rousseau still left standing the great society, the human race, of which natural law is the general will, but as a society rather than as a race. The bonds of this society, however, are obviously weak. In effect Rousseau sets up patriotism as the supreme virtue and the source of all other virtues. It is certain that the greatest miracles of virtue have been produced by patriotism, this fine and lively feeling, which gives to the force of self-love all the beauty of virtue, lends it an energy which, without disfiguring it, makes it the most heroic of all passions. 8. Human beings must be made citizens before they can be made men, but in order that they may be citizens, governments must give liberty under the law, must provide for material welfare and remove gross inequality in the distribution of wealth, and must create a system of public education by which children are accustomed to regard their individuality only in its relation to the body of the state. The general problem of a political philosophy Rousseau stated almost in the form of the paradox with which he opened the social contract. By what inconceivable art has a means been found of making men free by making them subject? 9. The General Will. The Social Contract was published in 1762. By Rousseau's account it was a part of a much larger work which he had projected but was not able to finish. The plan of this larger work is unknown, but in view of the arrangement of subject matter in the social contract itself, he probably began by stating abstractly his theory of the general will and then went on to make observations at large about history and politics. The latter part of the book as published retains traces of the reading of Montesquieu, as did also Rousseau's published plan for a constitution of Corsica and his considerations sur le gouvernement de Poland. The social contract, in its theoretical part, is excessively abstract. When Rousseau writes on current questions it is usually difficult to see what the theory has to do with his proposals or the proposals with the underscore. Theory. It is safe to say, therefore, that nothing was lost when he abandoned his more extended work. The general will and the criticism of natural right comprised everything of importance that he had to say. The practical uses to which that theory might be put were various, and Rousseau had neither the knowledge nor the patience to explore them. His belief that a small community like the city-state is the best example of the general will made it impossible for him to discuss contemporary politics with much point. The development of the theory of the general will in the social contract was involved in paradoxes, partly because of the cloudiness of Rousseau's ideas but partly, it seems, because he had a rhetorician's liking for paradox. Manifestly, in view of his criticism of the natural man, he ought to have avoided the notion of contract altogether as both meaningless and misleading. Seemingly he retained the phrase because he liked its popular appeal, and in order not to make the inconsistency too glaring, he deleted the criticism of the state of nature which he had written against Diderot. Not content with this complication, after introducing the contract he explained it away, so far as any definite contractual meaning was concerned. In the first place, his contract has nothing to do with the rights and powers of government, since the latter is merely the people's agent and is so devoid of independent power that it cannot be the subject of a contract. In the second place, the imaginary act by which a society is produced is not ever remotely like a contract, because the rights and liberties of individuals have no existence at all except as they are already members of the group. Rousseau's whole argument depended upon the fact that a community of citizens is unique and coeval with its members, they neither make it nor have rights against it. It is an association, not an aggregation, a moral and collective personality. The word contract was about as misleading as any that Rousseau could have chosen. The social order is a sacred right which is the basis of all other rights. 10. The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone, and remain as free as before. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and, in our corporate capacity we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. 11. Another paradox lay in the fact that Rousseau could not persuade himself to give over trying to prove that men individually gain more by being members of society than they would by remaining isolated. This is implied in the famous sentence with which the social contract opened and in which he proposed to explain what can make the bondage of society legitimate. This way of putting the question implied that Rousseau was going to show, as Holbach or Helvetius might, that being a member of society is on the whole a good bargain. Of course he was going to do nothing of the sort, if the state of nature was a chimera and all the values by which the bargain might be judged were non-existent except in a society. Similarly, the assertion that man is everywhere in chains implied that society is a burden for which individuals need to be compensated, whereas Rousseau was going to argue that they are not human at all except as members of a community. A bad community might impose chains on its members, but Rousseau was logically bound to hold that it did so because it was bad and not because it was a community. The question, what justifies the existence of communities, should have been treated by him as nonsensical. The question, what makes one community better than another, is of course legitimate. It would involve a comparison of communities in terms of the social and individual interests that each conserves, but not a comparison between a community and its absence. Again, an individual might be better off in one community than in another, but the question whether he would be better or worse off in no community ought to have been ruled out as unmeaning. For it was society, he said, that substituted justice for instinct and gave men's actions the morality they had formerly lacked. Instead of a stupid and unimaginative animal, it made him an intelligent being and a man. Apart from society there would be no scale of values in terms of which to judge well-being. The general will, therefore, represented a unique fact about a community, namely, that it has a collective good which is not the same thing as the private interests of its members. In some sense underscore 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 underscore. It lives its own life, fulfills its own destiny, and suffers its own fate. In accordance with the analogy of an organism, which Rousseau had developed at some length in the article on political economy, it may be said to have a will of its own, the general will, volonté générale. If the state is a moral person whose life is in the union of its members, and if the most important of its cares is the care for its own preservation, it must have a universal and compelling force, in order to move and dispose each part as may be most advantageous to the whole. 12. The rights of individuals, such as liberty, equality, and property, which natural law attributed to men as such, are really the rights of citizens. Men become equal, as Rousseau says, by convention and legal right, not, as Hobbes had said, because their physical power is substantially equal. The right which each individual has to his own estate is always subordinate to the right which the community has over all. 13. In the community men first gain civil liberty, which is a moral right and is not merely the natural liberty which by a figure of speech might be attributed to a solitary animal. The paradox of freedom. So far this is perfectly true and a fair reply to the extravagances of contemporary speculation about the state of nature. Just what it entails, however, about the rights of men in society is far from obvious, and Rousseau's account of the matter sometimes contradicted itself within the limits of a single page. For example, the social compact gives the body politic absolute power over all its members. Each man alienates, I admit, by the social compact, only such part of his powers, goods, and liberty as it is important for the community to control, but it must also be granted that the sovereign is sole judge of what is important. But the sovereign, for its part, cannot impose upon its subjects any fetters that are useless to the community. We can see from this that the sovereign power, absolute, sacred, and inviolable as it is, does not and cannot exceed the limits of general conventions, and that every man may dispose at will of such goods and liberty as these conventions leave him. 14. Underscore 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 underscore. In fact, Rousseau moved back and forth at will between his own theory of the general will and the infeasible individual rights which ostensibly he had abandoned. In itself the mere fact that rights of any sort require social recognition and can be defended only in terms of a common good signifies nothing about what individual rights a well-regulated community will give to its members. Since Rousseau believed as a matter of course that social well-being itself dictates some liberty of individual choice and action, wherever he meets this sort of case he sets it down as a limitation upon the general will. Logically it is nothing of the sort, if liberty itself is one of the things that the general good requires. On the other hand, Rousseau was quite capable of arguing that because there are no infeasible rights in defiance of the general good, there are no individual rights at all. This again was a logical confusion, unless one argues, as Rousseau certainly did not mean to do, that all liberty is contrary to the social good. The truth is that the general will is so abstract, asserting merely that rights are social, that it justified no inference at all about the extent to which individuals might wisely be left to their own devices within society. At the same time the general position was of course valid against a theory of natural rights that left social well-being entirely out of account. This confusion in Rousseau's argument gave rise to another paradox which is especially important and especially irritating, the paradox of freedom. He began by assuming a burden that was incumbent on egoistic theories but not upon him, provided he meant really to reject egoism, namely, to prove that in society a man may still obey himself alone. Consequently he undertook nothing less than to show that real coercion never occurs in society and that what is taken to be coercion is only apparently so, a paradox of the worst sort. Even a criminal wills his own punishment. In order then that the social compact may not be an empty formula, it tacitly includes the undertaking that whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so by the whole body. This means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free. This alone legitimizes civil undertakings, which, without it, would be absurd, tyrannical, and liable to the most frightful abuses. 15. In other words, Coercion is not really coercion because when a man individually wants something different from what the social order gives him, he is merely capricious and does not rightly know his own good or his own desires. This kind of argument, in Rousseau and after him in Hegel, was a dangerous experiment in juggling with ambiguities. Liberty had become what Thorstein Veblen called an honorific word, the name for a sentiment with which even attacks on liberty wished to be baptized. It was perfectly legitimate to point out that some liberties are not good, that liberty in one direction may entail loss of liberty in another, or that there are other political values which in some circumstances are more highly esteemed than liberty. Straining language to show that restricting liberty is really increasing it, and that coercion is not really coercion, merely made the vague language of politics still vaguer. But this was not the worst of it. What was almost inevitably implied was that a man whose moral convictions are against those commonly held in his community is merely capricious and ought to be suppressed. This was perhaps not a legitimate inference from the abstract theory of the general will, because freedom of conscience really is a social and not merely an individual good. But in every concrete situation the general will has to be identified with some body of actual opinion, and moral intuitionism usually means that morality is identified with standards which are generally accepted. Forcing a man to be free is a euphemism for making him blindly obedient to the mass or the strongest party. Robespierre made the inevitable application when he said of the Jacobins, "Our will is the general will." They say that terrorism is the resort of despotic government. Is our government then like despotism? Yes, as the sword that flashes in the hand of the hero of liberty is like that with which the satellites of tyranny are armed. The government of the revolution is the despotism of liberty against tyranny. 16. The general will, as Rousseau said over and over again, is always right. This is merely a truism, because the general will stands for the social good, which is itself the standard of right. What is not right is merely not the general will. But how does underscore 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 underscore? In Rousseau's intention, the theory of the general will greatly diminished the importance of government. Sovereignty belongs only to the people as a corporate body, while government is merely an agent having delegated powers which can be withdrawn or modified as the will of the people dictates. Government has no vested right whatever, such as Locke's theory of the contract had left to it, but has merely the status of a committee. Rousseau conceived this to exclude any form of representative government, since the sovereignty of the people cannot be represented. The only free government is therefore a direct democracy in which the citizens can actually be present in town meeting. Just why the general will should be restricted to this one form of expression is not very clear, apart from Rousseau's admiration for the city-state. Doubtless it was his belief that the theory of popular sovereignty diminished the power of the executive, but this was an illusion. For though the people have all power and all moral right and wisdom, a corporate body cannot as such express its will or execute it. The more the community is exalted, the more authority its spokesmen have, whether they are called representatives or not. Even parties and factions, which Rousseau thoroughly detested, are more likely to be strengthened than weakened by the idea of corporate sovereignty. A well-regimented minority, whose leaders are persuaded of their own inspiration and whose members think with their blood, has proved an almost perfect organ for the general will. Rousseau and nationalism. Rousseau's political philosophy was so vague that it can hardly be said to point in any specific direction. In the age of the Revolution, probably Robespierre and the Jacobins owed most to him, for his theory of popular sovereignty and his denial of any vested right in government made, as Gierke said, a kind of doctrine of permanent revolution which was very suitable to the purposes of a radical democratic party. Moreover, there was really nothing in the conception of the general will that required it to be shared consciously by the whole people or to be expressed only in a popular assembly. Rousseau's enthusiasm for the democratic city-state was an anachronism. The small community with a prevailingly rural economy, loosely federated with other similar communities, which would perhaps have represented his ideals most literally, had no importance in Europe and only a passing importance in America. Though Rousseau believed that free citizenship was impossible in any form of larger state, it was inevitable under the circumstances that the sentiment which he aroused should result mainly in idealizing national patriotism. Thus in his essay on Poland he might advise a policy of decentralization, but the only effect of the work must lie in its appeal to Polish nationalism. On the other hand, he persistently libeled the humanitarian and cosmopolitan ideals of the Enlightenment as a mere lack of moral principle. Today there are no longer Frenchmen, Germans, Spaniards, or even Englishmen, there are only Europeans. They are at home wherever there is money to steal or women to seduce. 17. The net effect was a very uncritical adaptation of the ideal of citizenship as it had been in a city-state to the modern national state, which is an almost wholly different kind of social and political unit. Thus the state was idealized as including all the values of national civilization, much as the Greek city had overlapped nearly all phases of Greek life, though in fact no modern state did anything of the sort. Thus without being himself a nationalist, Rousseau helped to recast the ancient ideal of citizenship in a form such that national sentiment could appropriate it. Nationalism, however, was not a simple force acting in a single direction or with a single motive. It might mean democracy and the rights of man, as in general it did in the age of the Revolution, but it might mean also an alliance between the landowning gentry and the new middle-class aristocracy of wealth. It might sweep away the remnants of feudal institutions only to build in their place new institutions that would rely no less heavily on traditional loyalties and the subordination of classes. Inevitably nationalism in France and England, where there was no doubt of political union, would be quite different from nationalism in Germany, where the aspiration for a national government commensurate with the unity of German culture would soon overtop all other questions. Rousseau's idealizing of the moral feelings of the plain man found an immediate echo in the Ethics of Kant. Its full significance, especially his idealizing of the collective will and of participation in the common life, appeared in German philosophy with the idealism of Hegel. Rousseau's collectivism, however, required a drastic revaluation of custom, tradition, and the accumulating heritage of the national culture, without which the general will was nothing but an empty formula. This, in turn, amounted to a thoroughgoing revolution in philosophical values. Since the time of Descartes, custom and reason had by common consent been set in contrast to one another. The proper work of reason had been to release men from the bondage of authority and tradition, in order that they might be free to follow the light of nature. This was the meaning of the whole imposing system of natural law. This the sentimentalism of Rousseau tacitly set aside. The idealism of Hegel tried to weave reason and tradition into a single unit, the expanding culture of a national spirit or consciousness. In effect reason was to be bent to the service of 594. Custom, tradition, and authority, with a corresponding emphasis on the values of stability, national unity, and continuity of development. Hegel's philosophy conceived the general will as the spirit of the nation, expanding and embodying itself in a national culture and creating its organs in an historical constitution. Apart from the incoherence of Rousseau's presentation of it, the obvious defect of the general will as he left it was the extreme abstractness of the conception. It was the mere idea or form of a community, as Kant's categorical imperative was the mere form of a moral will. Nothing but historical accident, so to speak, attached it to the sense of membership in a nation and the idealizing of national citizenship. Rousseau's position as an alien in French national life, his moral incapacity to ally himself with any social cause, and the state of French politics when he wrote, all conspired to prevent him from giving to the general will any concrete embodiment. This want, however, was at once supplied by Edmund Burke. For Burke the conventions of the Constitution, the traditional rights and duties of Englishmen, the living presence of a rich national culture growing from generation to generation were not abstractions but real existences, suffused with the warmth of ardent patriotism and the glow of moral sentiment. In the later years of his life the shock and horror of the French Revolution forced him to break the habit of a lifetime and to state in general terms the philosophy upon which he had always acted. The result was at once a contrast and a supplement to Rousseau. In Burke the corporate life of England became a conscious reality. The general will was released from temporary bondage to Jacobinism and made a factor in conservative nationalism. Throughout the 18th century the tradition of philosophical rationalism and the system of natural law which was its most typical creation was in a state of gradual decadence. Rousseau's denial of it was largely a matter of feeling. He lacked the intellectual penetration and the steadiness of intellectual application to criticize the system in place of which he set up the autonomy of sentiment. But this criticism already existed, the work of David Hume. From the time of Locke, the growth of the empirical philosophy and the increasingly empirical practice of social studies had caused a steady infiltration of incongruous ideas into the 595 system of natural law. Perhaps it would be truer to say that the system of natural law itself had included from the start, under the name of reason, a variety of factors which for the sake of clearness needed to be discriminated and which grew steadily more incongruous as social studies advanced. The breaking apart of the old system was due mainly to the analytic genius of Hume. His negative limitation of reason was really a logical precondition both of the value which Rousseau attributed to moral sentiment and of that which Burke attributed to a growing national tradition. Chapter XXIX. Convention and Tradition, Hume and Burke. The philosophy of Rousseau attacked only one limited segment of the system of natural law, the artificiality of seeing in society merely an agent to secure individual goods and in human nature merely a capacity to calculate advantages. Against this he set a single counter-proposition, that the core of healthy personality consists of a few massive feelings which have little to do with intellectual power but which are of a sort to bind men together in communities, so that the well-being of the community makes up the most significant part even of the private good. This proposition he can hardly be said to have defended, he enunciated it rather as a moral intuition, the direct insight of an uncorrupted nature, and attributed to the philosophers as a fault, and to their unmeasured use of intellectual criticism, the selfishness and lack of public spirit which he saw in European society. Had Rousseau stood alone, the imposing system of natural law, elaborated in a century and a half of philosophical development, would hardly have fallen before an attack so ill-directed and leading to a result so uncertain in its applications as the general will. But Rousseau did not stand alone. The acclaim which he won with a body of ideas neither numerous nor well digested, and which he stated with a sentimentality that was tawdry as often as it was moving, showed that his public was already prepared, emotionally at least, to respond to a new kind of moral appeal. Intellectually, also, the system of natural law was already inadequate, in the sense that it supplied no rational apparatus adequate to the social studies which were being projected and that its dogmatic claim to self-evidence was little better than a boast. It was living in France mainly on its utility as the revolutionary solvent of an antiquated political and social system. In England this preservative did not exist. The defense of 597 revolution ended with Locke, until the French Revolution itself produced a reverberation of natural rights, and the temper of English writers throughout the 18th century, in respect to both politics and religion, was markedly conservative. In a country where both church and government, though admittedly subject to serious abuses, served well the interests of the classes that were politically vocal, the system of natural law had lost its immediate practical utility. Moreover, English philosophy in the half-century after the publication of Locke's essay developed almost exclusively on empirical lines, stressing the natural history of ideas and their derivation from the senses, as Locke himself had suggested. English ethical writing followed the same course. The idea of a deductive ethics starting from self-evident moral laws, which Locke had retained, soon became antiquated. Until Bentham English utilitarianism lacked the radical and reformatory purposes that Helvetius gave the theory in France, but it was systematically clearer because it tried consciously to eliminate incongruous ideas like natural justice and natural right. Even in economics, which remained the stronghold of natural law well into the 19th century, Adam Smith was on the whole less devoted to a deductive method than the classical economists after him, probably because the latter were more influenced than Smith by the French physiocrats. Possibly his economics might have been still more systematically empirical if he had followed more closely the economic essays of his friend Hume. Hume, Reason, Fact, and Value. This criticism and gradual elimination of the system of natural law culminated in Hume's Treatise of Human Nature, published in 1739-40. This work occupies a crucial position in the history of modern philosophy, and its importance is not even mainly in the field of political philosophy. At the same time, the general philosophical position that Hume developed had a profound bearing upon all branches of social theory. What Hume supplied was a penetrating logical analysis which, if accepted, destroyed all the pretensions of natural law to scientific validity. In addition, he extended this critical result to specific applications of natural law in religion, ethics, and politics. At least the main principles of Hume's analysis must be stated because they affected the whole. 598. Future course of social theory. The technicalities in which he formulated his argument and which are now obsolete may be neglected. Hume undertook to analyze the conception of reason, as this term was customarily used in the systems of natural law, to show that under this term there had been uncritically combined and confused three factors or processes which are quite different in their meaning. The effect of this confusion was to describe as necessary truths, or unchangeable laws of nature and of morality, propositions which can make no claim to such absolute certainty. First, Hume undertook to say what can rightly be called reason in this necessary and inevitable sense. There are, he admitted, certain comparisons of ideas which yield truths of this kind. They are to be found, he thought, only in limited parts of mathematics, and they have definite peculiarities. They are what would now be called formal implications, and they state that a conclusion follows if a premise is taken for granted. Nothing need be known about the truth of the premise, because all that is inferred is that if one proposition is true, then another proposition also must be true. As Hume put it, not very accurately, the relationship is merely between ideas, the actual facts do not matter. Because of the direction that his interests took, Hume gave less importance than was deserved to this kind of mathematical or formal truth. What he was chiefly concerned to do was to distinguish it from other logical operations with which it was confused, and also to show that this was the precise and proper meaning of rational or necessary truth. It clearly follows from what has been said that no comparison of ideas can prove a matter of fact, and also that relationships between matters of fact are never necessary in the strict logical or rational sense just mentioned. This was the point of Hume's famous analysis of the relation between cause and effect. It is always possible to assume the contrary of any matter of fact, and when two facts or events are found to be related as cause and effect, all that can be really known about them is that they do actually occur together with a certain degree of regularity. Apart from the experience of actually finding them together, it would be impossible to infer the one from the other. Hence the so-called necessary connection between causes and effects is a fictitious. 599. Idea, provided the term necessary is used in the proper logical sense that it has in mathematics, in cause and effect there is only an empirical correlation. It would follow from this analysis of causal relations and matters of fact that the empirical sciences, which deal with events that actually happen and the correlations that actually occur between them, are fundamentally different from mathematics or from deductive reasoning, which merely shows that one proposition follows from another. In the third place, the word reason or reasonable is applied to human conduct. In particular, the law of nature always professed to show that there are rational principles of right or justice or liberty which can be shown to be necessary and unescapable. This, Hume concluded, was still another confusion. For in these cases, where a way of acting is said to be right or good, the reference is not to reason but to some human inclination, or desire, or propensity. Reason in itself dictates no way of acting. It may show, by adducing knowledge of causes and effects, that the result of acting in a certain way will be so and so. The question will still remain whether, when the reasoning is finished, the result is acceptable to human inclination or not. Reason is the guide of conduct only in the sense that it shows what means will reach a desired end or how a disagreeable result can be avoided, the pleasantness of the result is in itself neither reasonable nor unreasonable. As Hume put it, reason is and ought only to be the slave of the passions and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them. From this analysis it follows that ethics or politics or any sort of social studies where judgments of value have to be taken into account are different both from deductive and from purely causal or factual sciences. There are then three fundamentally different operations which have all been confused under the name of reason but which Hume proposed to distinguish. There is, first, deduction or reason in the strict sense; second, there is the discovery of empirical or causal relationships; and third, there is the ascription of a value, as when one speaks of right or justice or utility. If these three operations are carefully distinguished, the whole alleged rationality of natural law falls to pieces. Since the two latter are not strictly rational, they both contain factors that cannot be proved. These factors Hume called conventions, and a large part of his philosophy, 600, was devoted to showing the presence of such factors in the empirical and social sciences. These conventions are unescapable, in the sense that both empirical inference and practical common sense require something of the sort. They seem valid because men habitually use them, and they are useful in the sense that by means of them more or less stable rules of action are made. But they cannot be shown to be necessary, the contrary could always be assumed. They proceed less from reason than from imagination or from a propensity to feign, that is, to assume more regularity in nature or society than is certain. In the empirical sciences the law of cause and effect is an example. All the alleged general proofs of it are circular, while its special applications lead at most only to conclusions that are more or less probable. Psychologically, Hume thinks, it is merely a habit, and he can see no reason why nature should conform to human habits, yet without it there is no principle for connecting matters of fact. Similarly, as he proposed to show, social values like justice or liberty also involve conventions which must be referred for their authority to utility, or ultimately to their relation to human motives and propensities to action. The destruction of natural law. Starting from this general philosophical position, Hume applied his criticism to demolishing various branches of the system of natural law. He did not cover the ground completely, and it was long before the full implications of his argument were seen, but he attacked at least three great branches of the system: natural or rational religion, rational ethics, and the contractual and consensual theory of politics. The very notion of a rational religion, he argued, must be fictitious because, since any deductive proof of a matter of fact is impossible, the existence of God must be indemonstrable. Indeed, the conclusion is more general: a rational metaphysics purporting to show the necessary existence of anything is impossible. The so-called truths of religion, however, lack even the practical reliability of scientific generalizations; they belong purely to the region of feeling. Hence religion may have a natural history, that is, a psychological or anthropological explanation of its beliefs and practices, but there can be no question of its truth. Similarly, in morals and politics, since values depend 601 upon human propensities to action, it is impossible that reason by itself should create any obligation. Consequently, virtue is merely a quality or action of mind that is generally approved. Like religion, it can have a natural history, but the force of moral obligation depends upon the acceptance of the propensities, the wants, the motives to action that give rise to it. No other validity is possible for it. Much of Hume's ethical criticism, however, was directed against the prevailing form of utilitarianism, which tried to derive all motives from the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. His objection to this was empirical. He believed, of course rightly, that it oversimplified motives to the point of falsification. Human nature is not so simple as to have only a single propensity, and many apparently primitive impulses, he thought, have no obvious relation to pleasure. They may be mainly benevolent, as parental affection is within a limited range, or they may be on their face neither selfish nor benevolent. Human nature has to be taken as it is, and the prevailing prejudice that selfish motives are somehow reasonable is part of the same fallacy that made the rationalists think that justice is reasonable. Hume's view of human nature excluded the excessive amount of calculation and foresight that contemporary moralists of all schools were accustomed to impute to it. Men are not, he believed, very calculating in pursuing either their self-interest or anything else. They are only foresighted when their feelings and impulses are not directly engaged, but impulse interferes with self-interest as often as with benevolence. Hume's form of utilitarianism set no special value on egoism and made no undue claims on human intelligence. In this respect it had more in common with that of John Stuart Mill than with that of Bentham, who preferred the simpler but less tenable picture of human nature adopted by the French utilitarians. Hume's criticism of the theory of consent that political obligation is binding only because it is accepted voluntarily was slightly complicated by the fact that he raised no objections to it on historical grounds. On the contrary, he weakened the theory by treating it as nothing but hypothetical history. Like Burke later, he was willing to concede that possibly, in the remote past, the first primitive society might have been formed by agreement. Even if this were true, it would have nothing to do with present. 602. Societies. For if the obligation of civic obedience be derived from the obligation to keep an agreement, it is still pertinent to ask why the latter is binding. Empirically the two things are different. No government actually asks its subjects to consent or fails to distinguish between political subjection and the obligation of contract. Among human motives, the feeling of loyalty or allegiance to government is as common as the feeling that agreements should be kept. The political world over, absolute governments which do not even do lip service to the fiction of consent are more common than free governments, and their subjects rarely question their right except when tyranny becomes too oppressive. Finally, the purpose of the two things seems to be different. Political allegiance keeps order and preserves peace and security, while the sanctity of contracts mainly creates mutual trust between private persons. Evidently then, Hume argued, the duty of civic obedience and the duty to keep an agreement are different. The one cannot be derived from the other, and even if it could, neither is more obviously binding than the other. Why then should either be binding? Evidently because a stable society in which order is preserved, property protected, and goods exchanged is not possible without them. Both kinds of obligation grow from this single root. If the further question be asked, why men feel obliged to keep order and protect property, the answer is partly that these satisfy motives of tangible self-interest, but also partly that allegiance is a habit enforced by education and consequently as much a part of human nature as any other motive. The members of a society do feel a sense of common interest, and they admit the obligations that this is seen to impose. As to its nature, Hume argued that this common interest is more like language than it is like a promise or a rational truth. It is a body of conventions or rough general rules that have been shown by experience to serve human needs in a general way, though particular instances of their application often work a hardship. For the sake of stability, men have to know what they can rely on, and hence rules of some sort are necessary. If they become too inconvenient, men will change them, even by violence if there is no other way, but broadly speaking any rules are better than none, and the most that can be hoped is that they will work reasonably well. Obviously they are not eternal. 603. Ties rooted in nature, but merely standard ways of behaving justified by experience of their consequences and fixed by habit. By and large they preserve a stable social life in accord with men's propensities and interests. Hume distinguished two main bodies of such conventions, those that regulate property, which he called the rules of justice, and those that have to do with the legitimacy of political authority. Justice means in general that the possession of property shall be stable, that it may be transferred by consent, and that agreements shall be binding, rules that are justified simply by the fact that they make property into a stable institution and satisfy the needs that create the interests of property. A legitimate government, as distinguished from usurpation, rests on a similar set of conventional rules that serve to discriminate legal authority from mere force. Prescription and formal enactment are the most important of these. Hume illustrated the non-rational character of such rules by pointing out that their effects often extend backward in time. The accession of William in 1688 may have been doubtfully legitimate by any standard then applicable, but he becomes legitimate for present judgment merely because his successors have been accepted as such. The logic of sentiment. If the premises of Hume's argument be granted, it can hardly be denied that he made a clean sweep of the whole rationalist philosophy of natural right, of self-evident truths, and of the laws of eternal and immutable morality which were supposed to guarantee the harmony of nature and the order of human society. In place of infeasible rights or natural justice and liberty there remains merely utility, conceived in terms either of self-interest or social stability, and issuing in certain conventional standards of conduct which on the whole serve human purposes. Such conventions may, of course, be widespread among men and relatively permanent, because human motives are fairly uniform and in their general outlines change slowly, but in no other sense can they be called universal. They are always contingent upon some state of the facts, upon the causal relations of facts to human inclinations, and upon the formulation of workable rules to give scope to these inclinations. The conventions of society may be 604. Explained by history or psychology or anthropology, but they cannot claim validity in any but the relative sense of being generally convenient and in accord with men's estimate of utility. All the attempts to find in them an eternal fitness or rightness are merely confused ways of saying that they are useful. Granted the principle of utility, the whole system of natural right can be dispensed with. The immediate result of this powerful destructive analysis was not at all what Hume must have anticipated. If the criticism stands, the only possible deduction from it is some form of empirical positivism, without metaphysics or religion and without an ethics that claims validity beyond the circumstances of society and the satisfaction of human needs. What happened proved that metaphysics, religion, and ethics, more or less on traditional lines, were stronger than Hume's criticism. There was, indeed, no disposition on the part of competent philosophers to deny that his conclusions were unscapable if the premises were granted, and there was no special effort to revive the system of natural law with its self-evident truths of reason. On the contrary, after the French Revolution and the conservative reaction against it, the philosophers were more likely to believe that the doctrine of individual rights had suffered only its just fate, as being at once intellectually inept and socially dangerous. But neither had they any desire to stop with Hume's results, which it became the fashion to brand as merely negative. Consequently there was nothing for it but to go behind Hume's chief premise and to deny that he had been right in making a rigid distinction between reason, fact, and value. If these could be fused into a single operation, or if reason could be interpreted as including them all at once, a new logic, a new metaphysics, and a new defense of absolute values might be produced. This was the course that philosophy, under the guidance of Kant and most completely in Hegel's idealism, elected to follow. Whether it achieved a synthesis or only a new confusion is still subject to debate. In any case, Hume's positivism had the paradoxical effect of producing an elaborate metaphysics, a religious revival, and a firmer belief in absolute ethical values. Though Hegel gave the most systematic statement of this new philosophy, he combined ideas that were everywhere prevalent at 605. The end of the 18th century in a new literary valuation of sentiment, in romantic pseudo-medievalism, in the revival of folk poetry and a new interest in the historical roots of national culture, and in the idea that law and institutions express the inner spirit of the nation. So far as social philosophy is concerned, three factors may be mentioned which, it was hoped, might be fused together in a new synthesis. In the first place, there was a tendency either to depreciate logic, or abstract reason, as compared with sentiment, or to hope that the two might be combined in a higher or profounder logic. Carlyle's sneer at Hume's philosophy, as a flat continuous thrashing floor for logic, whereon all questions, from the doctrine of rent to the natural history of religion, are thrashed and sifted with the same mechanical impartiality, was typical. In particular, the moral sentiments and the massive feelings of religious reverence and loyalty to the community that Rousseau had glorified were supposed to embody a deeper wisdom than that of mere logical clarity. In the second place, this respect for sentiment and the community carried with it a new estimate of the value of custom and tradition. Instead of regarding them as the antithesis of reason, the new philosophy preferred to see in them the gradual unfolding of a reason implicit in the consciousness of the race or nation. Hence they are no burden which the enlightened individual must shuffle off, but a precious heritage to be guarded and into which it is the high privilege of the individual to be inducted. No one expressed this new valuation of the traditional national culture more clearly than Burke. Finally, this change itself implied a new sense of the meaning of history. In the history of civilization it became the custom to see the gradual unfolding of the divine mind and the divine purpose. Hence the values of social life, its morals, its art and religion, and its cultural achievements were at once absolute and relative, absolute in their ultimate significance though relative in any particular historical embodiment. Reason in man is a manifestation of an underlying cosmic spirit which realizes itself gradually in the history of the nations. 606. Burke, The Prescriptive Constitution. To this imposing but romantic philosophical edifice, which reached completion in the idealism of Hegel and with which the 19th century proposed to replace the system of natural law, Burke made an important contribution. He more than any other thinker in the 18th century approached the political tradition with a sense of religious reverence. He saw in it an oracle which the statesman must consult and a growing repository of the achievements of the race which must be changed only with a due piety toward its inward meaning. There is, indeed, a certain incongruity in putting Hume and Burke together in a single chapter. The cool and rather sardonic clarity of the Scottish philosopher was the antithesis of the ardent imagination and the innate piety of the Irish statesman. Yet in a sense Burke accepted Hume's negations of reason and the law of nature. There is something almost defiant in his concession that society is artificial and not natural, that it is no product of reason alone, that its standards are conventions, and that it depends on obscure instincts and propensities, even on prejudices. But art is man's nature. These propensities and the society that grows out of them are human nature. Without them and without the moral codes and institutions in which they issue, a creature might be, as Aristotle said, a beast or a god but not a man. Consequently the traditions of a nation's life have a utility not measured by their contribution merely to private convenience or the enjoyment of individual rights. They are the repository of all civilization, the source of religion and morality, and the arbiter even of reason itself. Burke showed precisely, therefore, the reaction that was to follow upon Hume's destruction of the eternal verities of reason and natural law. Sentiment, tradition, and idealized history stepped in to fill the vacancy left by the removal of self-evident rights, and the cult of the community replaced the cult of the individual. There has been much discussion about the coherence of Burke's political philosophy, especially about the consistency between his Whig principles and his violent reaction against the French Revolution. This reaction destroyed lifelong political associations and friendships, and to his contemporaries it appeared incom. 607. Compatible with his earlier defense of American liberties, his attacks on the King's control over Parliament, and his effort to sweep away the vested rights of the East India Company. In truth, this was a misconception. The coherence of Burke's political views was never that of a logically constructed system, but the same conservative principles that actuated his attack on the revolution ran through everything that he wrote before it. The events in France, it is true, frightened him, unbalanced his judgment, revealed hatreds that had been decently masked, and produced a flood of irresponsible rhetoric in which his impartiality, his judgment of history, and his customary mastery of facts were largely lost. But the revolution did not produce or even seriously change his ideas. It merely forced him to isolate them from concrete cases and to state them as general propositions. At all times his main political beliefs were the same, that political institutions form a vast and complicated system of prescriptive rights and customary observances, that these practices grow out of the past and adapt themselves in the present with no break in continuity, and that the tradition of the Constitution and of society at large ought to be the object of a reverence akin to religion, because it forms the repository of a collective intelligence and civilization. The revolution made his repudiation of natural rights more violent but not more complete. For convenience in presentation, a distinction may be made between Burke's opinions on certain questions, specifically English, the nature of the Constitution, parliamentary representation, and the value of parties, and generalized statements of theory which were largely called out by the French Revolution. Burke accepted, as his loyalty to Whig principles required, the theory transmitted from Locke, that the Constitution is a balance of Crown, Lords, and Commons. For rhetorical purposes he was not above using the weight of Montesquieu's authority, but in fact his idea of constitutional balance had little to do with the separation of powers which liberals regarded as the bulwark of individual liberties. For Burke the balance is between the great vested interests of the realm, and its ground is simply prescription, not at all the inviolability of individual rights. He agreed substantially with Hume that the arrangements of a political society are conventions sanctified by use and wont. 608. Our Constitution is a prescriptive constitution. It is a constitution whose sole authority is that it has existed time out of mind. Your king, your lords, your judges, your juries, grand and little, all are prescriptive. Prescription is the most solid of all titles, not only to property, but, which is to secure that property, to government. It is a presumption in favor of any settled scheme of government against any untried project, that a nation has long existed and flourished under it. It is a better presumption even of the choice of a nation, far better than any sudden and temporary arrangement by actual election. Because a nation is not an idea only of local extent, an individual momentary aggregation, but it is an idea of continuity, which extends in time as well as in numbers and in space. And this is a choice not of one day, or one set of people, not a tumultuary and giddy choice, it is a deliberate election of the ages and of generations. It is a constitution made by what is 10,000 times better than choice. It is made by the peculiar circumstances, occasions, tempers, dispositions, and moral, civil, and social habitudes of the people, which disclose themselves only in a long space of time. The individual is foolish, the multitude, for the moment, is foolish, when they act without deliberation, but the species is wise, and, when time is given to it, as a species it always acts right. 1. This view of the Constitution could, it is true, claim the authority of Brude's Locke, but not of those parts of Locke which taught that the rights of individuals are infeasible and which mainly commended him to revolutionists. It joined rather with the tradition which Locke carried over from Hooker and which went back to a pre-revolutionary idea of the Constitution as a comedy between powers. All of them have an original authority, because all are organs of the realm, but none of them is legally sovereign. More truly, however, Burke's theory of the Constitution and his conception of parliamentary government was based upon the actual settlement of 1688, as distinguished from Locke's philosophical theory of it, by which effective political control passed into the hands of the Whig nobility. His effort to revivify the Whig party was already reactionary in 1770, because the great Whig houses no longer had the position of undisputed leadership that they enjoyed after the Revolution. It was his loyalty to this conception of English government that made Burke oppose both the reform of Parliament and the growth of George II's influence in it. For he feared, and frankly said that he feared, the patronage of the Crown and the money of the East Indian NA underscore 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 Bobs, which together made up an influence stronger than the Whigs could muster. Burke's conception of parliamentary government accordingly included the independence of the ministry from the court and its leadership in Parliament, but it excluded any popularizing of the House of Commons, parliamentary representation and political parties. Consequently, his theory of representation also looked back to the 17th century. He rejected the idea of a constituency as a numerical or territorial unit and of representation as implying the possession of the ballot by any considerable portion of the population represented. He denied that individual citizens as such are represented and that numerical majorities have any real significance in forming the mature opinion of the country. Virtual representation, that is, representation in which there is a communion of interests and a sympathy in feelings and desires, he thought had most of the advantages of representation by actual election and was free from many of its disadvantages. In short, Burke visualized parliamentary government as conducted under the leadership of a compact but public-spirited minority, which in general the country was willing to follow, with Parliament mainly a place where the leaders of this minority could be criticized and called to account by their party but in the interests of the whole country. At the same time his views permitted some sound criticism of representative government as it then existed. He pointed out effectively difficulties which arose from trying to legislate in Parliament in too great detail. He wrote, in his addresses to his constituents at Bristol, the classic defense of a member's independence of judgment and action. Once elected he is responsible for the whole interest of the nation and the empire, and he owes to his constituents his best judgment freely exercised, whether it agrees with theirs or not. As Burke said, a member does not go to school to his constituents to learn the principles of law and government. Burke's effort to give new life to the Whigs caused him to see, earlier than any other English statesman, the necessary place in parliamentary government held by the political party. Point to this was implied in the Whig conception of the ministry as leaders of the House of Commons. Burke's argument was directed against the prejudice, especially favorable to the pretensions of a patriot king like George III, that any combination for a political purpose within the nation is a faction, pursuing only unpatriotic partisan advantages. He formulated the classic definition of a political party. Party is a body of men united, for promoting by their joint endeavors the national interest, upon some particular principle in which they are all agreed. He argued, unanswerably, that any serious statesman must have ideas about what sound public policy requires and, if he is responsible, he must avow the intention to put his policy into effect and seek the means to do it. He must act with others of like views and allow no private considerations to break his loyalty to them. They must hold together as a unit and refuse alliances or leadership incompatible with the principles on which their party is formed. This was unquestionably an idea of great importance for the understanding and operation of constitutional government. Abstract rights and the politic personality. Important though these ideas of English government were, they would hardly entitle Burke to a high place among political philosophers. It was the revolution in France that forced him, much against his will, to state in general terms the principles upon which he had been accustomed to act. In his earlier writings he had almost ostentatiously eschewed a political philosophy. In the two most celebrated cases in which he played a conspicuous part, the controversy with America and the attack on the privileges of the East India Company, he refused to discuss either the abstract legal powers of Parliament or the abstract rights of the colonies or the Company. In the case of America he had proposed to consult the genius of the Constitution, but he had denied that its letter was worth debating. Still more had he been accustomed to speak disparagingly of abstract theories about the rights of citizens, the resort to which he described as a sure symptom of an ill-conducted state. He had contrasted judgment in the abstract sciences, where it is a merit to consider only one circumstance at a time, with political judgment, which requires consideration of the largest possible number of circumstances. He had denied that moral questions are ever abstract and had asserted that things are right and wrong, morally speaking, only by their relation and connection with other things. He had described the wisdom of the statesman as prudence, expedience, the knowledge of human nature, and dependence upon opinion. In short, he had conceived politics as an art and a gift of insight, dealing with a subject matter so obviously mixed and modified, that human rights are in a sort of middle, incapable of definition but not impossible to be discerned. It was the militancy of the revolutionary philosophy that forced Burke not, indeed, to state a theory of rights, but to set down in general form his ideas of the social framework in which rights occur. It is true that he never denied the reality of natural rights. Like Hume, he admitted that the social contract may be true merely as a bit of hypothetical history, and much more than Hume he was convinced that some of the conventions of society are inviolable. Just what these immovable principles are he never tried to say. Property, religion, and the main outlines of the political constitution would probably have been among them, but he certainly believed in their reality. However, again like Hume, he believed that they were purely conventional. That is to say, they arise not from anything belonging to nature or to the human species at large, but solely from the habitual and prescriptive arrangements that make a particular body of men into a civil society. Burke drew precisely the same contrast between a race and a society that Rousseau had drawn in his criticism of Diderot. In a state of rude nature there is no such thing as a people. A number of men in themselves have no collective capacity. The idea of a people is the idea of a corporation. It is wholly artificial, and made, like all other legal fictions, by common agreement. What the particular nature of that agreement was, is collected from the form into which the particular society has been cast. Point 3. This is the reason why the revolutionary ideal of equality is impossible to realize and destructive in its effects. The rule of underscore 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 majorities is itself merely a social convention, a device of practice settled by general agreement and strengthened by habit. It is quite unknown to nature. Moreover, natural equality is socially fictitious. The incorporation of men into a politic body requires differences of rank, and habitual social discipline, in which the wiser, the more expert, and the more opulent conduct, and by conducting enlighten and protect, the weaker, the less knowing, and the less provided with the goods of fortune. In short, a people is an organized group. It has a history and institutions, customary ways of acting, habitual pieties and loyalties and authorities. It is a true politic personality. Such a corporate structure depends only in a small degree upon calculation or self-interest, or even upon the conscious will. In his ironical attack upon the revolutionists' glorification of reason, Burke was even willing to say that society depends on prejudice, that is to say, on deep-seated feelings of love and loyalty, beginning with the family and the neighborhood, and spreading out to the country and the nation. At bottom these feelings are instinctive. They make up the massive substructure of human personality, in comparison with which reason and self-interest are superficial. At the foundation of society and morals is the need that every man feels to be a part of something larger and more enduring than his own ephemeral existence. Communities are held together not by self-interest cunningly calculated, but by the sense of membership and duty, by the feeling that one has a place in the community even though it be but a lowly one, and that one is morally obligated to carry the burden that one's position traditionally imposes. Without such a sense a stable union of men is impossible, for the individual intelligence, unsupported by customary institutions and their duties, is a frail instrument. We are afraid to put men to live and trade each on his own private stock of reason, because we suspect that the stock in each man is small, and that the individuals would do better to avail themselves of the general bank and capital of nations and of ages. Point 4. It was the sense of the massiveness of the communal life and of the relative impotence of individual reason and will that made Burke the enemy of abstract ideas in politics. Such ideas are always too simple to fit the facts. They assume a degree of inventiveness that even the wisest statesman does not possess, and a degree of pliability that institutions do not possess. Institutions are not invented or made, they are alive and grow. Hence they must be approached with reverence and touched with caution, for the planning and contriving politician, with venturesome, speculative plans for new institutions, can easily destroy what it passes his wit to rebuild. Old institutions work well because they have ages of habituation and familiarity and respect behind them. No new invention, however logical, will work until it has amassed a similar body of habit and sentiment. Accordingly, the pretensions of the revolutionists to make a new constitution and a new government seemed to Burke both mad and tragic. A government may be changed and improved, but only a little at a time, and always in accordance with the habits of its people and in the spirit of its own history. This was what Burke meant when he spoke of consulting the genius of the Constitution. He had an almost mystical reverence for the embodied wisdom of a people. Always, he assumed, a great political tradition contains the clues for its own development, not by the slavish following of precedent but by the adaptation of a customary practice to a new situation. This for him was the art of the statesman, to preserve by changing. It was a faculty of insight as much as reason and as such defied definition. The divine tactic of history. Accordingly, Burke not only cleared away, as Hume had done, the pretense that social institutions depend on reason or nature, but far more than Hume he reversed the scheme of values implied by the system of natural law. It is custom, tradition, and membership in a society far more than reason that gives moral quality to human nature. As Rousseau had said, one becomes a man by being a citizen. For it is this artificial body that provides everything morally estimable or even genuinely rational in human life. Art is man's nature. The contrast is not between a stupid, repressive authority and the free, rational individual, but between this beautiful order, this array of truth and nature, as well as of habit and prejudice, and a disbanded race of 614 deserters and vagabonds. Civilization is the possession not of individuals but of communities. All a man's spiritual possessions come from his membership in an organized society. For society and the social tradition is the guardian of all that the race has created, its moral ideals, its art, its science, and learning. Membership means access to all the stores of culture, to all that makes the difference between savagery and civilization. It is not a burden but an open door to human liberation. Society is indeed a contract. Subordinate contracts for objects of mere occasional interest may be dissolved at pleasure, but the state ought not to be considered as nothing better than a partnership agreement in a trade of pepper and coffee, calico, or tobacco, or some other such low concern, to be taken up for a little temporary interest, and to be dissolved by the fancy of the parties. It is to be looked on with other reverence, because it is not a partnership in things subservient only to the gross animal existence of a temporary and perishable nature. It is a partnership in all science, a partnership in all art, a partnership in every virtue, and in all perfection. As the ends of such a partnership cannot be obtained in many generations, it becomes a partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Each contract of each particular state is but a clause in the great primeval contract of eternal society, linking the lower with the higher natures, connecting the visible and invisible world, according to a fixed compact sanctioned by the inviolable oath which holds all physical and all moral natures, each in their appointed place. 5. In this eloquent passage, probably the most famous that Burke ever wrote, the peculiar, almost Hegelian, use of the word state ought to be noted. No clear line is drawn between society at large and the state, and the latter is named as in a special sense the guardian of all the higher interests of civilization. Yet the fact is not excluded that the state is also, in one of its lower capacities, the government that fosters a trade of pepper and coffee. This was, to say the least, a serious confusion of words, since society, the state, and government have certainly very different meanings. Moreover, the interchange served a rhetorical need in Burke's argument. By it he implied that the revolutionary government in France, in overthrowing the monarchy, had become an enemy to French society and was destroying French civilization. Doubtless Burke meant to assert that this was true, but he had no right to cast the argument in a form that begged the question. Overthrowing a government and destroying a society are quite different things, and there are many sides of a civilization that depend very little on the state. This tendency to idealize the state by making it the bearer of all that has the highest value for civilization became characteristic of Hegel and of the English idealists. Burke's reverential attitude toward the state distinguished him absolutely from Hume and the utilitarians. The word expedience was often on his lips, but it had hardly the meaning of utility. For he practically united politics with religion. This was true not only in the conventional senses that he was himself a religious man, that he believed good citizenship to be inseparable from religious piety, and that he defended the establishment of the English Church as a consecration of the nation. It was rather that he looked upon the social structure, its history, its institutions, its manifold duties and loyalties, with the reverence that was akin to religious awe. He experienced this feeling not only for England but for any ancient, deeply rooted civilization. The vehemence of his attack on the East India Company and of his arraignment of Warren Hastings was in part due to such a feeling toward the ancient civilization of India and to the conviction that the Indians must therefore be governed upon their own principles and not upon ours, while he believed that the company had merely exploited and destroyed. He felt a like reverence for the culture of France, even for its monastic institutions, for which as a Protestant he had no strictly religious regard. Burke never could feel that any government or any society was a matter of human concern alone, it was a part of the divine moral order wherewith God governs the world. Nor could he feel that any nation was a law merely to itself. For as every man should have his place in the stable and continuing order of his nation, so every nation has its place in a worldwide civilization unfolding in accord with the divine tactic. In one pathetic passage, written after Burke had nearly exhausted himself with the violence of his attack on France, this sense of a divine plan in history rose above even his invincible hatred of the Revolution. He said in a spirit of resignation that if indeed a great change is to come, then they who persist in opposing this. 616. Mighty current in human affairs will appear rather to resist the decrees of Providence itself, than the mere designs of men. In this feeling for divine immanence in the social order and its historical development Burke was strikingly like Hegel. I attest the retiring, I attest the advancing generations, between which, as a link in the great chain of eternal order, we stand 6. Burke, Rousseau, and Hegel. Burke is rightly regarded as the founder of self-conscious political conservatism. Nearly all its principles are to be found in his speeches and pamphlets, an appreciation of the complexity of the social system and of the massiveness of its customary arrangements, a respect for the wisdom of established institutions, especially religion and property, a strong sense of continuity in its historical changes and a belief in the relative impotence of individual will and reason to deflect it from its course, and a keen moral satisfaction in the loyalty that attaches its members to their stations in its various ranks. The point is not, of course, that before Burke there was no conservatism, but it is almost true to say that there was no conservative philosophy. He intended indeed to uphold the political privilege of a party that was already losing its control of English government, but his ideas had a much wider application than the defense of the Whig oligarchy. The reaction that he led against the French Revolution was the beginning of a shift which carried the prevailing social philosophy from attack to defense and therefore to a new emphasis on the value of stability and the power of custom on which stability depends. It was not true that this new conservatism stood immovably for the status quo. Hegel, whose philosophy embodied systematically all of Burke's scattered principles, was typically the advocate of a new political order in Germany. But the rise to importance of such a philosophy signified an era in which the forces of change were ready to join hands with the forces of stability. Behind it lay a structure of social classes which for the time being was relatively stable and in which even liberals could hope to gain their ends by evolution rather than revolution. The pervasiveness of this change in the climate of European underscore 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 opinion is indicated by the astonishing similarity between the basic ideas of Burke and Rousseau. Superficially the two men had nothing in common, and Burke did not fail to record the contempt which a somewhat superficial acquaintance aroused in him for Rousseau's character. Yet Rousseau's nostalgia for the city-state and Burke's reverence for the national tradition were of a piece. Both were phases of the new cult of society which was replacing the old cult of the individual. Not less striking were the differences between Burke and Hume, despite the substantially conservative temper of both men and their agreement about the untenability of the system of natural law. Hume retained the preference for matter-of-fact motives and purposes which always characterizes the utilitarian temperament. If there was anything that aroused downright distrust and dislike in his placid mind, it was enthusiasm. In destroying reverence for the law of nature, he felt no need to put a new reverence in its place, and a cult of society would not have appeared to him better than other cults. With Burke, the destruction of the pseudoscience of natural law was the occasion, as it was with Kant, for setting up a rational faith, in which the warmth of reverence did duty for the assurance of truth. It is perhaps stretching a point to say that Burke had a political philosophy at all. His ideas are scattered through his speeches and pamphlets, all called out by the stress of events, though they have the consistency that is the stamp of a powerful intelligence and settled moral convictions. Certainly he had no philosophy other than his own reaction to the events in which he took part, and little knowledge of the history of philosophy. He was therefore unaware of the relation of his own ideas, or of the system of natural law that he opposed, to the whole intellectual history of modern Europe. He could not have given systematic form even to his own reflections on political and social morality, still less could he trace their bearing on the larger questions of religion and science of which they were a part. In the generation after Burke, however, it was just this broader relationship that Hegel tried to show. There is no question of direct influence. Burke seems never to have been mentioned by Hegel, though the influence of Rousseau upon him was important. But what Burke had taken for granted, Hegel tried to prove, that the apparently fragmentary social tradition can be placed in a general system of social evolution. And he added what Burke had not thought of, that the rational form of this evolution might be made into a method generally applicable to philosophy and social studies. Chapter XXX. Hegel, Dialectic and Nationalism. The philosophy of Hegel aimed at nothing less than a complete reconstruction of modern thought. Political issues and ideas were an important but still only a secondary factor in it as compared with religion and metaphysics. In a broad sense, Hegel's problem was one that had been perennial in modern thought from the beginning, and that had grown steadily more acute with the progress of modern science, viz., the opposition between the order of nature as it must be conceived for scientific purposes and the conception of it implicit in the ethical and religious tradition of Christianity. In the half-century before Hegel began his philosophical education, three important thinkers had sharpened this opposition. Hume had showed the ambiguities concealed in the word reason, and so had put in doubt the very principle of the system of natural law. Rousseau had set the reasons of the heart against the reasons of the head, and had virtually regarded religion and morals as matters of sentiment. And Kant had tried to preserve the autonomy of both science and morals by assigning to each its own sphere, and by sharpening to the last degree the contrast between theoretical and practical reason. These three philosophies, the typical conclusions of the Enlightenment, had been constructed upon the analytic principle, divide and conquer. Against them Hegel proposed to set a bolder speculative principle of synthesis. Morals and religion, he believed, could be given a logical justification, but only if a newer and more powerful logic of synthesis could be discovered, transcending the analytic logic of science. What Hegel's philosophy professed to offer, therefore, was an enlarged conception of reason that should overlap and include what had been separated by the analysis of Hume and Kant, and the center of his system was a new logic purporting to systematize a new intellectual method. This he called dialectic. Its virtue, he held, lay in its capacity to demonstrate a necessary logical relationship between the realm 620 of fact and the realm of value. Accordingly, it supplied a new and an indispensable tool for understanding the problems of society and of morals and religion. It was to provide a strictly rational standard of value, though rational according to a new definition, to replace the law of nature, the philosophical weakness of which had been proved by Hume and the practical weaknesses of which had been still more glaringly proved by the French Revolution. In point of fact, however, Hegel's philosophy was not exclusively determined by considerations so formal or by abstractions at so high a level as the preceding statement might suggest. The French Revolution drew a broad line across the intellectual as well as the political history of Europe. Its violence and terrorism, and the imperialist attack on smaller nationalities in which it ended, induced a reaction against it even in the minds of men who at the start had been ardent believers in the rights of man. Among its opponents, such as Burke, they induced the belief that its excesses were the proper fruit of its revolutionary philosophy. The result was to set a new value upon national traditions and the customary pieties which the revolutionists flouted. Moreover, the Napoleonic Wars had left the constitutional systems of all the continental European countries in ruins. Their reconstruction was a major problem and one which, as the event proved, would not be solved by a further appeal to the abstractions, like the rights of man, that had proved so disruptive. More and more the revolution was felt to be destructive and nihilistic, and its philosophy was pictured as a doctrinaire effort to remake society and human nature according to caprice. Substantially this was the estimation in which Hegel came to hold the revolution and the individualism of its political philosophy. National reconstruction presented itself to him and to many others in the form of re-establishing the continuity of national institutions, of tapping sources of national solidarity in the past, and of affirming the dependence of the individual upon his heritage of national culture. In the case of Hegel this impulse was not merely reactionary, though it often was so in the romantic medievalism that followed the revolution. In its purpose it was constructive, but it was profoundly conservative, or if one prefers, counter-revolutionary. His dialectic was in fact 621. A kind of symbol for revolution and recovery. It acknowledged the destruction of obsolete institutions by living social forces, but it celebrated the re-establishment of stability by the creative forces of the nation. Neither in tearing down nor in building up did Hegel impute much importance to the volition of individual men. The impersonal forces inherent in society itself work out their own destiny. Accordingly, an outstanding characteristic of Hegel's political philosophy was the high valuation which he set upon the national state. In Hegel's interpretation of history, it was the nation, rather than the individual or any other grouping of individuals, that formed the significant unit, and it was the purpose of his philosophy of history to exhibit, through the agency of the dialectic, the achievements of each nation as an element in an evolving worldwide civilization. The genius or spirit of the nation, Volksgeist, working through individuals but largely in independence of their conscious will and intention, he regarded as the true creator of art, law, morals, and religion. Hence the history of civilization is a succession of national cultures in which each nation brings its peculiar and timely contribution to the whole human achievement. It is in the national state, and only in the modern history of Western Europe, that this inborn impulse of the nation to create reaches self-conscious and rational expression. The state therefore is the director and the end of national development. It overlaps and includes all that the nation produces that is morally and spiritually significant for civilization. Thus Hegel detached nationalism from the implications of radicalism, egalitarianism, and individualism which it had in the revolutionary era. In this respect he typified correctly the developing nationalism of Germany and the essentially conservative forces that affected German national unification. Indeed, as the 19th century advanced, nationalism not only in Germany but elsewhere pretty generally lost the implication of liberalism which it had had so long as it figured as the opponent of dynasticism. There were, therefore, in Hegel's political philosophy two elements of primary importance: the dialectic, which he put forward as a method capable of yielding new and otherwise indemonstrable conclusions in the social studies, and a theory of the national state. 622. As the embodiment of political power. Both proved to be of first-class importance in the period after Hegel. No doubt the two, in Hegel's understanding, were inseparably joined, the primacy of the national state being guaranteed by the dialectical reasoning on which his conclusions purported to rest. In fact, there was no logical relation between them. Even if the dialectic were the powerful intellectual instrument which he imagined, it provided no valid reason why the nation, of all the possible political or social groupings, must be selected as that in which history has culminated, or why the driving force in modern political history must be the tension between national states. Hegel's concern with nationality was occasioned not by the dialectic but by the same interests that made nationalists of other Germans who did not share his technical philosophy. Conversely, the dialectic might be accepted as a method if history were thought to culminate in the classless society and if its dynamics were provided by the antagonism between social classes, as Karl Marx proposed. Reformulated as the materialistic or economic interpretation of history, the dialectic became the intellectual organ of Marxian socialism, which always, by profession at least, was anti-nationalist and the avowed enemy of the state. Thus there were combined in Hegel's philosophy two lines of thought which were later separated and indeed opposed to one another. There was a conservative and in general an anti-liberal theory of the state as national power, and there was the dialectic which provided the starting point for a new proletarian radicalism. The historical method. Hegel's political and social philosophy centered in the study of history and in the relation of history to the other social studies. Hegel himself was unsurpassed among modern philosophers in his knowledge of the history of Western culture. The history of religions, the history of philosophy, and the history of law were created as special subjects of investigation largely under the influence exerted by his philosophy. Such studies assumed so important a place in the 19th century that it became the custom to say that the writers of the Enlightenment had been typically unhistorical in their treatment of these subjects. This 623 judgment was in fact quite false. The 18th century produced Gibbon, Voltaire, and Montesquieu, in intellectual stature certainly the equals of any later historians, and in sheer bulk the Enlightenment probably produced more history than any other type of scholarly performance. What was meant, however, was that the 19th century had found a new conception of history and a new way of using it. This was the idea that history provides a specific method that can be applied to the study of social subjects, such as law, politics, economics, religion, and philosophy. When thus applied, the historical method was believed to supplant, or at least to supplement, the methods of analysis and generalization. This was certainly an exaggeration, though it is quite true that the 19th century greatly extended the scope of historical studies and greatly improved the methods of historical investigation. The historical method, however, as it was conceived in Hegel's philosophy and widely accepted in 19th century social science, was not primarily an improved mode of empirical research. It was rather a mode of deriving from the order of historical evolution standards of valuation, scientific or ethical, by means of which the significance of particular stages in the evolution could be determined. The historical method meant a philosophy of history, or the discovery of a general law or direction of cultural growth, by which it was hoped that a scientifically defensible line could be drawn between advanced and backward peoples, developed and primitive civilizations, progressive and retarded nations. Such a project, strengthened by the really irrelevant idea of organic evolution, became a favorite speculation in the social philosophy of the 19th century. In the event it turned out to be almost wholly illusory and often mischievous. Hegel's philosophy first stated the principles upon which the belief in a historical method, thus conceived, depended. The method assumed that there is in nature a single pattern or a law of development which can be exhibited by a proper arrangement of subject matter. This holds true for the whole evolution of society or for any of the chief phases of civilization, as well as for any subdivision of history. Hence it should be possible to present an orderly evolution of law, of economic institutions, of 624 philosophical or scientific thought, or of government. This order is not imposed on the subject matter by the investigator but is immanent in the facts themselves once they are seen in a proper perspective. The special work of historical insight consists in bringing to light this pattern, which is of course concealed in a welter of facts, and it is for this reason that historical and theoretical studies are connected. By grasping the general plan or logic of historical development, the important can be distinguished from the casual. The purpose, as Hegel conceived it, was not so much to predict the future course of events as to discriminate the main current from the eddies and backwashes in the stream, and thus to arrive at an historically objective standard of values. Such a standard, progressively revealed in the evolution of religion, morals, law, or government, was to fill the place left vacant by the collapse of the philosophy of natural law. Instead of self-evident moral axioms, the historical method was to exhibit the necessary stages of moral and social development. Thus there were thrown into the speculations of 19th-century social philosophy three vaguely similar generalizations which tended to coalesce but which were in fact discrepant. There was in the first place the idea of universal human progress, which was inherited from the Enlightenment and especially from the thought of Turgot and Condorcet. Second, there was the Hegelian idea of a logically necessary order of historical development applying to a progressive succession of national cultures. Finally, after the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, there was the theory of organic evolution. The result was an incredible amount of confusion. Neither the belief in unlimited human progress nor Hegel's belief in a philosophy of history depended in any way upon the variability of biological species or the laws of biological heredity, which Darwin's work proved to be the important factors in organic evolution. Nor do these biological factors imply anything whatever about moral development or social progress. Moreover, Hegel's conception of an inherent law of cultural development differed radically, both in its practical and its theoretical implications, from the idea of progress, which had been part of the faith of the Revolution. On its practical side, the historicism of Hegel's philosophy, and indeed historicism in general whether Hegelian or not, usually had a conservative bias. 625. Quite different from the revolutionary implications of Condorcet's theory of progress. The principal exception to this statement is Marx's readaptation of Hegel's philosophy to make a new type of revolutionary theory. In general, however, Hegelians who were not Marxists stressed the inescapable continuity of history and the impossibility that human volition should make sudden or drastic changes in it. On its theoretical side, the distinctive feature of the dialectic, both in the form of Hegel's idealism and of Marx's materialism, was its claim to be a theory of logic rather than of empirical causation. In this respect it differed from both organic evolution and the theory of universal progress. Condorcet, and later Comte, at least supposed that the evidence for progress was empirical and that the reason for it was causal. Progress resulted from the continuous effect of increasing knowledge upon human behavior. It was this empirical or contingent aspect of the theory of progress that led Hegel, and in a lesser degree Marx, to regard it as philosophically superficial. Hegel's purpose was nothing less than the grandiose project of demonstrating the necessary stages by which human reason approximates to the absolute. And by a converse process he proposed to demonstrate the order of development in which absolute reason unfolds in the ideas and institutions of civilization. The foundation for this speculative venture was Hegel's belief that in the dialectic he had discovered a law of synthesis inherent both in the nature of mind and in the nature of things. It was in this sense that he was an idealist. The laws of thought and the laws of events are ultimately identical, and both include a discernible pattern of growth. This also was Hegel's answer to Hume. For the necessity which he imputed to history was a synthesis of logical implication, of causal relationship, and of enlarging purpose. Properly studied, history provides the principles for an objective criticism, immanent in the course of development itself, which distinguishes the true from the false, the significant from the trivial, the permanent from the transient, in short, what Hegel was accustomed to call the real from the merely apparent. Such a study of history called for a special apparatus, and it was this which was to be provided in the dialectic. For the course of development is synthetic, and to grasp it, 626. There is required an instrument of synthesis and a higher mental faculty than the power of analysis. The two faculties of analysis and synthesis he distinguished respectively as understanding and reason, terms which he adopted from Kant but to which he gave a new meaning. Kant had contrasted the two, assigning to understanding the causal laws which he regarded as constitutive of the empirical world and to reason the regulative principles of the ethical world which despite their moral authority lack causal efficiency. Hegel on the contrary conceived the dialectic as an agency by which they are united. His own logic he regarded as a logic of reason, while the deficiencies of social studies in the 18th century he attributed to the fact that it employed only a logic of the analytic understanding. The understanding, by analysis, breaks up living organic wholes, such as society, into discrete parts, the human atoms that composed it, and hence is unable to see it as creative and as continuously growing. This Hegel regarded as the philosophical basis for the individualism of the revolutionary era, which ends, as he believed, in superficiality of historical understanding, which fosters the illusion that men can remake society according to their own capricious wills, and which thus becomes the stimulus to fanaticism and disorder. Only reason, the faculty of synthesis, can see below the surface of historical detail, can perceive the underlying real forces that control the process, and so can comprehend the necessity that the process should be as it is. This act of synthetic comprehension constitutes for Hegel both intellectual understanding and moral justification. What is both must be and ought to be. It is this double rule that accounts for the frequent identification of might with right in Hegel's political philosophy. Hegel's conception of the historical method implied to his mind a thoroughgoing intellectual revolution of which his philosophy was to be the exponent. The magisterial tone in which he often enunciated that philosophy was not wholly due to intellectual arrogance. It reflected rather the conviction that his thought employed a method not available to the uninitiated, and also not capable of being formulated in a manner that will commend itself to a logician who has not learned to transcend the limitations of logical analysis. 627. By listing attributes, etc., no progress can be made in assessing the nature of the state, it must be apprehended as an organism. One might as well try to understand the nature of God by listing his attributes. Point 1. The question, of course, is whether this did not really imply a resort to sheer mysticism or authority, even though Hegel did not so regard it. Are the cosmic forces which he supposed that reason could discern behind the facts of history and which he considered to be more real than particular facts and events forces such as the state in truth anything but abstractions? And can the dialectic, the logical apparatus for grasping the organic wholes with which social studies are concerned, in truth be brought to any precise methodological formulation, so that its alleged pronouncements can be subjected to critical examination? Finally, if these questions were favorably answered, would it be clear that a synthetic understanding of historical process could effect a combination of causal explanation and moral criticism, which both Hume and Kant had believed to be fundamentally different? Upon the answers to these questions the evaluation of Hegel's philosophical system depends. Upon them depends also the estimate to be placed upon the claim that the dialectic, whether in Hegel or in Marx, is a new logical instrument indispensable for the understanding of social phenomena and for the creation of valid historical science. The spirit of the nation. Whatever the validity of Hegel's conclusions, there can be no doubt that the origin of his ideas had very little to do with the parade of logical precision and the formidable terminology in which he finally cast his philosophy. His main ideas were suggested to him by his youthful studies of European culture, especially the history of Christianity, and were only later reduced to the formulas in which he published them. Point 2. The chief interest of Hegel's youth was not so much politics as religion. His speculations started from Herder and Lessing and from their idea that _______628. The succession of world religions is a progressive revelation of religious truth and a kind of divine education of the human race. The idea which Hegel elaborated later in his philosophy of history that process begins with a potentiality striving to realize itself which expands itself actually to what it always was potentially was in fact an element of Aristotelianism that had been inherent in German thought since Leibniz. From Herder and Lessing he learned also to think of creeds and ritual as neither wholly true nor wholly superstitious, but as the outward forms in which a spiritual truth symbolically clothes itself. They are at once needful for their time and yet of only passing value. In this mode of criticism and evaluation it is not hard to see the germs of the dialectic. Like the ablest of his contemporaries in Germany, also, Hegel was deeply stirred by a far-reaching renaissance of Greek studies. He early formed the conviction that Western civilization is the product of two great forces, the free intelligence of Greece and the deeper moral and religious insight, as he believed, of Christianity. Intellectually he was forced to estimate Christian theology as decadent when compared with the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, yet he was convinced also that Christianity brought to Western culture a depth of spiritual experience which Greek philosophy lacked. As Hegel reflected upon this problem, he came to see, perhaps partly under the guidance of Montesquieu's interpretation of the law of nature, that the philosophy and religion of Athens was an inseparable part of the whole mode of life in the city-state, and that the mysticism, pessimism, and world-weariness of Christianity were correlated with the loss of civic freedom and the travail of bringing to birth the consciousness of a new idea, that of a worldwide humanity. In this way Hegel's early religious speculation brought to a focus in his mind ideas and a point of view implicit in the thought of the Enlightenment and especially of the German Enlightenment, that all the elements of a culture form a unit in which religion, philosophy, art, and morality mutually affect one another, that these several branches of culture all express the spirit, the internal intellectual endowment of the people which creates them, and that the history of a people is the process in which it realizes and unfolds its unique contribution to the whole of human civilization. As he reflected further on these 629 ideas, Hegel came to believe that he could detect in this process a threefold pattern: a period of natural, happy, youthful, but largely unconscious, spontaneity, a period of painful frustration and self-consciousness in which the spirit is turned inward and loses its spontaneous creativeness, and a period in which it returns to itself at a higher level, embodying the insights gained from frustration in a new era which unites freedom with authority and self-discipline. These stages, repeated in 1,000 contexts, were rationalized by Hegel in the three stages of the dialectic: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The total process is what he called thought. His philosophy of history was an attempt to document this idea on a vast scale from the history of Western civilization. The Greek city in its creative period represented the first stage, Socrates, and Christianity the second, and the period of Protestantism and the Germanic nations beginning with the Reformation the third. The national mind is a manifestation of the world mind at a particular stage of its historical development. Each particular national genius is to be treated as only one individual in the process of universal history. Point 3. Its worth is to be estimated according to its contribution to the progress of mankind. Not all peoples are to be counted among the Welthistorisch Volksgeister. In general, this was already a familiar German speculation. Years before, Hegel Herder had said that Germany had always had and would always have a fixed national spirit, and Hegel's contemporary Schleiermacher said that God assigns to each nationality its definite task on earth. In no case, and least of all in Hegel, was this belief in the revelatory power of history antiquarian. It was rather the painful search for a national vocation. In popular religion, Hegel sought for something less doctrinaire than the Enlightenment's religion of reason and something less stultifying than ecclesiastical orthodoxy. In all branches of social study, his thought was guided by the conviction that ideas and institutions must be understood as parts of a total culture and that their history is a clue to their present value and their future role in the develop ____630 meant of a world culture. In Schiller's aphorism, Die Weltgeschichte ist das Weltgericht. Hegel's early writings on politics, and more specifically on German politics, show a similar purpose and conception. The frustration of spirit which he regarded as the key to the rise of Christianity he conceived to be also, mutatis mutandis, the mark of his own age and the key to great social and spiritual changes which he hoped, or perhaps foresaw, for Germany. Between the spirit of Germany and the actual state of German politics he found a complete discrepancy which he interpreted as at once a cause of pessimism and futility and the ground for new hope and activity. Writing in 1798, doubtless still under the drive of a youthful enthusiasm kindled by the French Revolution, he said, "The silent acquiescence in things as they are, the hopelessness, the patient endurance of a vast, overmastering fate, has turned to hope, to expectation, to the will for something different. The vision of a better and a juster time has entered alive into the souls of men, and a desire, a longing, for a purer, freer condition has moved every heart and has alienated it from the existing state of affairs. Call this, if you like, a fever paroxysm, but it will end either in death or in eliminating the cause of the disease. Point 4. Certainly Hegel was at no time a revolutionist. He believed too fervently in the essential rightness of the institutions in which the national life had embodied itself, yet his political writing was at once a prophecy and an appeal. But it was an appeal rather to the communal will of the nation than to the self-help of its individual members. How blind are they who can imagine that institutions, constitutions, and laws can persist after they have ceased to be in accord with the morals, the needs, and the purposes of mankind, and after the meaning has gone out of them, that forms in which understanding and feeling no longer inhere can retain the power to bind a nation. Such institutions must change or give place to new embodiments of national aspiration. The question was what form these new embodiments must take. This thought was expanded and particularized, with special reference to the existing condition of Germany, in an essay which underscore Über die neuesten inneren Verhältnisse Wertembergs, 1798, Werke, ed. by Lassen, Vol. 7, pages 150 f. The quotation next below is on p. 151. 631. Hegel wrote in 1802 on the Constitution of Germany. 5. The work began with the striking assertion, Germany is no longer a state. Hegel made this good with an exceedingly able analysis of the decline of the empire after the Peace of Westphalia. Germany, he argued, has become merely an anarchical collection of virtually independent units. It is a name which has the connotations of past greatness, but as an institution it is wholly out of accord with the realities of European politics. In particular, it must be contrasted with the unified national governments which modern monarchy has produced in France, England, and Spain, and which have failed to develop in Italy and Germany. The historical analysis, however, was obviously a means and not an end. Hegel's purpose was to raise the question, how may Germany become a real state? A German state? Hegel quite properly found the cause of the empire's weakness in the particularism and provincialism which he took to be a national defect of German character. Culturally the Germans are a nation, but they have never learned the lesson of subordinating part to whole, which is essential for a national government. The empire has no power except what the parts give it, and the existing constitution has in fact no purpose except to keep the state weak. The free cities, the independent princes, the estates, the guilds, and the religious sects go their own way, absorbing the rights of the state and paralyzing its action, all with a good show of legal right in the antiquated feudal law that governs the empire. The motto of Germany, as Hegel said with bitter irony, is Fiat Justitia, Pereat Germania. For there is complete confusion between private and constitutional law. Legislative, judicial, ecclesiastical, and military privileges are bought and sold like private property. In this analysis of the condition of Germania at the beginning of the century there may be seen two characteristic features of Hegel's later political theory. First, he identified German particularism with an anarchical love of freedom, which misconceives liberty as an absence of discipline and authority. And this he contrasted with true freedom, which is underscore 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 dash 632. To be found only within the bounds of a national state. A nation finds freedom, therefore, in an escape from feudal anarchy and in the creation of a national government. Freedom as Hegel understood it had nothing to do with the individualism of English and French political thought, but was rather a quality reflected upon the individual by the national power of self-determination. Second, Hegel assumed a contrast of private with public or constitutional law which was wholly foreign to English political thought. This corresponds to the contrast of the state with civil society, which became a typical property of his finished political theory. Following his diagnosis of Germany's weakness, Hegel defined the state as a group which collectively protects its property. Its only essential powers are a civil and military establishment sufficient to this end. 6 In other words, a state is de facto power, the expression, certainly, of national unity and a national aspiration to self-government, but fundamentally the power to make the national will effective at home and abroad. The existence of a state is consistent with any lack of uniformity which does not prevent effectively unified government. The precise form of government Hegel regarded as a matter of indifference, aside from the fact that he believed monarchy to be indispensable. The existence of a state does not imply, he argued, equality of civil rights or uniformity of law throughout the national domain. There may be privileged classes and wide differences in custom, culture, language, and religion. In fact, he branded as pedantic the centralized government of Republican France, that tried to do everything and that reduced its people to the level of common citizenship. Like Jean Bodin, Hegel regarded the rise of a national, constitutional monarchy as the sole necessary condition for the existence of a state. The experience of France, Spain, and England proved, he thought, that the extinguishing of feudalism and the rise of a national state could be achieved only through monarchy, and that this process of itself constituted freedom. From the period when these countries grew to be states, their power, their wealth, and the free condition of their citizens under the law. 7. _______633. The historical accuracy of Hegel's judgment need not be contested. At the same time, he was obviously prescribing for Germany a remedy which an Englishman or a Frenchman would have regarded as politically backward. It is evident also that such an expression as the free condition of their citizens never connoted for Hegel anything like the meaning of the French phrase, the rights of man and citizen. Believing as he did in the historical ritual of the monarchy, Hegel in 1802 put his hope for the unification and modernizing of Germany upon the appearance of a great military leader, though he considered it essential that such a leader should voluntarily accept constitutional limitations and identify himself with German national unity as a moral cause. Emphatically, he did not believe that Germany would ever be unified by common consent or by the peaceful spread of national sentiment. Gangrene, he said bitterly, is not cured with lavender water. It is in war rather than in peace that a state shows its mettle and rises to the height of its potentiality. For Hegel, the two heroic figures in modern politics were Machiavelli and Richelieu. The prince he called the great and true conception of a real political genius with the highest and noblest purpose. 8. For the rules of private morality do not limit the action of states, a state has no higher duty than to preserve and strengthen itself. Richelieu's enemies, the French nobility and the Huguenots, went down not before Richelieu personally but before the principle of French national unity which he represented. Hegel added an aphorism highly characteristic of his philosophy of history: political genius consists in identifying yourself with a principle. 9. In 1802 Hegel was already firmly convinced that the modernizing of Germany would require an era of blood and iron, but at that time his hopes centered rather in Austria than in Prussia. The shift in loyalty that he later made was one that occurred very often among South Germans after the Napoleonic Wars. It has seemed worthwhile to refer somewhat at length to this early essay on the Constitution of Germany for two reasons. First, Hegel wrote in 1802 as a publicist and quite without that astonishing array of dialectical abstractions which later made his _________634 political philosophy so difficult. Yet without the logical apparatus his leading ideas were already there. It has been plausibly suggested that in 1802 his ambition was nothing less than to become the Machiavelli of Germany. The most striking qualities of his thought were already a firm grasp of historical actualities and a kind of hard political realism that frankly identified the state with power and estimated its success in terms of its ability to carry out a policy of national aggrandizement at home and abroad. Already he conceived the state as the spiritual embodiment of a nation's will and destiny, the real realm of freedom in which the idea of reason has to materialize itself. As such it is above and distinct from the economic arrangements of civil society and from the rules of private morality that control the actions of its citizens. The realization of the nation's spiritual potentialities is a contribution of ultimate value to the cause of advancing civilization, a moment in the progressive realization of the world spirit, and the source of the dignity and worth that attaches to the private concerns of its citizens. Already he identified the freedom of the individual with his voluntary dedication to the work of national self-realization, which is at the same time a personal self-realization. Already the national monarchy was pictured as the highest form of constitutional government, the unique achievement of modern politics, in which ideally there is a perfect synthesis of freedom and authority. In it Hegel believed that the outworn forms of feudal particularism could be sublimated, aufgehoben, into functions of a national life. So far he agreed with and accepted the consequences of the French Revolution, but he dissented absolutely from the individualism of revolutionary theory, which, like many Germans after him, he construed as a specious glorification of egoism and caprice in the individual and of plutocracy in society. Already his reference to history as the source of moral and political enlightenment was not a simple appeal to experience but was governed by the belief that the evolution of ideas and institutions reveals a necessity which is at once causal and ethical. Second, the Constitution of Germany showed clearly that Hegel's conception of the dialectic was controlled by a moral rather than a scientific purpose. In the opening pages he explained that the object of the essay was to promote understand. 635. Ing of things as they are, to exhibit political history not as arbitrary but as necessary. The unhappiness of man is a frustration that arises from the discrepancy between what is and what he is fain to believe ought to be. It occurs because he imagines that events are mere unrelated details and not a system ruled by a spirit. Its remedy comes with reconciliation, the realization that what is must be and the consciousness that what must be also ought to be. This is manifestly the principle which Hegel later summarized in his aphorism, "The real is the rational." Yet no attentive reader of either the early essay or the philosophy of right can imagine that Hegel meant to teach political quietism or mere political reaction. What must be is not the status quo but the modernizing and nationalizing of Germany. The must is a moral imperative, not something that is physically inevitable or merely desirable, but a moral cause that can enlist men's loyalty and devotion and dignify their petty personal ends by identifying them with the destiny of civilization itself. This compounding of moral, physical, and logical necessity was the very essence of the dialectic. Dialectic and historical necessity. The Philosophy of Right 10 is a book that cannot profitably be summarized. This is true in part because of the technical elaborateness of its logical apparatus but chiefly because, from any empirical point of view, it is fundamentally ill-arranged. This was not due to confusion or carelessness on Hegel's part but precisely to the apparatus itself. The subject matter was arranged not in accord with any canon of empirical description but in accord with its idea, by which Hegel meant its significance in the light of the dialectic. The structure of the book grew directly from the contrast of understanding and reason. The first two parts, dealing with abstract right and subjective morality, present the theory of right or law as leading to antitheses that are inevitable from the point of view of understanding. In particular, the first part has to do substantially with the rights of property, personality, and contract as these are treated in a theory of natural law. But since the -636 standing is self-defeating, this part must issue in contradictions which understanding cannot solve and so must lead on dialectically to the third part, on freedom or objective will, in which reason resolves the contradictions. It was this third part, and especially its last two subdivisions on civil society and the state, that contained Hegel's important conclusions. But the arrangement hopelessly dislocated the subject matter. Sometimes subjects that belonged together were pulled apart, as when property and contract were discussed apart from the economic order, marriage apart from the family, and crime apart from the administration of law. Sometimes subjects were inappropriately combined, as divorce and inheritance. This distortion of subject matter in the interest of a logical arrangement dictated by the notion of dialectical development tended to obscure one of the most fruitful ideas contained in Hegel's philosophy, namely, that economic, political, legal, and moral institutions are in fact socially interdependent. At the same time it must be conceded that the arrangement of the philosophy of right did accurately represent one of Hegel's most important political conclusions, namely, that the state is morally superior to civil society. Since an exposition of Hegel's political philosophy cannot follow the order or the manner in which his ideas were developed in the philosophy of right, it will be well to break free entirely and state his arguments and his conclusions in the simplest manner possible. A critical understanding and estimate of his philosophy turns upon 2 points. First, it calls for a decision about the claim that the dialectic is a new method which reveals dependencies and relationships in society and history not otherwise discernible. Such a decision is important because the dialectic was adopted by Karl Marx, with considerable changes, to be sure, in its supposed metaphysical implications but with no important change in the conception of it as a logical method. Thus it became an inherent part of Marxian socialism and communism and the ground for the claim to scientific superiority that Marxism has always made. Second, Hegel's political philosophy was the classic statement of nationalism in a form which had discarded the individualism and the implicit cosmopolitanism of the rights of man. It gave to the concept of the state a special 637 connotation which remained characteristic of German political theory throughout the 19th century. Since the purpose of the dialectic was to provide a logical apparatus capable of revealing the necessity of history, the meaning of the dialectic depends upon the complicated meaning which Hegel attached to historical necessity. His thought on this subject started from the belief which he acquired early in his life, that the history of a people records the growth of a single national mentality which expresses itself in all phases of its culture. In contrast with this view of history, Hegel set another view common to the Enlightenment, that philosophies and religions and institutions are conscious inventions for practical purposes. This illusion, he believed, arose because history had been regarded merely as an adjunct to the statesman's art, and it attributed to statesmen and legislators a much greater power to plan the life and growth of a society than they actually have. It depended upon the dogma that human nature is everywhere and always the same, that a relatively simple list of what Hume called propensities will account for all human behavior, and that accordingly conduct can be turned in any desired direction by a skillful manipulation of motives. These were in fact principles avowed by utilitarians like Helvetius and later by Jeremy Bentham. They were historically superficial, Hegel believed, because they overlooked the interdependence of institutions and the momentum with which societies and institutions follow their own inherent trends. Individuals and their conscious purposes really count for very little in the total outcome. The individual is for the most part only an accidental variant of the culture that created him, and insofar as he is different, his individuality is more likely to be capricious than significant. Moreover, individuals ought not to count for much because in general individuals come under the category of means. Their desires and gratifications are rightly sacrificed to the achievement of the larger purposes of nations. Hegel's belief in the necessity of history, therefore, united 2 important elements in his philosophy. In the first place, he was a logical realist. He believed that the effective realities and causes in history are impersonal and general forces, not individual persons or events. The latter are for the most part partial and imperfect materializations of 638 social forces. In the second place, his ethics assumed that the value of a person depends upon the work that he does and the part that he plays in the social drama. These assumptions Hegel expressed by saying that the history of civilization is the unfolding or the progressive realization and materialization of the world spirit in time. In part, his philosophy was motivated by a religious sense of dependence and of the moral value of devotion to a cause greater than oneself. In part also it was motivated by a sardonic sense of humor at the vanity of human wishes, which made him delight to see the rationalist duped by the cunning of the world spirit. From the point of view of the human actors, history is a union of irony and tragedy; from the point of view of the whole it is a cyclic or spiral advance. This may be called the cunning of reason, that it sets the passions to work for itself, while that which develops its existence through such impulsion pays the penalty, and suffers loss. The particular is for the most part of too trifling value as compared with the general; individuals are sacrificed and abandoned. 11. History has its own solutions to its own problems which even the wisest men understand only in a small degree. Great men neither make nor guide it, but at the most they understand a little and cooperate with forces enormously more massive than their own will and understanding. Hegel's remark about Richelieu, quoted above, was characteristic. The political genius is such less in virtue of his own ability than because he identifies himself with the principle, that is, with the force or trend that at the time is running. Great men are instruments of impersonal social forces that lie below the surface of history, they bow before the inherent logic of events. Hence also science and philosophy play a limited part in it. A clear understanding of any social system, Hegel thought, comes only when that system is on the road to extinction. Plato and Aristotle created a philosophy of the city-state in the 4th century, when the spontaneous creativeness of the age of Pericles was already a thing of the past. Minerva's owl begins its flight only in the gathering dusk. Like the Stoic god, history leads the wise man and drags the fool. Underscore 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 underscore. Hegel, however, did not consider history to be intrinsically inscrutable or irrational. In it resides not unreason but a higher form of reason than that of the analytic understanding. The real is the rational and the rational is the real. To penetrate its apparent confusion, however, and to apprehend process not as composed of discrete parts but as organic growth, a different logical apparatus is needed, and this the dialectic was designed to supply. In the abstract it was an oversimple device to open so complicated a maze. Hegel adopted, in fact, an idea as old and as vague as the first Greek speculations about nature, namely, that historical processes go by opposites. Every tendency when carried to the full breeds an opposite tendency which destroys it. This idea had always been used in defense of the mixed constitution. Unrestrained democracy turns into license, unlimited monarchy degenerates into despotism. Hegel generalized the argument. Opposition and contrariety are universal properties of nature, this is at once a law of the cosmos and of thought. Everywhere forces grow into their opposites. But whereas theories of the mixed constitution had assumed that the balancing of opposites could be made a key to stability and permanence, Hegel thought of the world as an endlessly moving equilibrium. Contrary forces supply the dynamic of history but balance can never be permanent, it merely gives a continuity and direction to change. Consequently, as he thought, the opposition is never absolute. The destruction of one position in a controversial situation is never complete. Both sides are partly right and partly wrong, and when the rights and the wrongs have been properly weighed, a third position emerges which unites the truth contained in both. This Hegel believed to be the fundamental insight that Plato had embodied in his dialogues, and accordingly he adopted Plato's word, dialectic, as the name of the process. This principle of an opposition of forces, moving in orderly equilibrium and emerging in a pattern of progressive logical development, appeared to Hegel general enough to supply a formula for all nature and all history. He applied it perhaps most plausibly to the history of philosophy. It accounts, as he supposed, for the apparent unsuccess of all systems, while it provides for the increasing meaning and growing truth of the whole. Every philosophy grasps a part of the truth, none grasps it all. Each 640 supplements the other, and the eternal problem is to restate the questions in such a way as to include the apparent contradictions between opposing systems. In any absolute sense the problems are never solved, in a relative sense they are always being solved. The discussion begins again around a new point which takes account of all that has gone before. Consequently, as Hegel said, the history of philosophy literally is philosophy, it is absolute truth projected, so to speak, in time and progressing toward a consummation which, however, it can never reach. It is like a spiral that mounts as it turns. The driving force he called contradiction, thus giving to an ancient logical term a meaning which it never had in formal logic. In Hegel's logic, contradiction means the fruitful opposition between systems that constitutes an objective criticism of each and leads continually to a more inclusive and a more coherent system. The dialectic, however, as Hegel conceived it, was not applicable to the development of philosophy alone. It was a method applicable to every subject matter in which the concepts of progressive change and development are relevant, and in such subjects it is indispensable, for the analytic understanding works only with the mechanical juxtaposition of discrete parts and cannot grasp the necessity inherent in process. The dialectic, therefore, was a method applicable par excellence to the social studies. Society itself and all the principal parts of its structure, its law, its morals, its religions, and the institutions that embody them advance under the continual tension of internal forces and their endless readjustment by thought. This is the reason why there is a real historical method. By grasping der Gang der Sache selbst, the inner go of events, one perceives that there is a logical next step or manifest destiny inherent in the state of affairs. When the dialectic is considered as the key to a theory of social change, it suggests two interpretations that can easily be opposed to each other. From the point of view of the dialectic, every act of thought contains two movements. On the one side it is negative, every affirmation or thesis has implicit in it contradictions that must become explicit and in so doing must destroy the original affirmation. On the other side it is also affirmative or constructive, it is a restatement at a higher level on which the contradictions are sublimated, aufgehoben, and combined in a 641. New synthesis. Since Hegel regarded all social evolution as a development of thought, this twofold property of the dialectic characterizes also the progressive changes that take place in social institutions. Every change is at once continuous and discontinuous, carrying forward the past and also breaking with it in order to create something new. A practical application of the dialectic to social history may with equal logic be given either of two opposite constructions. The emphasis may be upon continuity or gradualness, the impossibility of making a radical and voluntary departure from norms and practices long established. Or it may be upon discontinuity or negation, the necessity that change must be subversive and destructive of accepted norms and practices. Which emphasis any given thinker adopts depends as much upon the total bias of his thought, perhaps even upon his temperament, as upon logic. Hegel on the whole, and conservative Hegelians generally, tended to emphasize continuity. He tended to think of revolutions as occurring in the past. Karl Marx tended to think of them as occurring in the future, but in Marxism also the continual swing of socialist theory between revolutionism and revisionism reflected the two-sidedness of the dialectic. In general, it suggested that social history as a whole should be construed as a succession of periods of development punctuated by periods of revolution. The stresses and strains inherent in any settled situation build up to a breaking point at which the whole system undergoes a violent change of phase. Criticism of dialectic. In forming a critical judgment of Hegel's dialectic, it is necessary to remember that it was put forward not as a mere description of the contrary tendencies that are in fact compromised and adjusted in social history, but as a law of logic. Hegel intended nothing less than a complete revision of that subject, or as he himself expressed it, the creation of a logic of reason to supplement or to supersede the logic of the understanding. The dialectic purported to revise the laws of thought, particularly the law of logical contradiction, as this was understood in logic at any time after Aristotle. Abstractly stated, this would mean that a logic ought to be constructed on the principle that one and the same proposition can be at once both true and false. No logician. 642. After Hegel can really be said to have taken this proposal with entire seriousness. 12 But the utility of such a logic, if it were constructed, must depend upon there being a definite methodology for its use. Otherwise either its acceptance or its rejection remains subjective. Historians and other social scientists have as a rule been justifiably reluctant to face the supposition that their subjects require a logic radically different from that used by the other sciences. In philosophy, where such a supposition has sometimes been entertained, it has usually taken the form of overt irrationalism, the assertion that some faculty other than reason, Bergson's intuition, for example, is needed to grasp the nature of organism and of continuous organic growth. But this view, which was exploited in German National Socialism, is in effect an acceptance of subjectivism and really means that rational or scientific standards cannot be applied to social problems. The peculiarity of Hegel's philosophy, and of the Marxian reconstruction of it, was that it claimed to be genuinely rational, while at the same time it professed to supersede the theory of logical propositions by which alone logic has been able to give precise meaning to propositions. In the last resort, its claim to be scientific depends on the very dubious feasibility of this project. When Hegel's actual use of the dialectic is examined, its most obvious characteristic is the extreme vagueness, not to say the ambiguity, of his use of terms, and the extreme generality that he attributed to words which are notoriously hard to define. Two examples of key importance for his philosophy will serve to illustrate this tendency: his use of the words thought and contradiction. According to Hegel, any progressive social change in religion, philosophy, economics, law, or politics takes place by an advance in thought. This usage was not accidental but was required both by his metaphysics and by the dialectic. His idealism depended upon an identification of process in mind with process in nature, and the dialectic depended upon the applicability of what he regarded as a law of thought to all subject matters. Of which process is an essential characteristic. All change takes place under the impulsion of thought to eliminate inherent contradictions and in pursuit of a higher level of coherence or logical consistency. But if these words are given any precise meaning, the theory simply is not true. Even in science or philosophy, to say nothing of less highly intellectualized social products, new discoveries, and the emergence of new points of view cannot plausibly be construed as always due to self-contradictions in earlier systems of ideas. In all branches of social evolution, including philosophy, it is true as Justice Holmes said of the law that experience counts for more than logic. Hegel's determination to universalize thought had a twofold effect upon the Hegelian writing of history: either recalcitrant facts were forced into molds that were antecedently decided to be logical, or else words like coherence and consistency were given a meaning so vague that they ceased to be useful. Similarly, the word contradiction as Hegel used it had no precise meaning whatever but referred to any vague form of opposition or contrariety. Sometimes it meant merely physical forces that move in different directions or causes that tend toward opposed results, like living or dying. Sometimes the opposition referred to moral desert, as when he said that punishment negates crime and that evil is self-contradictory. In its actual use, the dialectic was largely an exploitation of ambiguities in terminology and not in any proper sense a method. In Hegel's hands it worked out to conclusions that he had reached without it, and the dialectic contributed nothing to their proof. The special merit claimed for the dialectic was its capacity to display and clarify the necessity which Hegel attributed to historical development. The word necessity, however, remained as ambiguous as Hume had proved it to be. It might, of course, refer merely to the relation of cause and effect in history, and in that sense all events might be regarded as alike necessary. But this was emphatically not what Hegel meant when he said that the real is the rational, because he always distinguished between the real and that which merely exists. 13 The real is the underscore 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 permanent inner core of meaning in history, in comparison with which particular events are casual, transient, or apparent. Consequently, the dialectic was essentially a selective process. It was a way of discriminating what is relatively accidental and insignificant from what is important and effective in the long run. What exists is always momentary and to a large degree accidental, the mere surface manifestation of deep-lying forces which alone are real. But the basis for this discrimination of the significant and the casual was again ambiguous. It might refer to the obvious fact that some events have more weight than others in bringing about an historical result. Or it might amount to assuming that a result comes about because it is important, that its value operates as an effective cause. Hegel systematically fused these two meanings by identifying right and force. This could be justified metaphysically because he imputed to nature an ideal constitution that inevitably gives the greatest power to right, but in effect it meant that he regarded might as the criterion of right. Thus the necessity that he saw in history was at once a physical and a moral compulsion. When he said that Germany must become a state, he meant that it ought to do so, that the highest interests both of civilization and of its own national life require such a result, and also that there are causal forces that impel it in that direction. Hence the dialectic combines at once a moral judgment and a causal law of historical development. Germany must become a state not because Germans wish it, and not because it will do so in spite of what they wish. The must expresses at once a volition and a fact, a will that is more than a caprice, because the growth of Germany into a state is in line with the whole direction of political development, and a fact that is more than a casual event because it sums up what is objectively valuable in that development. The distinctive claim of the dialectic was that it unites intelligence and will. It purported to be, as Josiah Royce said, a logic of passion, a synthesis of science and poetry. The dialectic was in truth much easier to understand as ethics than as logic. Without being overtly hortatory, it was a subtle and effective form of moral appeal. The sense of moral reconciliation which Hegel saw at the foundation of all effective human action was at once passive and active. It is both resigna. 645. And cooperation. It can cure the intolerable sense of futility and impotence to which the isolated self-consciousness is a prey, precisely because it is not merely a feeling but a real identification with a higher power. In nothing was Hegel so unmeasured as in his condemnation of sentiment and mere good feeling, what he called bitingly the hypocrisy of good intentions, which he believed to be always either weak or fanatical, and in both cases futile. In nothing did he disbelieve so completely as in the power of unorganized goodwill to accomplish anything in a world where effectiveness is the final criterion of right. It is not sentiment that makes nations but the national will to power translating itself into institutions and a national culture. And it is the acceptance of the national task as a moral cause and of the duties imposed by one's station in it that releases the individual's creative efforts and raises him to the level of a freely acting moral person. For Hegel, the individual's sense of duty, which Luther and Kant had conceived as arising from his relation to God, became concrete in his vocation as a member of his nation. And the nation itself attained an aura of sanctity as a manifestation of the divine essence. However effective this may be as a moral appeal, it does not set aside Kant's fundamental contention that moral obligation and cause are logically different. The form of the dialectic, however, imparted its own peculiarities to its interpretation of duty. The divergent interests and values represented by thesis and antithesis were assumed to stand in a relation of flat contradiction to each other, a relation of struggle and opposition. Each must be developed to its last consequences before the contradictions can be sublimated in the synthesis. Conciliation and compromise occur indeed and emerge with the evolution of the idea. But as matters of conscious prevision and effort on the part of human participants, they tend to be pictured as marks of sentimental weakness and caprice, a kind of treason against the majesty of the absolute. The effect was to represent society as a constellation of opposed forces that work out to an inevitable conclusion rather than as a body of human relations to be conciliated and harmonized. On the assumptions of the dialectic, also, communication itself becomes peculiarly difficult, for no proposition is ever exactly true or exactly false. It always means more or less than it seems to mean. For it was 646. The special claim of the dialectic to unite relativism with absolutism. Every stage carries, for the time being, the whole weight and force of the absolute, even though in the end it is transitory. It is, so to speak, absolute while it lasts, and its duty is to achieve complete self-expression, though its ultimate defeat in the further advance of the world spirit is assured. Hence the dialectic implied a moral attitude which is at once completely rigid and completely flexible, and it offered no criterion of the rightness of either except the success of the outcome. It was for this reason that Hegel's critics, Nietzsche for example, saw in the dialectic only an opportunism which is in practice an adoration of the whole series of successes. Hegel's dialectic was in truth a curious amalgam of historical insight and realism, of moral appeal, romantic idealization, and religious mysticism. In intention it was rational and an extension of logical method, but the intention defied exact formulation. In practice it played upon vague contrasts of popular speech, like real and apparent, essential and accidental, permanent and transitory, to which it could assign no precise meaning and for which it supplied no clear criteria. Hegel's historical judgments and moral evaluations, to which the dialectic was supposed to lend objectivity, were in fact as much conditioned by time and place and personality, as those of other philosophers with no such elaborate apparatus. To unite purposes so diverse and factors so incapable of definition or empirical verification into a method, and to give that method scientific precision, was in fact impossible. What the dialectic accomplished was to give a specious air of logical certitude to historical judgments which, if true, can be based only on empirical evidence, and to moral judgments which, if sound, depend upon ethical insights open to everyone. By attempting to combine the two it tended rather to obscure than to clarify the meaning of both individualism and the theory of the state. The importance of the philosophy of right did not depend upon the formal structure of its argument but upon its reference to political realities, a reference which the formalism sometimes made almost surreptitious. It dealt with two subjects of fundamental importance, the relationship between the human indi. 647. And the social and economic institutions within which he lives his personal life and the relationship between these institutions and the state, which Hegel regarded as unique among institutions. With his theories of these two relationships the remainder of this chapter will be concerned. Before taking up his theories, however, it should be made clear that Hegel's point of view, though it was opposed to the point of view of French and English political thought, had substantial reasons behind it and that its injection into political theory was timely and important. The philosophy of right was in fact permeated by the same qualities of thought that marked Hegel's early political writings, a firm grasp of political philosophy and a realistic understanding of political history. Indeed, in a limited sense his purpose might be described as an attempt to test political theory by constitutional history. The philosophy in question was of course the doctrine of inalienable individual rights and the meaning of that doctrine as revealed by the French Revolution. To his estimate of the Revolution Hegel brought a point of view that was typically German and that reflected the political experience of Germans. The philosophy of natural rights had been cut, so to speak, to fit the political experience of the French and English. Hegel's rejection of natural rights and his theory of the state was cut to fit the political experience of Germany. In a broader sense, however, Hegel's criticism was a thoroughgoing philosophical analysis of individualism and of its validity as a theory of society. Hence it served as a starting point for re-examining the whole range of psychological and ethical problems involved in a social philosophy. In this respect Hegel's philosophy was perhaps more important outside Germany than within, precisely because it brought to light considerations that individualism had neglected. There had been and there continued to be little in the politics of Germany that could give to the idea of individual rights a hold upon the political consciousness of Germans such as it had upon the minds of Frenchmen and Englishmen. As a theory the philosophy of natural rights was of course fully known to Germans but it remained for them in a sense esoteric and academic, as German liberalism proved itself to be in 1848. In France and England the theory had been forged as the defense of a minorities. 648. Claim to religious toleration against a majority that could wield against them the power of a government already comparatively well centralized and largely nationalized, while Germany was the one country in which religious differences could be made to coincide reasonably well with political boundaries. In France and England natural rights had become the defense of a national revolution against monarchy, but in Germany there had been no revolution. The defense of private judgment and individual freedom of action against the state had never been felt by Germans as a vital interest of the nation itself. Finally, in England individual rights became an adequate philosophical support for commercial and industrial expansion under a policy of laissez-faire. Germany, on the other hand, in Hegel's day and later, had achieved no such unity of national feeling as had long existed in France and England. Its mentality was filled with provincialisms and with antagonisms against its imperfectly assimilated minorities. Its economy was backward in comparison with the national economies of England and France, and its governments in Hegel's day had just demonstrated their political and military incompetence before the onslaught of Napoleon. When Hegel died, it would still be a full generation before Germany achieved a political unity consonant with its cultural nationalism, and Hegel was quite right in predicting that this would not occur on the lines that had been followed by French or English liberalism. Its government would be a federalism created by imposing a strong state upon local units. Its ministry would be responsible to the monarch rather than to a national parliament, and its economic modernization and expansion would take place not by laissez-faire but under strong political guidance. The aura of sanctity that Hegel's philosophy threw around the word state, which to an Englishman might seem pure sentimentality, expressed for Germans real and compelling political aspirations. The difference in point of view between Hegel's theory of the state on the one hand and French or English individualism on the other might be construed as a difference between two ways of estimating the political accomplishment of the French Revolution, and indeed Hegel did so construe it. But this difference in interpreting the revolution depended on differing estimates of the permanently important factors in the whole evolution of Con. 649. Statutational government. From a liberal point of view, the revolution was a triumph of the rights of man over the irresponsible or dictatorial powers of the French monarchy. Its permanent achievements were individual liberty, government by the consent of the governed, constitutional limitations to safeguard the civil liberties of subjects, and the responsibility of officials to a nationwide electorate. From Hegel's point of view, some of these supposed achievements were incidental and some were mischievous illusions. The constructive achievement of the revolution, he believed, might have been the consummation of a national state, a direct continuation of the process begun when the monarchy established its control over the nobility, the cities, the estates, and the other feudal institutions of the Middle Ages. The revolution merely swept away the debris of feudalism which had been outdated but not actually destroyed with the rise of the monarchy, and its Jacobinism was an aberration. As in his essay on the Constitution of Germany, Hegel continued to interpret the difference between the feudal and the modern state in terms of the contrast between public and private law. Feudalism he conceived to be typically a system in which public functions were treated as private sinecures to be bought or sold as if they were private property. A state, on the contrary, comes into being when there arises a genuine public authority, recognized as higher in kind than the civil society which embodies private interests and also as competent to guide the nation in the fulfillment of its historic mission. Essentially, the process is one of nationalizing the monarchy. The summit of political evolution, therefore, is the emergence of the state and the acceptance of the state by its citizens as a level of political evolution above civil society. Ethically, Hegel construed this as producing a higher level of personal self-realization also, a form of society in which the modern man rises to a new height of freedom and in which there is a new synthesis of his interests as man and citizen. As a new emanation of the world spirit, the national state really is divine. Hegel's thought was well expressed by the historian Ranke when he said that states are individualities, analogous to one another but essentially independent of each other. Spiritual beings, original creations of the human spirit, one might say, thoughts of God. 650. On the other hand, Hegel condemned the revolution because, in so far as it pursued its ideals of liberty and equality, he thought that it really perpetuated the old fallacy of feudalism in a new form. It leveled down the functional differences between men in their social capacities to a common and abstract political equality, which made their relation to the state a mere matter of private interest. It reduced the institutions of both society and the state to utilitarian devices for satisfying private needs and gratifying personal propensities, which as individual passions are merely capricious. In order to attain true ethical dignity, these individual motives must be absorbed and transmuted first in the institutions of civil society and then at a higher level in the institutions of the state. The philosophy of the revolution was therefore fundamentally false in two respects. It failed to recognize that the citizen's personality is a social being which requires as a condition of its moral significance a part to be played in the life of civil society, and it failed to recognize that the institutions of civil society are organs of the nation, which must be embodied in a public authority consonant in dignity with the nation's moral significance. Neither society nor the state can be said to depend merely on individual consent. They are too deeply ingrained in the whole structure of needs and satisfactions that make up personal self-realization. The highest of all human needs is the need for participation, to be an organ of causes and purposes larger than private wants and satisfactions. The fundamental error of the revolutionary philosophy, as Hegel saw it, was its abstract individualism. The fundamental error in its policy was its attempt to erect paper constitutions and political procedure on the assumptions of individualism. The importance of this attack on individualism and the revolution lay in the fact that it expressed not only the political experience of Germany but also profound changes that were coming about in the political and intellectual climate of opinion in all Europe. It was this which gave to German philosophy in the first half of the 19th century a position of leadership which it had never had. The French Revolution closed an intellectual as well as a political era. The theory of natural law, which had dominated political thought throughout the whole preceding period of modern thought, became obsolete in an 651 short time. Its plausibility as an intellectual construction had depended upon the great systems of philosophical rationalism inherited from the 17th century, which had lost their authority in the 19th. In France, Rousseau's radical idealization of citizenship, and in England Burke's conservative idealization of tradition had already suggested the lines of thought that Hegel's philosophy systematized. The completely rational individual, pursuing ends set wholly by propensities native to his own personality, was a conception that could hardly withstand historical or psychological scrutiny. And the dogma that his political and civil rights are imprescriptible and unchangeable fitted badly with a nationalism that continually set a higher value on its own collective purposes, and with an ethics that became continually more aware of conflicts between individual and social values. Thus the nature of the individual person and his relation to his society, the psychological and ethical intermeshing of individual need with social purpose, which had seemed a matter to be settled by a few self-evident generalities, became a problem, indeed the central problem of social science and social ethics. The importance of Hegel's political theory consisted largely in the fact that it set this problem. In so doing, it both crystallized the anti-liberal tendencies of developing nationalism and forced a thoroughgoing re-examination of the individualism of current political liberalism. Accordingly, as was said above, Hegel's political philosophy dealt with two principal subjects. The first was his ethical theory of freedom and its relation to authority, which coincided roughly with his critique of individualism. The second was his theory of the state, its constitutional structure and its relation to the institutions of civil society. Freedom and authority. Hegel's critique of individualism was directed against two different conceptions. In the first place, he identified individualism with the provincialism and particularism which had prevented Germany from achieving modern national statehood. This national trait he attributed largely to the influence of Luther, who had made Christian liberty a mystical independence of the soul from all secular conditions. In the second place, Hegel identified 652. Individualism with Jacobinism, the violence, fanaticism, terrorism, and atheism of the French Revolution. This type of individualism he attributed to philosophical rationalism. The common fallacy in both types he found in the detachment of the human being from his position in and dependence upon an organized society in which he has a part to play, duties to perform, and the status belonging to such a position. Considered by himself, the individual is merely capricious, an animal governed by brute instinct, as Rousseau had said, with no rule of action higher than his own impulses, appetites, and inclinations, and with no rule of thought higher than his subjective fancies. To be correctly understood, the individual must be regarded as a member of society. But in the modern world he must be regarded also as a member of the state. For the national state, together with Protestant Christianity, is the unique achievement of modern civilization, which has learned to combine the highest authority with the highest degree and form of freedom for its citizens. The essence of the modern state is that the universal be bound up with the complete freedom of its members and with private well-being. 14. For no very good reason other than his concern with German culture, Hegel identified this highest form of state not only as Protestant but also as Germanic. Individualism in both its mystical and its rationalist form merely posits the individual, as soul or as rational being, without regard for the historical conditions which have produced him or the social and economic conditions without which his religious and moral and rational nature cannot support itself. It falsifies both the nature of the individual and the nature of society. It falsifies the first because the individual's spirituality and rationality are the creations of a social life. Hegel accepted them as metaphysical beings, but not in the way that theology or rationalism had imagined them. They are moments or phases of the world spirit, which has created them in its imminent development. But individualism falsifies the nature of social institutions, because it regards them as accidental and indifferent to the moral and spiritual development of personality, as merely utilitarian aids invented to satisfy men's irrational desires. This underscore 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 dash 653 is historically false, for language, government, law, and religion are not invented but grow. It is also ethically false because it sets freedom off against the restraints imposed upon the inclinations by custom, law, and government. These are conceived as burdens which in the interest of liberty must be reduced to a minimum and which ideally might be reduced to no restraint at all in a golden age or a state of nature which would permit everyone to do as he liked. But the golden age is historically a fiction and morally and politically it would be simply anarchy, which is not freedom but despotism. This critique of natural rights and of individualist liberalism was, of course, dialectical. Hegel knew as well as anyone that neither Locke nor any other serious exponent of the theory had believed civilization as such to be foreign to or repressive of individual freedom, however oppressive a given society might be. The criticism developed what Hegel regarded as an implicit contradiction in Locke's philosophy. In point of fact, it is much more effective if it is understood as calling attention to a neglected aspect of social psychology and social ethics. It amounted to pointing out the important fact that the psychological structure of individual personality is intimately related to the structure of the society in which a person lives and to his position in that society. The laws, customs, institutions, and moral valuations of a people reflect its mentality, but they also shape that mentality and continuously reshape it as they develop. The individual's moral and even his intellectual outlook is inseparable from that of the society of which he is a unit and from the relationships within that society in which he participates through citizenship, social class, or religious affiliation. Thus, for example, in his account of civil society, Hegel protested against identifying economic wants with biological needs. Wants are really states of mind and are therefore dependent upon social interpretation, the economic system, the accepted mode of life in a social class, and moral valuations. The essence of pauperism, he said, consists in social rejection and loss of self-respect. Poverty does not of itself make a pauper. It depends upon the estimation in which the poor man is held and in which he holds himself. 654. In England, even the very poorest believe that they have rights. This is very different from what satisfies the poor in other countries. Once society is established, poverty immediately takes the form of a wrong done to one class by another. 15. Passages such as this obviously contain the germ of Marx's theory that ideology depends on social position. Hegel's argument suggested an economic interpretation of social position, though it did not imply an exclusively economic interpretation. It did imply, however, that society, or perhaps more properly culture, is an indispensable category for explaining human behavior. 16 The culmination of this idea is to be found not only in Marx but in all present-day social psychology and cultural anthropology. Hegel, however, was less concerned with psychology and sociology than with ethical and political theories of individual freedom. Freedom, he believed, must be understood as a social phenomenon, a property of the social system which arises through the moral development of the community. It is less an individual endowment than a status which is imparted to the individual through legal and ethical institutions that the community supports. In consequence, it cannot be equated with self-will or the following of private inclinations. Freedom consists rather in the adjustment of inclination and individual capacity to the performance of socially significant work, or as F. H. Bradley put it, in finding my station and its duties. It is these which impart moral worth to inclination, for no claim to liberty or happiness can be morally defended except as desire coincides with some phase of the general good and is supported by the general will. The individual's rights and liberties are those which correspond to the duties imposed by his station in society. Even private happiness requires the dignity that attaches to social status and the consciousness of having a share in socially valuable work. Hegel always believed that self-consciousness per se is painful, a mark of frustration and futility. This conception of happiness, and of the rights and duties essential to it, clearly depended in part, as had Rousseau's, upon the classical revival. Hegel's theory of free citizenship, like that of Plato and Aristotle, ran underscore 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 underscore, not in terms of private rights but of social functions. But as Hegel imagined, the development of Christian morals and of citizenship in the modern state made possible a more complete synthesis of personal right and public duty than had been possible in a society that depended on slavery. In the modern state all men are free, and in their service to it they can find ideally the highest form of self-realization. In the state the negative freedom of self-will is supplanted by the real freedom of citizenship. The dialectical form of Hegel's argument was largely responsible for the paradoxical consequences that he drew from this contrast of freedom and real freedom. The theory becomes merely a play of logical abstractions. Thus Hegel characteristically equated individual choice with caprice, sentimentality, or fanaticism, thus obscuring the fact, which is fundamentally important both for psychology and ethics, that no actual human being ever regards his desires, however fleeting or however profound, as all on the same level of importance or allows them the same weight in affecting his behavior. Corresponding to this undiscriminating estimate of individual motives, civil society was described by Hegel as a realm of mechanical necessity, a resultant of the irrational forces of individual desire, which is governed by laws, particularly on its economic side, that he likened to the laws of planetary motion. Thus society considered apart from the state was represented as governed by non-moral causal laws and hence as ethically anarchical. The result was, so to speak, a criticism of individualism by caricature. The individual was pictured as controlled by self-seeking motives and social motives were denied to him, while society without the state was pictured as a mechanical balancing of these non-moral drives. It easily followed, of course, that the state, which overrules the anarchy of civil society, was credited with being the only genuinely moral factor in the entire social process. It monopolized moral purposes simply by definition, because these had been excluded analytically from individual personality and from society. Obviously, therefore, the state ought to be absolute since it and it alone embodies ethical values. Obviously also the individual attains moral dignity and freedom only as he devotes himself to the service of the state. 656. Just what this logical tour de force would have meant if Hegel had translated it into actual civil rights and liberties is difficult if not impossible to say. His statements about concrete political rights were vague to the last degree and were often flatly inconsistent with one another. Starting as he did with the assumption that individual choice is merely capricious, he fell easily into the implication that private judgment, even conscience, is merely a superficial thing. From passages such as this it might be inferred that he regarded duty as simply obedience, or that good citizenship consisted for him in merely conforming to the existing state of affairs and the rules that governments lay down. In the preface to the Philosophy of Right he apparently denied to political philosophy even the right to criticize the state. Again, starting from the general proposition that individual good requires the finding of a significant station in society, he often spoke as if no genuine conflict of interest could ever arise between individuals and the society to which they belong. Yet from another point of view Hegel's whole social philosophy depended upon the personal frustration that he believed must result from a society that gives its members no significant work to do. In spite of his tendency to idealize the Prussian monarchy, Hegel was in fact a sharp or even a bitter critic of the actual state of German politics. As an historian he admired the successful iconoclast rather than the conformist. Quite certainly Hegel believed that, in some way which he never made clear, modern constitutional government creates a higher kind of personal liberty and respects more highly the individual's independence and right of self-determination than any form of government in the past. Quite certainly also he believed that this implied respect for human rights rather than merely the safeguarding of a functioning unit of society. A man counts as a man in virtue of his manhood alone, not because he is a Jew, Catholic, Protestant, German, Italian, etc. 17. But the belief that man as a man has value is certainly incompatible with the belief that his moral judgments are merely capricious or that his value is derived from his station in a society whose moral end is supplied by a national state. Underscore 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 underscore. The same kind of uncertainty and confusion attends the meaning of Hegel's belief that the state embodies the highest values. Even on metaphysical grounds, where he chose to place the question, it is not clear how any single state, which after all is only one manifestation of the world spirit, could include all the values of art and religion, or account for the transference of these values from one national culture to another. Hegel's statements about art and religion were in fact notably inconsistent. Sometimes he regarded them as creations of the national spirit, yet he certainly did not consider Christianity to be the prerogative of any single nation, nor did he believe that art and literature are always exclusively national. On the other hand, there was, from his point of view, no general European or human society to which they could belong, since a modern culture without a state would be a contradiction in terms. This confusion probably accounted for the fact that, on a concrete political level, Hegel had nothing clear to say about the relation of churches to the state or about freedom of conscience, though he certainly did not believe in religious coercion. His hostile estimate of Roman Catholicism and of German Pietism and his admiration for Lutheran Protestantism were equally uncritical. No clear line of thought connected the metaphysical supremacy attributed to the state with the political functions of an actual government. Consequently, Hegel's theory of freedom implied nothing definite in the way of civil or political liberties. The idealization of the state and the low moral estimate of civil society, however, combined to make political authoritarianism inevitable. The state and civil society. Hegel's theory of the state, as was said above, depended upon the peculiar nature of the relationship existing, as he supposed, between the state and civil society. The relation is at once one of contrast and mutual dependence. The state as Hegel conceived it is no utilitarian institution, engaged in the commonplace business of providing public services, administering the law, performing police duties, and adjusting industrial and economic interests. All these functions belong to civil society. The state may indeed direct and regulate them as need arises, but it does not itself perform them. Civil society depends upon the state. 658. For intelligent supervision and moral significance. Considered by itself, society would be governed only by the mechanical laws resulting from the interaction of the acquisitive and self-centered motives of many individuals. The state, however, depends upon civil society for the means of accomplishing the moral purposes which it embodies. But though mutually dependent, the two stand on distinct dialectical levels. The state is not means but end. It represents the rational ideal in development and the truly spiritual element in civilization, and as such it uses, or perhaps in a metaphysical sense creates, civil society for the achievement of its own ends. The state is the divine will, in the sense that it is mind present on earth, unfolding itself to be the actual shape and organization of a world. 18. Whereas civil society is a realm of blind inclination and causal necessity, the state acts in obedience to conscious ends, known principles, and laws, which are not merely implied but expressly before its consciousness. Quotations of this sort might be multiplied indefinitely. The state is the absolutely rational, the divinity which knows and wills itself, the eternal and necessary being of spirit, the march of God in the world. It is important to observe, however, that the moral superiority thus attributed to the state implied no contempt for civil society or its institutions, but in a sense the very opposite. Hegel, in his personal character and also in his political thought, was before everything else a good bourgeois, with rather more than the usual bourgeois respect for stability and security. The relationship between the state and civil society, as he understood it, was mutual, even though it was also a relationship of superiority and inferiority, and even though the authority of the state was absolute. The economic life of society gained moral significance in a sense it was glorified by the fact that the state and its cultural mission depend upon it. But though the regulative power of the state is absolute, this does not extend to abolishing the institutions or the rights upon which the performance of economic functions depends. Property, according to Hegel's theory, is not created by the state or even by society, but is an indispensable condition of human personality, much as it had been ________. For Locke, Hegel's account of civil society was in fact a careful, even an elaborate, analysis of the guilds and corporations, the estates and classes, the associations and local communities that made up the structure of the German society with which he was familiar. These or some equivalent he regarded as humanly indispensable. Without them the people would be merely a formless mass and the individual would be merely a kind of human atom, since it is the context of economic and institutional ties that gives substance to his personality. From Hegel's point of view, therefore, the state is not composed primarily of individual citizens. The individual must be mediated through a long series of corporations and associations before he arrives at the final dignity of citizenship in the state. Jacobinism, which makes government depend upon the will of the people expressed through the suffrage, means in practice government by a rabble. The people, meaning merely a section of citizens, is just that which does not know what it wills. 19. This view of civil society, it should be noted, had several aspects. On the one hand, it might be regarded as reactionary. Undoubtedly it reflected the point of view of a society that was still securely stratified, that retained an unquestioning respect for rank and station, and that had never felt the leveling effects of industrialization. It attached little or no value to equal citizenship, which, in the light of French and English politics, appeared to be a condition of free government. Hegel's view of civil society, however, was not merely reactionary. It did not share the illusion of the utilitarian economists that laissez-faire is part of the unchangeable order of nature, but suggested rather Marx's treatment of it as a special phase of social development. Hegel's point of view, moreover, was well adapted to a form of nationalism in which the state was assumed to have the function of fostering trade and industry as part of its general mission of extending national power. It must be admitted also that many of Hegel's criticisms of French Jacobinism were well taken. In the name of liberty it often destroyed quite recklessly forms of social organization that served a useful purpose and that in one form or another had to be reinstated in the interest of liberalism. Itself. Point 20. In general, Hegel's view of civil society embodied a sound principle, that when the individual is regarded merely as a citizen, the state tends to absorb all forms of human association. And in effect this is not liberty but despotism, as all forms of political totalitarianism prove. The arguments of the political pluralists at the end of the 19th century could very largely have been constructed out of Hegel's theory of civil society. The importance that Marx attached to economic forces in politics quite definitely had its roots there, even though Marx doomed Hegel's state to extinction. The theory of civil society and its relation to the state largely determined the meaning that Hegel attached to constitutional government. The state's power as he conceived it is absolute, but it is not arbitrary. Its absolutism reflected its superior moral position and the fact that Hegel permitted the state to monopolize the ethical aspects of society. The state, however, must always exercise its regulative powers under the forms of law. It is an embodiment of reason and law is rational. This meant for Hegel that the acts of a public authority must be predictable because they proceed from known rules, that the rules limit the discretionary powers of officials, and that official action expresses the authority of the office and not the private will or judgment of the office holder. The law must bear equally on all the persons to whom it applies because, being general, it cannot consider individual peculiarities. The essence of despotism is lawlessness, and the essence of a free and constitutional government is that it excludes lawlessness and produces security. Despotism means any state of affairs where law has disappeared and where the particular will as such, whether of a monarch or a mob, counts as law or rather takes the place of law. It is precisely the fact that everything in the state is fixed and secure which is the bulwark against caprice and dogmatic opinion. Point 21. Hegel's state, therefore, was what later German jurisprudence came to a Rechtsstaat. It had to achieve a high order of internal administrative efficiency and its judicial system in particular had to give security to rights of property and of the person, which Hegel regarded as indispensable to the economic functions of civil society. His theory of constitutional government was therefore in accord with that of liberalism in distinguishing between legal authority and personal power, but it acknowledged no relationship between the rule of law and democratic political processes. The key to this phase of Hegel's constitutionalism was the high importance that he attached to an official governing class, the universal class as he called it, which by birth and training is fitted to rule and which embodies a long tradition of hierarchical authority and orderly procedure. Such a class he regarded as detached from and impartial toward the private and social interests which it regulates. In a special sense, therefore, it represents the general will and the reason of society, in contrast with acquisitive self-interest or special and partial interests, and is the guardian of the whole public interest. The bureaucratic organization of civil society is its apex, the point at which it makes contact, so to speak, with the still higher institutions of the state. The essential property of the whole system is that it is rooted in immemorial custom, in long accepted grades of rank and authority, and yet that these grades are functions in the total life of the nation. This conception of constitutional government was contrasted in Hegel's mind with French experiments in the making of paper constitutions and also with English parliamentary government. For the former he had an historian's deep-seated contempt. To ask who makes a constitution, he said, is nonsense, for constitutions are not made. A constitution is not just something manufactured, it is the work of centuries. It must be treated as something simply existent in and by itself, as divine therefore, and constant. 22. Bills of rights, the separation of powers, checks and balances, therefore, are mere apparatus. Constitutionalism depends on a tradition of self-government, and in Hegel's opinion this tradition is inseparable from differences of social rank, an acceptable balance between a governing class and the lower orders of society, and an aristocracy characterized by its loyalty to the crown. The principal function of the monarchy is to maintain this balance. But the balance depends not on a separation of powers but on a distinction of functions, and the purpose of the distinction is not to weaken but to strengthen the state. The English parliamentary system, on the other hand, appeared to Hegel to be a degenerate remnant of feudalism. In it political power had remained the private perquisite of an aristocratic oligarchy which had no national function. Hence England had never achieved the dignity of a state. Perhaps in the year of Hegel's death this was a not unrealistic, if somewhat short-sighted, estimate of English government. Hegel's earliest political conviction was a thoroughgoing dislike of government by a vested aristocratic interest as he saw it exhibited in the city of Bern. His maturest judgment, set down almost at the time of his death, was that English government belonged to that type. It lacked, he said, der grosse Sinn von Fürsten, and he predicted that the Reform Bill would merely add the fallacies of Jacobinism to those of feudalism. 23 According to Hegel's reading of constitutional history, the significant step was the rise of national authority under the monarchy, not the control of the executive by the legislature. In comparison with the part assigned to officialdom, both representative institutions and the monarchy played a minor role in Hegel's theory of constitutionalism, in spite of the mystical reverence that he gave to the monarchy. For reasons already made clear, Hegel regarded representation on the basis merely of territory and population as meaningless, since the individual in his relation to the state figures as a member of one or more of the many associations supported by civil society. The legislature is the point at which these associations meet the state. What needs to be represented, on the side of civil society, are the significant spheres, cries, or interests or functional units. The difficulties that this idea of functional representation have encountered in the last quarter century make clear the reason why Hegel never arrived at any practicable plan of representative -663 government on that principle. On the other hand, he considered it essential that the official class, which must regulate civil society, should be represented in the legislature by the ministers. But the latter are in no sense responsible to the legislature. On the contrary, the legislature, as Hegel conceived it, stands in substantially an advisory or consultative relation to the ministry, which is responsible to the crown. The monarch, however, according to Hegel, has no considerable power, and such power as he has ought, in a well-regulated monarchy, to flow from his legal position as head of the state. In a well-organized monarchy, the objective aspect belongs to law alone, the monarch's part is merely to set to the law the subjective I will. 24. The monarch is in fact a kind of visible symbol for abstractions like national spirit, national law, and national state, which Hegel conceived to be the real forces in the background of politics and history. The later significance of Hegelianism. Despite the technicalities in which Hegel cloaked his thoughts and the apparent abstraction of his conclusions, few political theories had a more intimate relationship to political realities. It reflected in a very real way the state of affairs in Germany at the close of the Napoleonic Wars, her bitter national humiliation at the hands of France, and her aspiration for political union and the creation of a national state corresponding to the unity and greatness of German culture. To a remarkable degree also it grasped the main lines of development by which that aspiration was to be realized in the generation following his death. It gave a special meaning to the concept of the state and invested that concept with connotations for which there was no analogue in the political thought of France and England, but which made it throughout the 19th century the central principle of German political and juristic philosophy. After the middle of the century, the concept of the state detached itself from the philosophical technicalities of the dialectic in which Hegel had wrapped it, but it retained its essential characteristics without the technical form. In substance, it was an idealization of power which underscore ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ 24. Edition. 664. United curiously an almost Philistine contempt for ideals apart from force with a moral respect for force as almost self-justifying. It placed the nation on a metaphysical pinnacle above control by international law and even above moral criticism. In its political implications, the theory of state was anti-liberal, a highly sublimated form of monarchical authoritarianism in which nationalism took the place of dynastic legitimacy, but it was not anti-constitutional. It conceived constitutionalism, however, in a way quite different from any that was possible in countries where liberalism and constitutionalism were phases of the same political movement. Almost its whole meaning was summed up in the aphorism, a government not of men but of laws. Hence it implied nothing in respect to democratic procedures but much in respect to orderly bureaucratic administration. It assumed security of person and property and governmental care for public welfare, but to protect these it depended not on political responsibility to popular opinion but on the public spirit of an official class assumed to stand above the conflicts of economic and social interests. In practice it represented the hazardous venture of leaving politics to those who by birth and profession are fitted to rule. But this was a venture which was intelligible in a society where the creation of political unity and the extension of national power eclipsed the concern for political liberty. In all these respects Hegel's political philosophy reflected with surprising accuracy the Germany of the Second Empire. The importance of Hegel's political thought, however, is only feebly represented by its relation to Germany alone. His mind had an extraordinary breadth of grasp, and his philosophy as he conceived it was not only in the current of all modern thought but was intended to be its summation and its consummation. Viewed in this light, its central idea was the concept of universal history, and this he designed to be a new unifying principle to take the place held by the system of natural law in the 17th and 18th centuries. In it Hegel united the idea of the general will incoherently set forth by Rousseau, a vital principle inherent in nations, but also the manifestation of a larger spiritual force that forms the core of reality itself, and Burke's religious vision of history as a divine tactic. To these vague 665 speculations Hegel aspired to give the certainty and precision of logic and to create in the dialectic an instrument of scientific investigation which would actually display the march of God in the world. In place of the eternal system of unchangeable natural law he put the rational unfolding of the absolute in history. Nothing is easier than to dismiss this grandiose structure of speculation as a vagary of the romantic imagination. Yet it was the germ of a new point of view that came to affect, both for good and bad, almost every phase of social philosophy in the 19th century. The significant change lay in the fact that Hegel's unfolding cosmic force, though like the philosophers of the Enlightenment he called it reason, is manifested in social groups, in nations, and in national cultures and institutions, rather than in individuals. If for Hegel's world spirit is substituted the forces of production, the result is in principle similar. In either case society became a system of forces rather than a community of persons, and its history became a development of institutions that belong to the community as a collective entity. These forces and institutions, like the community they belong to, are conceived to follow the trends and tendencies inherent in their own nature. Institutional history of law, constitutions, morals, philosophy, religions became a permanent and indeed a dominant part of the intellectual equipment of social studies. To the action and development of these social forces the individual's moral judgments and his personal interests became almost irrelevant, since the real agents in society are forces which are self-justifying because their course is inevitable. Ideas such as these, which contained at once so much truth and so much exaggeration, became the climate of opinion in the social philosophy of the 19th century. To the study of politics they brought at once enrichment and impoverishment. Politics was enriched and made vastly more realistic when legalism and individualism were supplemented by the historical study of constitutions and by a more concrete understanding of social and economic factors in government and in human psychology. Yet in a sense the very existence of politics as an independent activity was threatened by a view that reduced it to a reflection of social forces, of rivalries between 666 nations or antagonisms between economic classes. For such a view tended to minimize the area of negotiation in human relations, and to obscure the fact that political institutions often are more truly agencies by which negotiation can take place than agencies for exerting power. It obscured also the fact that the art of negotiation and therefore political intelligence cannot be summed up altogether in the shrewd calculation of forces. Evidently it was a liberal conception of politics that was most likely to be lost to sight with this shift in point of view. All these tendencies existed in the germ in Hegel's philosophy, though they did not grow directly from it alone. But it was a powerful statement of the changes in social and intellectual outlook on which they depended. Of the developments in political theory which grew directly from Hegelianism, three will call for special consideration. The direct line of development was undoubtedly from Hegel to Marx and so to the later history of communist theory. Here the point of connection was the dialectic, which Marx accepted as the epoch-making discovery of Hegel's philosophy. Hegel's nationalism and his idealization of the state Marx regarded as merely mystifications that infected the dialectic because of the metaphysical idealism by which the system was vitiated. By transforming it into dialectical materialism and construing the dialectic as the economic interpretation of history, Marx supposed that he could retain the method as a genuinely scientific way of explaining social evolution. That civil society, apart from the state, is mainly economic in its structure was a conclusion that Marx could take ready-made from Hegel. In the second place, Hegelianism was an important factor in the revision of English liberalism by the Oxford idealists. Here, however, the dialectic had negligible importance. The important influence was Hegel's searching and on the whole sound critique of individualism, to which the progress of industrialism lent an urgency that Hegel never felt. The anti-liberal bias of Hegel's political theory was so remote from the realities of English politics that it passed almost unobserved. Finally, in Italy, Hegelianism was adopted in the early stages of fascism to provide a philosophy for that highly pragmatic movement. In fact, however, fascist Hegelianism was almost admittedly an ad hoc rationalization. Chapter XXXI. Liberalism, Philosophical Radicalism. The reaction against the philosophy of natural rights, which began with Rousseau and Burke and received its first systematic statement from Hegel, by no means superseded the tradition of individualism which formed the main strand of political thinking throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. On the contrary, this philosophy produced its chief practical consequences in the 19th century. Its history was an example of the paradox of which Hegel was so fond, that a philosophy is fully developed in its details and applications only when its main principles have come to be taken for granted and, to that extent, have become retarded in their speculative development. The principles of the revolutionary era, first clearly stated by Locke and embodied in great political manifestos like the American Declaration of Independence and the French and American Bills of Rights, summed up political ideals which in the 19th century seemed certain of progressive realization in the politics of all countries where the culture of Western Europe prevailed and might probably come to be realized throughout the world. These ideals included the civil liberties, freedom of thought, of expression, and of association, the security of property, and the control of political institutions by an informed public opinion. Everywhere, as it seemed, these ends were to be practically realized by the adoption of the forms of constitutional government, by the acceptance of the rules that government must work within the limits set by law, that the center of political authority should fall within representative legislatures, and that all branches of government should be responsible to an electorate that tended to include the entire adult population. These ideals, and this type of political agency for realizing them, had been defended in the name of natural rights, and they continued to sum up the purposes and, broadly speaking, the achievements of 19th century liberalism. At the core of this mode of political thought, 669, was a fundamental postulate about the nature of value, viz., that all value inheres ultimately in the satisfactions and the realizations of human personality. It was this postulate which Kant had expressed in his famous dictum that morality consists in treating persons as ends and not as means, and which Jefferson had affirmed when he said that governments exist to protect and realize the inalienable rights of man. Yet between the philosophy of natural rights in the revolutionary era and the liberalism of the 19th century there was a profound difference of temper and spirit. The philosophy of natural rights was in essence a revolutionary creed. It could brook no compromise where a fundamental right was invaded. But the French Revolution bred in many quarters a reaction against revolution. On the continent, the imperial ambitions of Napoleon left the constitutional traditions of every Western nation in ruins. Even in England, where this was not the case, the progress of parliamentary reform was checked by reaction and was resumed only with difficulty after 1815. Everywhere the revolution produced, as revolutions are wont to do, a revulsion against its excesses, and it became the fashion to attribute these excesses to the philosophes and the rights of man. Chateaubriand expressed the temper of liberalism everywhere when he said, "We must preserve the political work which is the fruit of the revolution. But we must eradicate the revolution from this work." At a later date the same idea was expressed by idealizing evolution as the antithesis of revolution. In part this moderating of the liberal attitude was due to philosophical reasons. The ethical theory upon which the philosophy of natural rights had depended was necessarily intuitional. There is no way to defend a theory of imprescriptible individual rights except to affirm, as both Locke and Jefferson had done, that such rights are self-evident. But the drift of science in general and of social thought in particular was pretty steadily toward empiricism, and therefore away from the faith that a proposition may be taken as axiomatic because it appears to be obvious. In short, the authority of rationalism steadily diminished, and the theory of natural rights had always been an element of philosophical rationalism. More influential than any theoretical consideration, however, were no doubt the changes that naturally 670 occurred in the outlook of the commercial and industrial middle class as its position and influence became more assured. This class everywhere formed the spearhead of liberal political reform in the 19th century, and the trend of industrial and commercial development made the expansion of its political power a foregone conclusion. Correspondingly, the influence of the landed gentry was relatively declining, and wage earners, at least during the first half or two-thirds of the century, had as yet attained little political self-consciousness and no effective organization. It is a gross exaggeration to say, as Marxian critics of liberalism often do say, that the ideals of constitutional government and personal liberty represented nothing but the interests of the middle class. It is a fact, however, that in the beginning this class was the main spokesman for these ideals, and it is also a fact that the social position of this class made it progressively less revolutionary in its outlook and methods. When Francis Place could assure the passage of the Reform Bill of 1832 by threatening a run on the Bank of England, he was clearly not addressing a class which must exert its influence at the barricades. It was also true as time went on that liberal political reform passed more and more out of the region of ideology and into that of institutional reconstruction. The modernizing of administration, the improvement of legal procedure, the reorganization of the courts, the creation of sanitary codes and factory inspection, all characteristic liberal reforms, were effected not by revolutionary enthusiasm but by hard, matter-of-fact research and the careful drafting of legislation. The ideals of liberalism were an aftermath of the revolutionary era, but its achievements were largely the outcome of a high level of practical intelligence applied to specific problems. Its theory was still rationalistic, but its rationalism was qualified by the realization that ideals have to be made effective in a multitude of concrete cases. Very naturally its philosophy tended to become utilitarian instead of revolutionary. Political liberalism as a whole was a massive movement that made itself felt in all the countries of Western Europe and in America, but its most characteristic development took place in England. In Germany liberal philosophy remained for the most part academic, not deeply rooted in popular thought, and in 1848 the cause of parliamentary government and ministerial responsibility was definitely lost. The issue of liberal constitutionalism was overshadowed in the minds of Germans by the issue of national unification, and this was accomplished under the non-liberal auspices of Bismarck and the Hohenzollerns. Only in the German judicial system were such liberal values realized as security of property and a considerable measure of civil liberty, and German liberal theory was accordingly juristic rather than political. In France the most significant social consequence of the revolution was perhaps the creation of 5 or 6 million peasant proprietors who were politically inert, except in their power to obstruct, and who felt their interests to be identical with those of the bourgeoisie. In opposition to both there grew up for the first time in Europe a proletarian working class movement that was socialist and radical in its political outlook rather than liberal, a social development of momentous importance that was at once incorporated in Marx's theory of the class struggle. French liberalism, therefore, far more than English, tended to be the social philosophy of a class, rather aristocratic in its attitude toward the masses, and mainly critical in function, since it could hardly aspire to carry through a national policy. Point 2 Only in England, which throughout the 19th century was the most highly industrialized country in the world, did liberalism achieve the status at once of a national philosophy and a national policy. Here, contrary to the expectation implied by Marxism, it provided the principles for an orderly and peaceful transition, first to complete freedom for industry and the enfranchisement of the middle class, and ultimately to the enfranchisement of the working class and their protection against the most serious hazards of industry. This was possible because the cleavage between social and economic classes in England never coincided exactly with the lines between political parties. Even in its earlier stage, when its economic theories in particular represented clearly the interest of industrialists, English liberalism in intention at least was always a theory of the general good of the whole national community. In its later stages this intention became conscious and explicit, when it became apparent that other interests, especially those of labor and agriculture, had to be considered along with those of industry and commerce. As an effective political movement, liberalism in England was composed of many elements which learned to cooperate for specific purposes without insisting upon ideological agreement. Most striking of all, perhaps, was what Graham Wallas called the tradition of a working alliance between evangelical Christianity and the non-religious radicalism of Jeremy Bentham and the philosophical radicals. The disparity of their philosophical beliefs was more than offset by the essential similarity of their moral and social purposes. The backbone of political liberalism, as Gladstone remarked, was the nonconformist religious sections. 3 At the start they had every motive to safeguard and extend their religious liberty and their participation in political rights. Though sometimes deficient in intellectual enlightenment, they provided an element of Christian charity and humanitarianism which was lacking in the grim egoism of utilitarian ethics and of the classical economics. Moreover, the nonconformists as a body were not at all revolutionary or even radical in their political views. Because it held in suspension these and other groups with diverse ideologies, political liberalism was from the start less doctrinaire than its theory, and with time the conciliation of many interests became an overt part of its philosophy. It was the philosophical radicals, however, who provided the intellectual structure of early liberalism and therefore its program. They were at all times a group of intellectuals rather than a political party, but their influence was never measured by their numbers. As so often happens in politics, the intellectuals provided ideas, which politicians used piecemeal, or sometimes not at all, according to the exigency of circumstances. For the purpose of emphasizing this conciliatory and synthesizing phase of English liberal philosophy, it is desirable that it should be divided into two periods, and yet that the historical continuity of the two periods should be kept clearly in view. For underscore 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 dash 673. The distinguishing characteristic of its history was its development from a philosophy which at the start could not unjustly be branded, as its critics generally have branded it, as the ideology of middle-class interests, into the philosophy of a national community whose ideal was to protect and conserve the interests of all classes. The development was possible because the criticism, though not unjust, was never wholly true. The early liberals, though they were often provincial and doctrinaire, were also profoundly and sincerely public-spirited men who turned a defective social philosophy to purposes which in a large measure were socially beneficent and were never in intention merely exploitative. It was for this reason that liberalism could transform itself into an intellectual bridge between the individualism of its earlier period, which was its heritage from the philosophy of the revolutionary era, and a recognition of the reality and the value of social and communal interests, which tended in general to put themselves forward in anti-liberal forms. Thus the purpose of later liberalism could become at once the conservation of the political and civil liberties which individualism embodied and the adaptation of them to the progressive changes of industrialism and nationalism that bred philosophies which threatened to nullify them. Acknowledging political freedom as an addition of permanent value to modern culture, liberalism could still accept the task of making it a good more accessible to a larger number of persons and hence a genuine social good. The division of liberalism into two periods is, therefore, somewhat more than an expository convenience. It is intended to suggest a change of great importance coupled with a continuity of equal importance. The dividing line can best be drawn, perhaps, at John Stuart Mill because his philosophy stood curiously on both sides of the line. Accordingly, this chapter will deal with the classical version of liberalism, that of the philosophical radicals, the next with the revision and modernization of liberalism. The greatest happiness principle. The social philosophy of the philosophical radicals was in essence a program of legal, economic, and political reforms connected as they supposed by the fact that they are all derivative from the principle of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. 674. Burr. This principle they held to be the only rational guide both to private morals and to public policy, and the more theoretical part of their philosophy was designed to make this principle more accurately applicable to practical problems. In point of fact, no member of the group, including Bentham himself, was in any way remarkable for philosophical originality or even for a very firm grasp of philosophical principles. The formal and deductive manner of presentation which they affected gave an appearance of system to their thought that turns out upon analysis to be deceptive. The order in which the several parts of the system appeared is significant of the fact that their relationship was practical rather than logical. Originally, and indeed until he was nearly 60 years old, Bentham was interested wholly in legal reforms, and he expected that these would be accomplished sooner by enlightened despotism than by political liberalism. Accordingly, after the publication of the Principles of Morals and Legislation in 1789, he preferred to address himself to a continental public by publishing his later works on jurisprudence in French. It was not until the 1820s that his ideas came home to England by the translation of his French works or by the publication of new works such as the Rationale of Judicial Evidence, which John Stuart Mill edited from his manuscripts and published in 1827. In the meantime, about 1808, James Mill convinced Bentham that legal reform in England depended on the liberalising of representation in Parliament, and it was only then that he abandoned the Tory politics in which he had been reared. The change was in no sense due to the logical dependence of liberalism upon the greatest happiness principle, but solely to the hope that it might prove a more practicable agency of legal reform than aristocracy or enlightened despotism. In a somewhat similar manner, the economic theory of the philosophical radicals, which was mainly the work of Ricardo and was developed without any close relation to the legal reforms that interested Bentham, was directed from the start toward the practical purpose of freeing commerce from the restrictions imposed on it by a protective tariff on foodstuffs and by the navigation laws. These reforms also, like legal reform, could be achieved only by breaking down the political monopoly enjoyed by the English landowning class. It was not until practical per. 675. Poses such as these were by way of being realized that James Mill undertook a theoretical examination of the psychological and philosophical principles upon which the group had always professed to rely. His analysis of the phenomena of the human mind was published in 1829, when he was already 56 years old. This book, which logically should have been the cornerstone of the system, was in truth little more than a systematization, in a deductive and highly dogmatic manner, of the associational psychology developed 80 years before by David Hartley, by the English moralists of the 18th century, and by French thinkers like Condillac and Helvetius. To this psychology Mill contributed little that was original and nothing that tended to bring it into line with a realistic study of human behavior based upon observation. The alleged empiricism of the utilitarians was in fact filled with unexamined presumptions. The greatest happiness principle in ethics might have been adopted, as it often had been in the past, without the hedonistic psychology which was supposed to support it, and the reforms advocated in the name of the greatest happiness were implied only if the principle was supplemented by a large number of premises unrelated to the system. The general outline of utilitarian thinking, apart from economics, was announced in Bentham's earliest work, the Fragment on Government, which he published in 1776. This was a criticism of Blackstone's commentaries and through him an attack upon the whole legal profession and upon the Whig conception of English government. Bentham thus announced his major interest, the cause of legal reform, and presented in outline the point of view which he was later to develop in a long series of books on jurisprudence. Blackstone's account of English law, he said, is at best merely expository. It describes the law as it is, or at worst it is an apology for the status quo disguised as an exposition. The true function of jurisprudence is sensorial, the criticism of the legal system with a view to its improvement. For such criticism a standard of value is required, and that can be supplied only by the principle of utility. It is the greatest happiness of the greatest number that is the measure of right and wrong. This insight Bentham attributed to Hume. When he had first read Hume's ethical works, he said, he felt as if the scales 676 had fallen from his eyes. Hume's criticism demolished the whole apparatus of infeasible rights and contractual limitations on the power of government by showing them to be either meaningless or else confused references to the clear principle of utility. The basis of government is not contract but human need, and the satisfaction of human needs is its sole justification. In consequence, Bentham concluded, relying perhaps as much on Hobbes as on Hume, Blackstone's glorification of the British Constitution and its supposed division of powers moves in the realm of myth. Legal power by its very nature cannot be legally limited, and somewhere in every political society authority must head up in some person or persons whom others are accustomed to obey. This holds true, Bentham argued, of free as well as of despotic governments. The two are indeed different in respect to the responsibility of rulers for their acts, the liberty of subjects to criticize and to combine for political purposes, and in the freedom of the press, but not in respect to the power they exercise. The fragment on government thus laid down the chief ideas that actuated the philosophical radicals: the greatest happiness principle as a measure of value, legal sovereignty as an assumption necessary for reform by legislative process, and a jurisprudence devoted to the analysis and censure of the law in the light of its contribution to the general happiness. The fragment on government was in the main critical, but Bentham proceeded at once to construction. The introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation, privately printed in 1780 and published in 1789, united psychology, ethics, and jurisprudence upon the lines already suggested by Helvetius. Pleasure and pain, Bentham argued, provide not only the standard of value needed for a sensorial jurisprudence but also the causes of human behavior by which the skillful legislator can control and direct it. Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do. On the one hand the standard of right and wrong, on the other the chain of causes and effects, are fastened to their throne. 4 underscore 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 dash 677. Accordingly Bentham now included in his theory a somewhat lengthy and highly schematic account of pleasure and pain as motivating forces, designed to show how a calculation of their amount and influence is possible. He assumed, as had commonly been done by the hedonist moralists, that pleasure and pain are commensurable, a given amount of the one offsetting a like amount of the other, and also that they can be added, so that a sum of pleasures may be calculated, which will define the greatest happiness both of an individual and a group of individuals. In this calculation 4 dimensions or phases of a pleasure or pain must be considered: its intensity, its duration, the certainty with which it will follow a given kind of action, and the remoteness of the time at which it will occur. Since one pleasure or pain is likely to induce another, this tendency also must be taken into account, and in any social calculation the number of persons affected must be considered. Usually Bentham spoke as if he believed that human beings really do act in accordance with some such mental parallelogram of forces as this, though occasionally he acknowledged that the notion of adding pleasures, and especially the pleasures of different persons, is fictitious. What is certainly true was that he considered the fiction to be a postulatum without the allowance of which all political reasoning is at a stand. He had in fact no skill in psychological observation and no interest in it for its own sake. But he aspired to be the Newton of the moral sciences, and he considered his psychological fictions to be no more violent than some that had proved serviceable in the science of mechanics. The theory of pleasure and pain, and also the sensationalist psychology associated with it, had for Bentham another value besides that of enabling him to calculate the effects of legislation. He believed that by using this psychology he could track down and neutralize the fictions which he saw everywhere in social studies and in political reasoning. Bentham's theory of knowledge was rigidly nominalist, a quality which it probably owed to Hobbes more than to Hume. Now a name is the name of something, and that something must in the end be a concrete bit of sensuous experience. The meaning of a name is determined. 678. By the experience to which it points, its referent, as it would now be called. Consequently, in so far as names refer to real entities, they are, so to speak, masses of proper nouns. As general terms they run the risk at least of becoming fictitious if this fact is overlooked. Fictitious entities are indeed necessary for convenience of discourse, relation, for example, instead of objects related, but clarity requires that the factual reference should be precisely known. Lamentable have been the confusion and the darkness produced by taking the names of fictitious for the names of real entities. 5. It must always be possible to put one's finger on the tangible experience referred to. As William James said many years later, for an empiricist every difference must make a difference. For Bentham, the utility of this theory of fictions lay chiefly in the spheres of politics and legislation. Both are filled with fictions, and legal fiction, he was convinced, has never been employed to any purpose but the affording a justification for something which otherwise would be unjustifiable. Terms like rights, property, the crown, the general welfare, are all liable to fictional use, and usually for defending vested interests. From Bentham's point of view any corporate body, such as society or the state, is evidently fictitious. Whatever is done in its name is done by someone, and its good, as Bentham said, is the sum of the interests of the several members who compose it. The utility of the greatest happiness principle, therefore, consists in the fact that it is the great solvent of fictions, for it means that the real significance of a law or an institution must be judged in terms of what it does, and so far as possible by what it does to specific individuals. It is of course not possible, as Bentham knew, to trace out in all cases just where the effects fall, but anything short of this is a makeshift. Since value is identical with pleasure, and pleasure can occur only in the experience of some individual human being, the worth of law and government must lie in their effects upon the lives and fortunes of actual men and women. Some such principle is a postulate of any liberal philosophy, but it does not, of course, imply accepting the crudities of Bentham's psychology. Underscore 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 dash 679. Bentham's theory of law. The greatest happiness principle, as Bentham believed, placed in the hands of the skillful legislator a practically universal instrument. With it he can rear the fabric of felicity by the hands of reason and law. For it provides a theory of basic human nature, both its valuations and its motivations, which Bentham supposed to be applicable at all times and all places. The legislator needs to know only the special circumstances of time and place that have produced peculiar customs and habits, and he can then control behavior by allocating pains and penalties to produce the most desirable results. The only limitations upon the method which Bentham recognized were psychological and ethical, fixing on the one hand what the law can do and on the other what it can wisely try to do. In the nature of the case, he believed, there can be no legal limitations upon it. Even the massive limitations imposed by long-established custom or long-accepted institutions were construed by Bentham as psychological, since he regarded custom and institutions as merely habits. Like all habits, they contain many threats to an intelligent adjustment of means to ends. They are the source of the technicalities and fictions which the greatest happiness principle was designed to obviate. This distrust of custom and its complete subordination to legislation were among the principal characteristics of Bentham's jurisprudence. With them was connected an indifference to, or rather a contempt for, history as a factor in social studies. From Bentham's point of view, history was for the most part a compendium of the crimes and follies of mankind. This temper of mind was perhaps the principal reason why his social philosophy seemed antiquated in the second half of the 19th century. Even his own disciple, John Stuart Mill, came to regard it as a weakness, and certainly it was often responsible for a superficial understanding of the profound differences between men reared in different cultural heritages. Bentham's jurisprudence, which was not only the greatest of his works but one of the most remarkable intellectual achievements of the 19th century, consisted in the systematic application of the point of view just sketched to all branches of the law, civil and criminal, and to the procedural law and the organy. 680. Zation of the judicial system. 6 In all cases its purpose was critical rather than descriptive, sensorial rather than expository, as he had urged at the start against Blackstone. In all branches of jurisprudence, therefore, he distinguished what he called a natural method from a technical method. The latter consists in taking at their face value the classifications and technical procedures accepted by the law and embodied in its customary terminology, its writs and processes. The effect of such a jurisprudence is at most to reduce legal concepts to some sort of formal order. A natural method, on the contrary, conceives of all legal prohibitions and all procedures for giving them effect in terms of their utility, as means to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. A juristic problem is essentially the correct allocation of penalties to produce desirable results. In the field of the civil law, this method required an analysis of legal rights and obligations in terms of the help or hindrance that their enforcement causes in the exchange of goods and services upon which utility depends. In the nature of the case, every legal obligation must impose a limitation upon the freedom of such exchanges. A right in one person implies that his freedom of action is guaranteed by a penalty which prevents another person from invading it, and this can be justified only by the relative utility of such a limitation in comparison with what would happen if the acts of both persons were left to voluntary choice. In all cases, the utility of legislation is to be measured in terms of its effectiveness, the costliness of its enforcement, and in general by its consequences in producing a system of exchanges which on the whole is advantageous to most members of the community. Utility is the only reasonable ground for making action obligatory. Property rights are justified in general by the need for security, for making the consequences of action calculable, and for avoiding the frustrations that follow uncertainty and disappointment, certainly a limited conception of social security. In Bentham's judgment, security of property is a major condition of achieving the greatest happiness, but it is, as he perceived, a highly conservative principle. It implies the legal protection of the distribution of property which at any given time exists. Underscore 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 dash 681. As a matter of policy, he was convinced that the law should aim at a comparatively equal distribution of property, or at least not at the creation of arbitrary inequalities. In practice, it must strike some kind of workable balance between security and equality. Similarly, the sanctity of contract, which Bentham believed had been treated by jurisprudence as a kind of incantation, like transubstantiation in theology, is really justified only because it contributes to the maintenance and reliability of commercial transactions. In the field of the criminal law, the principle of utility provided, as Bentham believed, a natural method for arriving at a rational theory of penalties. The technical method starts from the assumption that crime deserves punishment, but the concept of desert is essentially indefinable except in terms of existing practices and ideas. The natural method, on the contrary, starts from the principle that punishment is always an evil, since it causes pain, and is justified only in so far as it either prevents a greater future evil or repairs an evil already done. Criminal jurisprudence must provide a realistic classification of crimes, not in terms of the customary categories of the law, which Bentham justifiably regarded as contradictory and largely unintelligible, but in terms of the injury that certain modes of action inflict and the incidence of these injuries on assignable individuals or on classes and on the general public. It must provide also an analogous classification of punishments in order to apportion the penalty to the crime and prevent or redress the injury as effectively as possible. In general, the rule is that the pain occasioned by a punishment must exceed the profit gained by committing the offense but must exceed as little as possible the evil caused by the offense. This part of Bentham's work was much like the conclusions already reached by Basiria, another follower of Helvetius, though it was more systematic and rather curiously did not repeat Beccaria's sound conclusion that certainty of punishment is a more effective deterrent than severity. It is true, however, that in practice Bentham was favorable to proposals, like those of Sir Samuel Romilly, for eliminating the savage and quite ineffective penalties that disfigured English criminal law at the beginning of the 19th century. In his criminal jurisprudence, as in most of Bentham's reformatory 682 projects, it appears that he was more moved by a love of order and efficiency than by humanitarian motives, though it is only fair to say that he expended large amounts both of his time and his private fortune to bring about the improvement of prisons. The driving force of his personality was enlightenment, and he was more concerned about the interests of the general public than about the interests of the unfortunate or the reformation of delinquents. It was in his theory of legal procedure and judicial organization, perhaps, that Bentham developed his most characteristic ideas, and it was certainly here that he departed farthest from the liberal tradition as it had been before him. In his desire to simplify procedure and improve the efficiency of the courts, he proposed to abandon almost entirely the checks and safeguards which had been deemed necessary to protect the subjects' rights. Bentham here extended to procedural law the principles which he had already adopted relative to constitutional law in the fragment on government. He pointed out correctly that legal formalism and artificial rules about the admissibility of evidence were largely predicated upon a belief that the substantive law is bad and that government is dangerous, and he argued that, if this belief is indeed true, the reasonable remedy is to improve the law, not to weaken the courts. Formality, obscurity, and technicality in the law, he urged, result in a maximum of expense, delay, and vexation to litigants, in withholding justice from great numbers of persons, and in rendering the outcome of legal processes capricious and uncertain. This technical system, as Bentham called it, he regarded as nothing short of a conspiracy on the part of the legal profession to mulct the public. Even in the fragment on government he had paid his respects to lawyers, and he pursued them throughout a long life with the reformer's rancor. A passive and enervate race, ready to swallow anything, and to acquiesce in anything, with intellects incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, and with affections alike indifferent to either, insensible, short-sighted, obstinate, lethargic, yet liable to be driven into convulsions by false terrors, deaf to the voice of reason and public utility, obsequious only to the whisper of interest, and to the beck of power. 7 underscore 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 dash 683. Bentham's ideal was every man his own lawyer. To this end he urged the substitution for formal pleading of informal proceedings before an arbiter who would aim at conciliation, the universal admissibility of any kind of relevant evidence, and a large measure of judicial discretion, rather than rigid rules, to exclude irrelevance. In respect to the organization of the courts, Bentham attacked especially the practice of paying judges and other officers of the courts by fees rather than salaries, the divided, overlapping, and contradictory jurisdictions of the existing English courts, and the jury system, which he thought enjoyed a quite unmerited popularity. Bentham's theory of law established the point of view of analytic jurisprudence, which was almost the only system of the subject generally known to English and American lawyers throughout the 19th century. This school is usually associated with the name of John Austin, but in fact Austin did little more than bring together systematically ideas that were scattered through Bentham's voluminous and not always very readable works. Point 8 In political theory, the chief effect of Austin's work was to attach an exaggerated importance to the theory of sovereignty, which was in fact incidental to Bentham's plan for reforming the courts by parliamentary control. Clarity of organization does indeed imply that responsibility should be definitely located somewhere, but Bentham's idea that a government is merely certain determinate persons set apart to rule, and toward whom subjects have merely a habit of obedience, is grossly inadequate to explain the part that institutions play in politics. Of vastly more historical importance than the theory of sovereignty was the fact that Bentham's work on jurisprudence provided the plan according to which the administration of justice in England was completely revised and modernized in the course of the 19th century. It is true that Bentham's ideas were never systematically adopted and put into effect at a single time, and also that some of his ideas, notably a general codification of English law, were -684 never adopted. But in a long succession of acts a thoroughgoing reform of the law and the courts was brought about, and in an astonishing number of cases the reforms followed the direction that Bentham's criticisms had indicated. Point 9 Sir Frederick Pollock has said rightly that every important reform of English law during the 19th century can be traced to the influence of Bentham's ideas. It is certainly true, however, that Bentham's jurisprudence was not so completely determined by the principle of utility as he supposed. In fact, utility is an utterly indefinite word until one specifies utility for what and for whom. The liberal elements in Bentham's philosophy resided largely in its tacit premises. When he said that one man is worth just the same as another man, or that in calculating the greatest happiness each person is to count for one and no one for more than one, he was obviously borrowing the principle of equality from natural law. He did not in fact rely merely on the unprovable assumption that one man's pleasure is like another man's. Behind his love for order and efficiency there were genuinely liberal postulates, particularly the value of a humane form of living for all persons, that efficiency or the greatest happiness principle did not cover. It is also true that his jurisprudence, by reason of its individualism, had an unintended bias. The rule that a law must be judged by the incidence of its effects on human beings, and so far as possible on assignable individuals, was a sound liberal principle, but it was vastly easier to apply in some types of law than in others. The restriction of a property right is apparent, but the precise consequences of a law to protect public health cannot easily be shown in the better health of any single person. As was to become apparent, the extension of freedom of contract to as many private relations as possible resulted in quite specious senses of freedom. The connotations of Bentham's jurisprudence no doubt made social legislation more difficult. Far more than he realized, his thought was influenced by ad hoc considerations, especially by the fact that legal reform in his day was so largely a matter of getting rid of obsolete practices. Nevertheless, despite obvious inadequacies in his thought, there are few thinkers in the history of social philosophy that have exercised so wide and so beneficent an influence as Bentham. The economic theory of early liberalism. The liberal philosophy of law was almost wholly inspired by Bentham. Its economic theory, the so-called classical economics or the theory of laissez-faire, formed another strand of liberal thought which owed little to Bentham but was similar in purpose and point of view. Like Bentham's own views on economic subjects, it was derived from Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. To this had been added the work of a generation of English writers, as well as that of the French successors to Quesnay and the Physiocrats. The classical economics received its most important statement in David Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy, 1817, which incorporated the theory of population associated with the name of T.R. Malthus and also the theory of economic rent which Malthus had stated and to which Ricardo's own name has been attached. Thus economics emerged as an independent social study beside Bentham's jurisprudence and beside the study of politics. Like these, it was conceived to depend upon the general laws of human nature stated by the associational and hedonistic psychology that Bentham had used. Hence it purported to state the laws of any economic society irrespective of time and place and without reference to prescriptions set up by systems of law or government. In its intellectual temper and point of view, therefore, the classical economics was quite in accord with the philosophy of Bentham. It was a kind of social Newtonianism which regarded institutions and their history as scientifically irrelevant, because they are reducible to habits of thought and action which can be fully explained by rather simple laws of individual behavior. This assumption that economics and government are mutually independent, or are only indirectly related through individual psychology, was one of the most characteristic elements in the point of view of early liberal. 686. Ism. It is also the characteristic which now makes the classical economics appear most seriously antiquated. This is due not only to the fact that the associational psychology itself was thoroughly inadequate, or to the fact that the policy of laissez-faire espoused by liberal economists became progressively impossible in the latter part of the 19th century, though both these statements are true. The fundamental fact, made progressively clearer by social psychology and anthropology, is that both political and economic institutions are always related factors in a culture, and that the institutions of a culture shape from birth the innate characteristics of the individuals who compose it. Whatever the laws of human behavior turn out to be, they will certainly be far too general to correlate with the practices of any given time or place. Though the classical economics aspired to be a science and therefore to be independent of the particular social and political circumstances in which it originated, it was marked, like Bentham's jurisprudence, by the practical reformatory purposes of its creators. The Peace of 1815 produced a serious depression in the market for English manufactured goods both at home and abroad. It accordingly brought to the surface the radical disparity of interests between English landowners and English manufacturers which had been kept under cover by the crisis of the Napoleonic Wars. English agriculture had long enjoyed a market protected by the tariff on grain, while the interests of English merchants and manufacturers were all on the side of opium food. The manufacturers themselves, having a technology superior to that of any other country, were for the time being without any need of governmental support. Under the circumstances, a policy of free trade was clearly in their interest, and the stringency that followed the close of the war touched off a controversy that brought about the reform of Parliament in 1832 and culminated in the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846. The outcome was the emergence of England as the first of the modern industrial nations, committed to the typical liberal policies of unrestricted trade, the extension of representative government at home, and the ideal of an international concert of nations all alike liberal in politics and all following their national self-interest in an international division of labor. Ricardo's Econom. 687. ICS was characteristic of the years of controversy in which his theories were formulated. Though the classical economics purported to be a rigidly logical system, it in fact embraced two points of view that were diverse and that issued in very different ideas of economic society. Point 10. This diversity reflected two conceptions of nature that had been implicit in modern philosophy from the start. On the one hand was a belief that the natural order is inherently simple, harmonious, and beneficent, on the other the belief that it is devoid of ethical attributes and that its laws have no relation to justice, reason, or human welfare. Even in Bentham's jurisprudence, as has already been said, there were rudiments of natural right which contrasted with the pure naturalism or utilitarianism that he derived from Hume and professed to follow. In the case of Ricardo's economics, the contrast was between what he called the static theory and the dynamic. From the point of view of social statics, economic science is the theory of the exchange of goods in a freely competitive market in which prices are fixed by the condition of the market itself, unobstructed by any forces other than the choices of the individuals involved. An economic society is conceived to be composed of individual producers, each bringing his products and exchanging them with other producers, each buying as cheaply as possible and selling for the best price he can get. From the point of view of social dynamics, however, economics is a theory of the distribution of total product among the producers, as Ricardo puts it, and inquire into the laws which determine the division of the produce of industry amongst the classes who concur in its formation. The chief components of this part of the science are the theories of rent, profits, and wages, these being the principal kinds of income into which the product of industry must be divided. From this point of view, an economic society consists of classes rather than of individuals. The difference between these 2 points of view is in fact very considerable. For a free market, relieved of all factors of monopolistic restraint, was conceived, in the long run at least, to serve the interests of all alike and therefore the greatest good of the greatest number. By what Adam Smith had called the underscore 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 dash 688. Simple principle of natural liberty, the operations of the market continually tend to produce prices as low as is consistent with maintaining the service and yet yielding a fair return for the effort expended. In short, complete freedom of exchange produces automatically a natural harmony of interests, which only needs to be let alone in order to produce as much economic advantage to everyone as the circumstances permit. The picture is, however, extremely different when one considers the laws of distribution. Not only do these laws run in terms of a system of economic classes in which the fate of any individual is largely determined by the portions of wealth which economic forces allot to his class, but they also make it logically inevitable, as Ricardo believed, that the interests of each class must in general always be adverse to the interests of the other classes. From this point of view, the state of an economic society is typically one of class conflict. Moreover, the direction in which Ricardo expected the dynamic laws to carry a developing economy was by no means toward a natural harmony of interests. The first of these 2 contrasting points of view depended upon the labor theory of value, the supposition that in a free market the value of a commodity is fixed by the amount of labor necessary to produce it. By Ricardo, this theory was probably intended to provide an absolute economic standard behind the confusing array of prices that occur in an actual market. In general, as he supposed, prices would fluctuate around value according to temporary conditions of supply and demand. This purpose was not achieved, as Ricardo regretfully admitted, because the argument was in effect circular. Prices are themselves the only thing that gives a definite measure of the amount of labor in a commodity. But a strictly naturalistic meaning of this sort was far from the connotations that had usually been attached to the labor theory of value. Locke had used it in an ethical sense to justify the right of property which a man acquires when he mixes his labor with the goods he produces, and Adam Smith had used the theory to develop the concept of a natural price, which in general he regarded as a just price. For if goods are exchanged according to the amount of labor that produces them, it seems to follow that in general, temporary aberrations being neglected, buyers and sellers must put in and 689. Take out equivalent amounts of value. On the whole, everyone would keep a value equivalent to the amount of labor he had expended, and in effect he would retain the whole value that he had produced. Perfectly free exchange would therefore produce a system of natural justice. There is no doubt that the labor theory of value commended itself to Ricardo's disciples, J.R. McCulloch, for example, less because of its use in economics than because it provided an ethical justification for free trade and an argument against artificial obstructions to it by legislation. The free play of human motives, all in themselves egoistic, works out to the greatest good of the community and the nearest practicable approach to justice for all its members. As Ricardo himself said, paraphrasing Adam Smith's famous expression about the unseen hand, the pursuit of individual advantage is admirably connected with the universal good of the whole. This argument was not, however, utilitarian, and it was glaringly at odds with Bentham's use of pleasure and pain in his jurisprudence. Utility, according to Bentham, does indeed require a harmony of interests and the greatest happiness of all, but such a condition is not natural. It can be produced only by legislation, and the significance of pleasure for a jurist is that, in addition to providing a standard of value, it makes possible the control of human behavior. Moreover, Bentham had consistently refused to name liberty as the object of law, because law exists solely to force men to do what they would not do voluntarily. From Bentham's point of view, social harmony is produced by legislative coercion. From the economist's point of view, the harmony of economic interests is produced by the absence of legislation. There can be no doubt that, for a utilitarian, Bentham's position was the more consistent, though possibly, in an effort to secure the repeal of a tariff, the economist's argument was the more persuasive. For even though coercion is always an evil, as Bentham believed, it is a necessary evil, and the limits of its use are set only by its power to prevent a greater evil. It is of course possible to argue on utilitarian grounds against particular restraints of trade, but some legal regulation of it is inevitable, and the principle of utility can justify any amount of interference with trade, provided only it does less harm than good. 690. Laissez-faire, however, was often defended on the ground that any legal control is intrinsically productive of inequalities of exchange, and this argument apparently assumes that the condition which prevails in the absence of regulation is one of natural liberty and natural equality. The dynamic laws which govern the distribution of the social product presented a picture very different from the harmony and justice implied by the system of natural liberty. The distribution is between social classes, and the interests of the classes are in general antagonistic. The dynamic laws, moreover, are laws of social evolution, and the normal expectation which they establish for an expanding economy is, as Ricardo described it, very far from optimistic. The crucial factor among the dynamic forces is the property which Malthus had attributed to population in his essay, first published in 1798.11. Malthus's point was that human fecundity, if uncontrolled, sets an inevitable limit to the possibility of social progress anticipated by Condorcet and in England by William Godwin. Any improvement in the standard of living results in an increase of population which nullifies the improvement, and since in general population increases faster than the production of food, population tends always to press hard upon the means of livelihood. Apart from temporary fluctuations, therefore, the standard of living for the mass of mankind will stand at about the level of subsistence. It cannot, of course, permanently fall below this minimum, but neither can it permanently rise higher, for a further increase of population will always overtake any increase in the supply of food. The economic consequences of this sociological law were formulated in the second dynamic law, the law of rent, which Malthus had stated and which Ricardo elaborated. Food is the product of land, and land is peculiar in that it is limited in amount and differs in its productivity. Clearly a cultivator can afford to pay a higher rent for fertile than for infertile land, since larger crops can be produced at equal cost. If land produced enough barely to pay the costs of production, no rent could be paid for it. For more fertile land, the rent which the owner can exact will underscore 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 dash 691 be greater as the productivity rises. Rent, therefore, is the differential between the productivity of any given piece of land and that of land which, at prevailing prices of food, would just fail to pay the cost of using it. From these two laws of population and rent, Ricardo deduced important consequences. It follows in the first place that the landlord is a monopolist, or indeed a kind of economic parasite, who can collect a tribute from all other economic classes, since rent contributes in no way to production. As Ricardo said, the interest of the landlord is always opposed to the interest of every other class in the community. Moreover, any increase in the price of food, because it brings less fertile land under cultivation, will increase rents, and an increase of population will increase prices. In the second place, the laws of rent and population imply a law of wages, viz., that except temporarily wages cannot rise above or fall below the level of subsistence. As Ricardo said, the natural price of labor is that price which is necessary to enable the laborers, one with another, to subsist and perpetuate their race, without either increase or diminution. Finally, since the total product of industry is in general distributed as rent, wages, or profits, it follows that any increase in the first two is subtracted from the portion that goes to the capitalist. The normal tendency of a progressive economy, therefore, in which production is rising, will be for landlords to receive a larger share, though they contribute nothing to progress, for capitalists to receive a smaller share, and for labor to receive as always only so much as will replace the labor force. Even the most determined optimist would hardly describe this as a system of natural justice. In Ricardo's dynamic laws, nature figures merely as the brute instinct of procreation without regard for consequences. What held together the idea of a naturally harmonious economic society and the idea of naturally conflicting classes was not logic but the fact that both appeared to converge on a policy of free trade and more specifically on the repeal of the tariff on grain. This conclusion would follow obviously from the theory that economic society is naturally self-regulating by competition. On the other hand, if rent is an unproductive drain on the economy, it would follow that rent ought not to be increased by legislation that artificially raises the price of food. This con. 692. Centration on the immediately practical purpose of repealing a single kind of taxation had the effect of narrowing the interest of the classical economics in a manner that depended very little upon the logic of the system. Any taxation is bound to affect the economy in some way, and from a purely utilitarian point of view there is no reason why a legislator should not direct taxation to increasing the general welfare, provided only that his measures would work. James Mill, for example, admitted that it might be directed to increasing capital, though he believed the attempt would probably not succeed. Moreover, there are many forms of economic rent besides the rent of land, and even if the state were to confiscate them all, the legislation, according to the theory, would in no way hamper production. Henry George's Progress and Poverty, 1879, which affected so powerfully the young Englishmen who were about to found the Fabian Society, reflected a change of interest more than a change of theory, namely, a desire to explore the possibilities, within existing economic theory, of using legislation to regulate the economy for the general good. The opposition of many of the classical economists to all forms of social legislation, possibly excepting the public support of education, reflected their concern with the single problem of the English economy and an unconscious bias in favor of the class they represented. The alleged impossibility of improving the lot of wage earners by legislation depended on Malthus's sociological law of population, which turned out to be the least reliable part of the system. The opposition to social legislation was never shared by humanitarian liberals. The English legislation of the 1820s began the removal of restraints on trade, but it included also the beginning of the Factory Acts and of the removal of limitations on the right of labor to organize. It is true, however, that the emphasis of liberal legislation, until after the middle of the century, was on the side of laissez-faire. The extent to which liberal economics was controlled by practical considerations rather than by logic is curiously illustrated by the ease with which Karl Marx turned its arguments to a quite different purpose. Ricardo had emphasized the antagonism of the landlord's interest to the interests of labor and capital, but it was equally easy to argue that the interests of the capitalist were similarly antagonistic to those of labor, since whatever share 693 of the product went to profits was withdrawn from wages. And if the landlord could exact rent because he monopolized land, it could equally well be held that the capitalist in an industrialized economy monopolizes the means of production and that his profits are a kind of surplus value or, in essence, an economic rent, as the Fabians argued. Moreover, it is far from obvious that Ricardo's laws for a developing economy are the only ones or the correct ones. Ricardo might pessimistically expect that capitalists would be impoverished in the interest of landlords, but it was equally open to an optimist to hope that they might be expropriated in the interest of wage earners. The truth is that the classical economics provided Marx with a ready-made picture of the exploitation of labor. The economist, to be sure, imagined that he was describing a system that was rooted in the nature of things. But having the Hegelian dialectic in hand, Marx could readily think of it as rooted in history and ascribe the exploitation to the capitalist system. The political theory of early liberalism. The political theory of Benthamite radicalism was less significant than Bentham's jurisprudence or the classical economics. In part this was due to the fact that the dogma of a self-regulating economy left to government a role of very restricted importance. In part it was due to the fact that the direction which liberal political reforms must take in England had long been evident and that such reforms were long overdue. Quite evidently the political monopoly of the landed interests in Parliament must be broken, if either legal or economic reform was to be possible. James Mill, in an article contributed to the newly founded organ of the Radicals, the Westminster Review 12 estimated that effectively the House of Commons was chosen by some 200 families, to which the clergy of the established church and the legal profession were substantially adjuncts. Between the two existing political parties there was, he said, practically no difference except that the one in opposition was bent on securing the patronage enjoyed by the one in power, without changing the monopoly by which both profited. English govern underscore 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 dash 694 meant, he charged, was absolutely an organ of class interests. Both parties represent a small ruling class, mostly landowners, with some small infiltration of influence by moneyed interests mostly through bribery. The remedy, as he naively supposed, consisted simply in extending representation to the whole community and especially to the industrial middle class. In the grand discovery of modern times, the system of representation, the solution of all difficulties, both speculative and practical, will perhaps be found 13. The original parts of the early utilitarian political theory were all suggested by Bentham's jurisprudence and had indeed been outlined in the fragment on government. They consisted in an extension to constitutional law of the same ideas which he used in his plans for the reorganization of the judicial system. 14 The fundamental principle is that liberal government cannot be equated with weak government. Devices for legal limitations on sovereignty, such as bills of rights, the separation of powers and checks and balances, Bentham regarded as confused in theory and self-defeating in practice, like the building up of formality and technicality in the law. Accordingly he accepted the complete legal sovereignty of Parliament and the need for relying upon an enlightened public opinion to ensure responsibility. Ultimate political sovereignty, he believed, should inhere in the people, since only so can the interest of government be made to coincide with the general interest. To make the interest of the people effective he believed in universal suffrage, with only temporary disqualifications until education can produce an enlightened electorate. And to make Parliament responsive to the electorate he would have reduced its legal life to a year. The significance of these political ideas lies not so much in the fact that they were more radical than any scheme of reform that was practicable in Bentham's lifetime as in the fact that he jumped, so to speak, quite over the stage of liberal thought that regarded constitutional limitations as the chief guarantees of freedom. Conceptions of government which he had originally applied to enlight underscore 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 and despotism he applied forthwith to liberalism. His belief in enlightenment was such that he had no misgivings about the possible tyranny of a majority. As John Stuart Mill later said, the early utilitarians were liberals not so much because they believed in liberty as because they believed in good government. Bentham was, no doubt, inclined to underestimate the importance of institutional safeguards for political and civil liberty, and this was of a piece with his deficient sense of the reality of institutions in culture. At the same time his position was sound in so far as it depended on the principle that liberal government need not be defended by accepting its inefficiency. James Mill's ideas of government and reform differed in no important respect from those of Bentham, but his essay on government exposed somewhat more clearly the philosophical basis of those ideas. In particular it showed that the political thought of the Benthamite liberals depended more on Hobbes than on Hume. Like Hobbes, Mill believed that all men are driven by a restless desire for power which institutional limitations cannot check. Like Bentham he rejected, for liberal as well as for autocratic governments, any conception of the division or balancing of powers, though he asserted broadly that the only difficult questions in government have to do with restraining the power which rulers must have. The problem, as he supposed, could only be solved by securing a legislature whose interests are identical with those of the country, so that its members have no motive for using their power otherwise than in the general interest, and by giving the legislature control over the executive. As has been said, he imagined, rather fatuously, that such a result would automatically be brought about by a representative system with universal suffrage and short terms of office. In spite of his tendency to state every argument as if it embodied a universal and eternal principle, Mill's political thinking was in fact dominated by the immediate purpose which he considered important, namely, the enfranchisement of the industrial middle class. This class he described quite frankly as the wisest part of the community, and he supposed that the lower classes would always be guided by it. He never contemplated the possibility that the middle class might itself use political power for its own advantage. Like classical economics, Mill's political thought united in an 696 uneasy combination an egoistic theory of individual motivation with a belief in the natural harmony of human interests. His argument for universal suffrage depended upon the premise that all human beings, at least with a moderate amount of education, can be brought to a clear sighted understanding of their interests and that, understanding their interests, they will infallibly act in accordance with them. It depended also on the tacit assumption that, if all men reasonably seek their individual interests, the greatest good of the greatest number will result. In short, he succeeded, after some manner known only to a doctrinaire, in combining a rather pessimistic estimate of human nature with some remnant of that sublime faith in reason which had made revolutionary radicals like Condorcet and Godwin look forward to limitless human progress. John Stuart Mill described his father's point of view quite accurately as follows. So complete was my father's reliance on the influence of reason over the minds of mankind, whenever it is allowed to reach them, that he felt as if all would be gained if the whole population were taught to read, if all sorts of opinions were allowed to be addressed to them by word and in writing, and if by means of the suffrage they could nominate a legislature to give effect to the opinions they adopted. He thought that when the legislature no longer represented a class interest, it would aim at the general interest, honestly and with adequate wisdom. 15. Manifestly a belief such as this could have been logically supported only upon the assumption that reasonable action issues naturally in social harmony and could never have been reached on empirical or utilitarian grounds. The liberalism of the philosophical radicals was an intellectual force of enormous practical importance in 19th-century politics. Without themselves attaining the proportions of a political party, they disseminated ideas in the light of which a vast amount of antiquated political lumber was swept away, and legislation, administration, and judicial process were made both more efficient and more democratic. The reform of Parliament, the repeal of obsolete restrictions on trade and industry, and the reorganization of the judicial system were the most conspicuous examples of this process, but they were not the only ones. The underscore 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 reform of Parliament in 1832 amply justified Bentham's belief that liberal reform would not limit the power of government but would invigorate its action. Parliamentary reform initiated within a few years a long series of administrative reforms in which men trained in the ideas of Bentham played an important though not always a conspicuous part. Almost at once a centralized administration for the poor law was begun, and the moving spirits were Edwin Chadwick and George Grote. The organization of services for protecting public health and of centralized administration for the county police and the inspection of factories followed soon, and again Chadwick played a leading part. In 1840 J. A. Roebuck and other Benthamites secured the passage of an inadequate but still substantial bill looking to a universal system of primary education. Lord Dougham's report in 1839, prepared in part by Charles Buller and Edward Gibbon Wakefield, began a revision of colonial policy and introduced in Canada a liberal constitution which was the first constitution granted to a colony. This, with Wakefield's plan for the colonization of Australia, was in effect the inception of the British Commonwealth of Nations. 16 In the patient drudgery of these utilitarians, the faith in reason which they inherited from the Enlightenment was combined with an ideal of professional competence which they learned from Bentham, and the two together issued in reforms that made government both more liberal and more efficient. The criticisms commonly passed upon philosophical radicalism and given currency even by liberal successors like John Stuart Mill were that it neglected institutions and their historical growth, and that it worked with a falsely schematic conception of human nature and motives. Both criticisms were true. Often, however, they were taken to imply that it was clear, rigidly logical and systematic, and merely based on premises too narrowly limited. This was not true. Its fundamental weakness was rather that as a philosophy it was never clear and never critical of its assumptions or its deductions. In certain respects it was a system of nature like the rationalist philosophies of the 17th century, but it had no theory of knowledge that made an appeal to nature intelligible. It claimed to be empirical, but it made little effort to check its premises by observation, and in effect its empiricism stopped with a crude form of sensationalism that had been derived from Locke 2 generations before. Hence it easily fell a victim to criticism as soon as it faced thinkers less impressed than Mill with its characteristic dogmas. Philosophical radicalism was in truth largely an ad hoc philosophy, and it was also largely the spokesman for a single social interest which it identified, hastily though not hypocritically, with the well-being of the whole community. The consciousness of this fact, together with the perception of the intolerable consequences of its social policy, tended to discredit it as a social philosophy, even before the legal reforms for which it stood were accomplished. Its weakness as a social philosophy can be summed up by saying that it had no positive conception of a social good, and that its egoistic individualism made it look with suspicion on the validity of any such conception, at a time when the total welfare of the community was becoming a principal object of concern. Its weakness as a political philosophy was that its theory of government was almost wholly negative, at a time when it was becoming inevitable that government should assume a larger responsibility for the general welfare. In a long view of political evolution, therefore, philosophical radicalism tended to be carried by inertia instead of projecting itself upon the growing lines of development. Its importance as an agent of political obsolescence was inestimable, but by limiting itself to that function it dated itself as the organ of a period. Chapter XXXII. Liberalism modernized. The greatest legislative success of philosophical radicalism was coeval with the beginning of its recession. The high water mark of its influence was reached in 1846 with the repeal of the Corn Laws and the establishment of free trade as British national policy. But even before that date the social effects of unregulated industrialism began to excite grave misgivings in the minds even of liberals, and they produced a reaction in classes whose vested interests or traditional ways of living were threatened. In 1841 the report of a royal commission, appointed to investigate the coal mining industry, shocked all England with its revelation of the brutality that existed in the mines, the employment of women and children, barbarously long hours of work, the absence of safety devices, and the prevalence of revolting conditions both sanitary and moral. The discussion of this report and of similar revelations in other industries was reflected almost at once in English literature, in novels of industrialism such as Mrs. Gaskell's Mary Barton, Disraeli's Sybil, and Kingsley's Alton Locke, all published in the 1840s. Throughout the remainder of the century a steady stream of criticism, partly on moral and partly on aesthetic grounds, continued to be leveled at industrialism by Carlyle, Ruskin, and William Morris. Even as early as the 1830s Parliament had begun hesitatingly to pass factory acts regulating hours and conditions of work, though all such legislation limited freedom of contract and was therefore contrary not only to the trend of earlier liberal legislation but also to the commonly held theory of what liberal policy should be. As the 19th century advanced the volume of social legislation steadily increased until, in the opinion of competent observers, by the end of the third quarter of the century Parliament had in effect discarded individualism as its guiding prin. 701. Simple and had accepted collectivism. 1. Liberalism as it had been understood was on the defensive, and by a curious anomaly legislation passed in the interest of social welfare, and therefore of the greatest happiness, ran counter to accepted liberal ideas. This reaction against economic liberalism did not proceed from any antithetical social philosophy, nor did it imply any philosophical agreement among those affected by it. What Dicey called collectivism was certainly not a philosophy. It might be more accurately described as a spontaneous defense against the social destructiveness of the Industrial Revolution and the recklessness of a policy that encouraged industrialization without safeguards against the wreckage that it entailed. The controlling motive was a sense, not very clearly formulated, that unregulated industrialism and commercialism carried a threat to social security and stability, a threat which was not much mitigated even if it were true, as the economists argued, that there had been on the whole an increase of prosperity and a rise in real wages. As a matter of fact, restrictions upon laissez-faire were enacted in all countries and by political parties that professed widely different social philosophies. Point 2. This reaction can be attributed partly to humanitarianism aroused by the inhumane conditions imposed on industrial workers. Liberalism as a political movement could ill afford to part company with humanitarianism, for this had always been a powerful motive among liberals, even though it got little overt recognition from the philosophical radicals. Over and above this general reaction, however, the very success with which liberalism had pleaded the cause of the industrialists stimulated the political self-consciousness of two other economic interests whose position liberalism threatened. In the first place, the adoption of free trade reversed a long-standing policy of tariff protection for British agriculture, and therefore on its face amounted to sacrificing the interests of farmers to the expansion of commerce and industry. The agri underscore 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 dash 702. Cultural interest had always been mainly conservative, and in so far as conservatism had a political philosophy, it was derived from Burke. By conviction it stressed the values of social stability and the historical continuity of the community, and this made it the natural critic and opponent of industrialism. The result was anomalous, at least from the point of view of a liberal like James Mill, who had imagined that workers would always follow the lead of the wisest part of the community, namely, the industrial middle class. A working man whose trade was threatened by a new technology might very easily feel that his interests were safer with a party controlled by landlords than with one that was the spokesman of his employers. Disraeli's Tory democracy became a real, if only a temporary, political force. In the second place, the political self-consciousness of industrial employers inevitably bred a like consciousness on the part of labor. The enfranchisement by a conservative government of a considerable portion of English workingmen, which occurred in 1867, marked the beginning of a political change of permanent importance. It meant the appearance of a group of voters who were more concerned to protect wages, hours of labor, and conditions of employment than to extend business enterprise, and who were well aware that their strength lay not in freedom of contract but in collective bargaining. One of two things must happen: either liberalism would meet these requirements or the working class would not be liberal. As was said in the last chapter, the distinctive characteristic of English liberalism was that it developed into a national political movement and did not remain, as it began, the spokesman of middle-class industrial interests. England was indeed the most highly industrialized country in the world, and its industrialists had gained a degree of political power not enjoyed by any similar class elsewhere. But they were also part of a society that was profoundly convinced of its national solidarity and of the community of its national interests. This public had learned by long experience with representative government that, as Halifax had said at the time of the Revolution, there is a natural reason of state, which still preserveth its original right of saving a nation, when the letter of the law would perhaps destroy it. Consequently liberalism, if it was not to 703 lose its public, had to revise the letter of its law, and this in fact was what it did. As a party it had to revise its policy, but in order to maintain its position as a factor in social thought it had also to revise its theory. Of the two, the first was the easier, depending as it did upon political expedience. It was necessary only to discard the dogma, never very convincing except to those already convinced, that society always progresses from status to contract, and that, as Dicey said, had been done by 1870. But the dogma had behind it not only an immense weight of sentiment but the impressive system of Bentham's jurisprudence and the claim of the classical economists that their own policy was based upon well-established laws of human behavior. A thoroughgoing revision of liberal theory, therefore, required a re-examination of the nature and functions of the state, the nature of liberty, and the relationship between liberty and legal coercion. And such a re-examination opened up the prior question of the relationship between individual human nature and its social milieu. To deal with this last question, the old ready explanations, in terms of self-interest, pleasure, and utility, proved steadily less convincing. Both in ethics and in social science the current was away from individualism and toward exploring some kind of collectivist concept. In short, a modernizing of liberal theory depended upon breaking down the intellectual isolation of philosophical radicalism, which was largely responsible for its dogmatism, and bringing it into touch with the outlook of other social classes, with continental strains of thought, and with new fields of scientific investigation. Only so could liberalism claim to be a social philosophy and not merely the ideology of a special interest. The revision occurred in two waves, so to speak. The first was chiefly the related but contrasting philosophies of John Stuart Mill and Herbert Spencer, the second was the philosophy of the Oxford idealists, especially that of Thomas Hill Green. The work of the first two men is the clearest proof of the urgency, not to say the inevitability, of the revision. Both were bred in the native philosophical tradition and in important respects each in his own way remained faithful to it. Yet the most obvious characteristic of each was his reaching out toward intellectual influences that the tradition lacked. In the case of Spencer this 704 was the effort to bring his social philosophy into the context of organic evolution and the whole body of the natural sciences. In the case of Mill it was the effort both to revise utilitarianism and the conception of personal liberty and also to take account of the social philosophy of Comte. It was Oxford idealism, however, that finally broke by its criticism the hold of the empirical tradition on Anglo-American philosophical thought and based itself avowedly on post-Kantian German philosophy. Yet in respect to its political philosophy idealism maintained its continuity with liberalism. Green submitted to drastic criticism the sensationalism and hedonism upon which the older liberalism professed to be based, but he was more clearly and more coherently liberal in his political theory than John Stuart Mill. And while idealism called itself neo-Hegelian, it contained no more than a trace, and not that in Green, of the political authoritarianism that Hegelianism connoted in Germany. John Stuart Mill, Liberty. The general outlook of John Stuart Mill's social philosophy, and especially his ethics, was determined perhaps as much by personal experience as by intellectual considerations. From birth he was destined by his father to carry on the crusade of the philosophical radicals, and certainly the elder Mill never envisaged the possibility that the objectives of that crusade could change. The younger Mill from an early age was subjected to the most dogmatic indoctrination and the most extreme educational forcing ever suffered by a man who afterward attained intellectual independence. It was not until after his father's death in 1836 that Mill was able to strike out his own line of approach to ethical questions, though by that time, at the age of 30, he had long been before the public as an editor and as a contributor to the liberal reviews. In the meantime this enforced precocity had induced a period of nervous exhaustion from which he finally escaped, as he tells in his autobiography, by absorbing himself in the reading of Wordsworth's poetry, certainly not a method contemplated in his father's philosophy of education. Thus Mill's intellectual life became ambivalent. He retained an exaggerated allegiance, enforced by an intense sense 705 of personal loyalty, toward the philosophy which he had learned from his father and from Bentham, and of which he had been predestined to be the exponent. At the same time he achieved a considerable degree of sympathy and appreciation, but hardly a critical understanding, for an antithetical philosophy derived from German idealism which he associated with Wordsworth. In the first third of the 19th century this philosophy was represented in England chiefly by the rather formless metaphysical speculation and the personal influence of Coleridge. Mill's mind was characterized by a very high quality of candor and intellectual honesty which made him almost nervously anxious to do justice to a philosophy opposed to his own. Thus he was inclined to make concessions which implied far more than he realized and which were often more generous than critical. The companion essays on Bentham and Coleridge, which he published in the London and Westminster Review in 1838 and 1840 respectively, and which were a kind of declaration of independence from his father's influence, did rather more than justice to Coleridge and somewhat less than justice to Bentham. With rare intellectual perceptivity Mill sensed in Coleridge's philosophy a regard for the institutional nature of society and for the historical evolution of institutions which he felt to be lacking in the tradition of British empiricism. At a later date he was attracted by similar qualities in the French philosophy of Auguste Comte. In a broad sense, therefore, Mill's philosophy was an effort to modify the empiricism in which he was bred by taking into account the very different point of view of Kantian and post-Kantian German philosophy. Unfortunately Mill's candor and open-mindedness were not matched by the grasp or the originality required to bring about a really coherent synthesis of philosophies so widely divergent, a task which in truth occupied almost the whole attention of English and American philosophers in the later 19th century. Mill's thought had all the marks of a transitional period in which the problems have outgrown the apparatus for their solution. Without much exaggeration it might be said that his books followed a formula. On nearly every subject he was likely to begin with a general statement of principles which, taken literally and by itself, appeared to be as rigid and as abstract as anything. 706. That his father might have written. But having thus declared his allegiance to the ancestral dogmas, Mill proceeded to make concessions and restatements so far-reaching that a critical reader was left in doubt whether the original statement had not been explained away. Thus, for example, his logic was by profession empirical, though it went to surprising lengths in recognizing the scientific importance of deduction, and it tried to reduce inductive procedure to rules analogous to the rules of the syllogism. Yet Mill's theory of knowledge had no way of explaining the logical coerciveness of formal reasoning except indissoluble association, which, as A. D. Lindsay said, became a philosophical maid of all work called in to explain any discrepancies between the facts and what ought to be the facts on the assumption of a crude empiricism. Mill was never able to achieve critical detachment toward the philosophy in which he was bred. On its face his psychology was still a sensationalism in which the association of ideas provided the only law of mental structure. The theory of motivation and of value in his ethics was still overtly the hedonistic calculus, and his utilitarianism was still in strict logic the egoistic individualism of Bentham. Yet in no case would these statements correspond with the actual meaning of Mill's philosophy. The qualifications and not the theory were what carried his meaning. For this reason systematic criticism is fatally easy and practically useless. The importance of Mill's philosophy consisted in its departures from the system which it still professed to support, and hence in the revisions that it made in the utilitarian tradition. The ethical theory which Mill set forth in his utilitarianism illustrates this defect of his philosophy, yet it is also the root of his revision of liberalism. He began by accepting apparently in toto the greatest happiness principle as it had been stated by Bentham. The desire for one's own greatest pleasure is the individual's only motive, and the greatest happiness of everyone is at once the standard of social good and the object of all moral action. Mill united these propositions by an argument so patently fallacious that it became a standard exhibit in textbooks of logic. He then qualified his hedonism by asserting that pleasures can be graded as superior or inferior in moral quality. This put him in the indefensible logical position of demanding a standard for 707. The measurement of a standard, which is a contradiction in terms, and also reduced his utilitarianism to complete indefiniteness, since the standard for judging the quality of pleasures was never stated, and if stated could not itself be a pleasure. The root of all this confusion was that Mill was not willing to accept Bentham's greatest happiness principle for what in effect it was, namely, a rough and ready criterion for judging the utility of legislation. Used for this purpose, which was the only purpose that had interested Bentham, it was logically independent of Bentham's theory of psychological motives and might be equally applicable to legislation no matter what standards of personal morality individuals might follow. The distinctive characteristic of Mill's utilitarianism, on the other hand, was that he tried to express a conception of moral character consonant with his own personal idealism. From this point of view, Bentham's famous pronouncement, that pushpin is as good as poetry if it gives one the same pleasure, is simply vulgar nonsense, while Mill's own pronouncement, that it is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied, states a normal moral reaction but is certainly not hedonism. Mill's ethics was important for liberalism because in effect it abandoned egoism, assumed that social welfare is a matter of concern to all men of good will, and regarded freedom, integrity, self-respect, and personal distinction as intrinsic goods apart from their contribution to happiness. Moral convictions of this sort underlay Mill's whole conception of a liberal society.